Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to build a complete full stack project, and this is going to be a very cool project using Blazor Interactive Server render mode. And this is going to be a full project starting to end, and we'll build it using .NET 10, Tailwind CSS 4. Okay, and we are going to build everything from scratch. We are not going to use any third party library or something. So Tailwind CSS is for design, and we have PDF print functionality as well. For that we are using QuestPDF, and apart from that everything is custom built. Okay, let me show you. So this is going to be a invoicing application, invoicing SaaS you could say. So here let me log out. So this is main login page. Here we have registration also. We can provide our name, email, password, confirm password, and then some business information. So business name, business email ID, business contact number, tax percentage also we can set. We can modify all these things uh, from inside. I'll show you. Then business address also we can add. Then we can simply register. Proper validations are there. Okay, proper validations we have. Let's log in then. When we log in, we simply land on the dashboard page. Okay, so here this is dashboard. Here it shows quick stats. We have 32 invoices generated. We have 5 clients in our system, and we have 4 product and services. On top we can see the logged in user's name and a logout button. On logout we simply logs out, and here we have a quick create invoice button. We can simply click on it and it will land on the create invoice. I'll show you this thing later. Then here we have overdue invoices section. Here we are going to show the invoices which are overdue, and then next due invoices, so that invoices which are due in next. So we are going to show next 10 invoices here. Here if you see we have this list right now, just to show you that if we don't have any overdue it will show this message. I simply commented that out. Here if I simply uncomment this, save this, so we'll simply see the grid here. So here we have overdue invoices. All these are overdue. So 19 this February, 10th February, 29 Jan, all these are overdue. Okay. So here in this grid, if you see, we have a lot of information. We have view invoice. I'll show you this later. Then we have invoice number, client information, when this invoice was issued, when it was due, action, because these are due invoices. We can mark these invoices paid. This flow also I'm going to show you. Then what is the amount, total amount for this invoice, and then we have these actions. We can edit this invoice or we can delete this invoice. Okay. So now next thing we have this. I'll show you all these actions after some time. Then we have invoices page. So on the dashboard, we are showing just overdue and the next upcoming due invoices. Then we have a dedicated invoices page. There we have all the invoices. So first here we have this tab like structure, and we have global loader and all. Recent are the recently generated invoices. Okay, so top 10 we are displaying here. There is no paging on this, but so same information, but it has the status, and if the status is paid it will show you when it was paid. These two information are extra from dashboard. So dashboard, those two information is not there, because on dashboard we are showing only due invoices. That means these are not paid, these are pending ones. On invoice these are not pending. If this is paid it will simply show paid and the date, and here for some reason if you want to mark as unpaid, that option is also there with proper confirmation of course. And if this is unpaid then it will simply show as pending, and we will have mark as paid option. And we can delete and edit unpaid invoices only. We can't delete or edit paid invoices. Okay, because we got paid, we have money, so then it should not be editable. This is the thought process here. Then here if you go to the second tab, is this is for pending invoices. So here we can see all the invoices. All these are in pending state, and here we have proper paging also. So it is showing 1 to 10 or 14 invoices. Now if you see these tabs, we built it all these tab structure by hand. We are not using any third party component or anything. We are using Tailwind CSS for designing and our logic Blazor for making this grid and this tab. Okay, and for this paging also. So here we can go to the next page. So this is page number 2 for this. Now it is showing 11 to 14th of 14 invoices. And here we have this text box also. If we want to go to jump to any next page, we can directly go from here also. If I want to go to page number 2, we can go there. And then next and last buttons are disabled because we only have 14 invoices. Those are getting fit on 2 pages only. Okay, then we have paid invoices. So here on pending, if you see, all these are pending, all these have this mark as paid, and actions edit and delete. Next tab is paid. If you go to paid invoices, here we can see all these invoices are in paid status. Paid on date is there, then mark as unpaid option is there, and here also we have the same paging. It has 18 invoices. Then we have this last. If you want to see all the invoices, that also we can see. So all invoices, here we can see all these invoices, paid, unpaid. If this is paid, we'll see mark as unpaid. If this is unpaid, we'll see mark as paid. And for the unpaid ones, we have edit and delete options. And then here we have paging 1 to 10 of 32 invoices. We can go to the next page, page number 2, 11 to 20 we are displaying here. Page number 3, 21 to 30. Page number 4, 31 to 30. So now after that we can't move because we reached at the very end. We can directly go to the first page also, and we can go to the last page also. So these quick actions are also there. Okay, then for each invoice we have two options here. One is this view item. So this invoice, for example, has one item. This invoice also has one item. This invoice has two items. Let me find one big one. This invoice has 4 items. So here, if I click on these 4 items, we can see this sidebar where it is showing what are the line items for this invoice. So here, this is for this service. Quantity was 5, rate was this 25,000 per project, and total amount was this. And then at the very end, we are seeing total amount. Okay. So this right sidebar component, this also we built it. If we close it, it gets closed. We can simply click outside, or we can click on this cancel button, or we can click on this top close button. So all these three work same. Okay, we can close it using this. Then on this, after this, we have this view button. So now if we click on this, let's maybe check this one only where we have 4 items. If I click on it, we can see a preview of this invoice. So this is a model pop-up. Again, we build it custom. So here we can see the invoice number. We can see our business information. These are the client information. These are the dates when it was issued, when it was due, is it paid or not, this information. Then we have this all these line items. So this was website development, quantity 5, this is the rate, this is amount. And if we have some notes, those also we are going to see here. And then we have the subtotal and the tax 10%, it was added to this one. The amount is this and total amount is this. Okay, we can close it, or we can print this. So if we print it, it will simply generate a PDF. So it got downloaded here. We have the toast message we saw. The toast message also we have built it, and auto dismiss functionality is also there. After I guess 3 seconds, it got automatically dismissed if it was a success toast. If it was an error toast message, then it will not go away. We need to check that, and we need to explicitly close that. Here, if you simply click on it, we can see this invoice PDF, generated PDF. So I try to give the same look what we have on this preview. Okay, so this is what we have here. For this PDF generation, we are using QuestPDF. All right. Then on this, we have this delete functionality. So if I say, let's say I want to delete this one, if I delete invoice, it will ask us for confirmation. So this confirm dialog, this is also we build it custom. Are you sure we want to delete this invoice? This is the invoice number. If we say no, nothing will happen. If we say yes, we want to delete it, then this is going to be delete. So you saw that loader. After that, we have this toast message. It was a success toast message that got deleted, and that is not here now. That is gone from here. Okay. Now, next thing is we can edit any invoice. But before that, let me show you maybe mark as, let's go to this pending one. So for example, this first one, or let's say this one, So these invoice numbers are earlier in initial numbers, and this is the final number which we settled down. Let's maybe use this one. So this is INV 00004. Okay, this is in unpaid status right now, pending status. So here, if we say mark as paid, so for mark as paid, again it asks for us confirmation if we want to mark this invoice as paid. If we say yes, then it is going to show us one more modal, which is for select paid on date. Okay, so which date we got paid or this invoice was got paid. We can cancel it, nothing will happen. If we say mark as paid, here if we say yes, and if we can select any date from here, by default it will pick the today's date. When we say select 21st Feb, so this selected date, it will simply show like this. So if I say this, now you see 13th of Feb is selected. Select this date. Let's go with this only. So here pay attention, the last one, we have 13 invoices in pending state, and this is 0004. If I select this, we can see it, so that loader, and that is gone from here, and we have this issue, we need to fix it. We fixed this on dashboard but missed from here. Now if I go next and come back, then it will automatically get fixed. Let me quickly show you it on dashboard. So okay, this got missed somehow, but we can see that status was changed, and that we should see in this paid one. Okay, so if we go, was which one was it? 4. This one was it. Okay, let me quickly show you this on dashboard. So for example, on dashboard we have this overdue. Let's say INV 00025. This is 25 with 2 items. If I mark this as paid, yes, yes, you see that is gone from here. So when I was building this dashboard, then I fixed it here, but I missed it on the invoices page. Okay, so maybe we'll see this later. We'll fix it. All right. So here after that I showed you delete, I showed you this, and same thing we can set the mark as unpaid also. So here if we say mark as unpaid, it will ask us for confirmation. If we say no, nothing will happen. If we say yes, it will marked as unpaid. Okay, and we will see that toast message. All right, now I'll walk you through for sections from bottom to top. So right, we can see settings. So here we can see business name, email ID, contact number, business address, and the tax percent. All these things are which we saw on the register page as well. We can modify these things. For example, this is 10%. Let's make it 15%. We will save it. We can see the loader, and then we can see this toast message. We can close this also, but after 3 seconds, it is automatically going to be closed. Okay. Then we have product and services. This is the first section. So here on in this project, I tried to show you 3 different ways. So for example, this one, I have used this different cards, different sections. On the client screen, I displayed a table, a grid without paging, and on invoices page, I showed you a grid with paging. So I implemented 3 different ways of showing the data. All right, now here in product and services, so these are the product services we have already defined. We can delete these. So for delete, again, we are going to have this confirmation. Do you really want to delete this service? No, nothing will happen. And we can add a new product service. So for this, it will show this form in this right sidebar, or if we edit it again here also it will show the same thing. Let me update this. For R, I made this H lowercase, this one. If I save it, we can see loader, post message, and it got updated. Let's add one more service. Let's say demo service. Let's set some rate. Let's say 500 unit per session. Description we can provide some random description, and if we save it, now we can see service added successfully, and the demo service is here. We can edit or we can delete. Okay, now let's go to the client. On client we have this grid here, add client, same right sidebar. We can delete a client if we want to, with proper confirmation of course. Then we can edit this client also. Okay, so we can, let's say, updated remarks. So if I save it, you can see the remarks are updated now. Okay, edit again. Move this thing and save. Okay. Now, next thing is invoices. So product services we defined, clients we defined, then we'll come to invoices and we can create a new invoice or edit a new invoice. Let's quickly create a new invoice. So here we'll see invoice number will be auto generated when we'll save it, because we have a logic to generate these invoice numbers and to uh, uniqueness, handling duplicates and all those things. We have that logic in place. So here if you see, by default if we directly save it, proper validations are there. So we have validations everywhere. Let's go to client, let's add, save it. So we have proper validations everywhere. Okay. Invoices, create invoice. So here validations, client selection is required. So let's select a client. Right now if you see on this page, these are invoice details. Invoice number will be auto generated. Client, we have a drop down, then we have this issued on, due on, and status if this is unpaid, pending or paid. So this, if for the unpaid or pending, this paid on date is disabled. If we select this paid, then we have this enabled. In this case we need to tell when was this paid. Okay. Then we have this notes optional section. Here you can provide additional notes for this invoice if you want to. Then here we have this line items. By default one line item row is there. We can select. These services are coming from our services section. Where you see demo service I just added. So all these services are there. So if I select any service, rate would be auto populated. Quantity is required. At least one quantity should be there. If I select it, it will be there. If I modify it, see here, it is getting updated in real time. If I right now it is 50,000. If I make it 3, this is 75,000. Same thing if you see here, the subtotal shows the amount of this. And then text we set 15%. If you remember here in settings, we set this as 15%. So this is 15%. So 15% of this 75,000 is 11,250, and this is total sum of these two. Okay. We can add other line items also. So you see here we can add line items and we can remove line items. But if we remove, so here if you see, if I remove the third one, it got directly removed. If I remove the first one, it asks for confirmation because it has some value. So it might be accidental. So we have this validation also. We will check if we have selected some service and if we're trying to delete it, it will get deleted. But if we have, let's say, service and some quantity, then if we try to edit, yeah, delete it, it will ask us for confirmation. If we say no, nothing will happen. But here if you see the total amount, it is getting updated. Website development, let's select some other demo service. So it is getting updated in real time. Again, if I say 2, values are getting changed. Let's remove the first one. If I say yes, I want to delete it, it got deleted. Okay. Then if we add multiple items, if we again say save, all these are required. I remove, let's select some other service, UI fix, let's do this. So it is, then we can set when this invoice is getting issued. By default it will have today's date. Now due on is totally optional. If you have some due date, you can set it. If you don't have it, just skip it. Let's set it, maybe let's say 23. And if it is paid, we need to select this paid. If not, unpaid, this is disabled. Okay. Now here right hand side we can see our business info. This is our business information which is coming from this setting. And there we have selected client. No client selected. We need to select a client. Client selection is required here. If I select a client, so whenever I select it, we will see all the information of the selected client. This is the name, contact, email, and contact number. We change it. Greenleaf Traders. Yes, we can see this. Bright Mind Academy. You can see this. So all these things are also getting changed. You see. Now we can save it. We can put optional note also. Let's say paid. And now if I save invoice, you see now we have this validation also. Right now if status is paid, you must provide this paid on date. If this is unpaid, then we can simply save it. Invoice is going to be created successfully. Okay. So this is the one, the last one which just got created, which has this information. If you see invoice, it has 2 items. If I click on it, we can see these 2 items: demo service, UI fix enhancement with quantity, rate, amount. Okay. Close. here client name, issued on, due on, status is pending, paid on, nothing. We can mark is at paid. This is total amount. Because this is pending, we can delete it or we can edit it. When we'll edit it, now we are in edit mode. So all the information is populated. And here, if we see, the invoice number is generated from our system, but we can't modify it because this is not uh, modifiable. So we can't modify invoice number. Once generated, it will always be there. Even if we delete it, this is not going to be deleted. Okay. All right. So after that, we have dashboard, which I already showed you. All these data is coming in real time only. So right now we have 32 invoices, 5 clients, 5 products. We created this fifth product, right? So we can go there, we can delete this product if we want to. If we say yes, now it got deleted. If we go back to dashboard, now we can see only 4 products. Okay, so everything is working in this manner only. All right, so for tech stack, I already mentioned we are going to use .NET 10 with Blazor Interactive Server render mode. For the database, we are using SQL Server with Entity Framework Core. For the PDF generation, we are using QuestPDF. For the UI library, we are using Tailwind CSS. Okay, so we are going to build a lot of things here. We have these services, we have different models, we have advanced validations, we have components, routing, authentication, authorization, different models or different layouts basically. Then we have these shared reusable components we have created. For example, the confirmation dialog, which can be used from multiple places. This is there invoice grid, which is reusable grid, which we are using, which has some conditional things. We have global loader implementation. We have pagination as a separate component. We have right side panel with the proper dynamic slots using this render fragment child contents and all these things. We have different forms. We have toast, auto dismissible toast. Okay, this is again a separate reusable component which we are reusing. So all these things we are going to build from scratch in this video. All right. So are you excited? Please drop a comment here. Alright, so I'm here in my Visual Studio 2026 and I'm going to create a Blazor web app for this one. Next, let's call it Blazing Invoices. Next, we'll select .NET 10 and for authentication type, we'll choose individual accounts. It is going to use individual accounts authentication using ASP.NET Core Entity. ASP.NET Core Identity and Entity Framework. Okay. And interactive render mode, we are going to use server. And interactivity location, yes, we are going to use global interactivity. All right. Then include sample pages. It's up to us. If we want, we can, but we will in any way we are going to get rid of all those default pages, so there is no point of adding this. Okay, so then we'll simply create this project. So project is created. Now here if you see, we have only one project, which is .NET 8 project. It is 130%, yeah, which has these ASP.NET Core Identity Entity Framework Core and other entity framework related NuGet packages installed because we selected individual account authentication. And here if we see in program.cs, you are going to see a whole bunch of setup for authentication and ASP.NET Core Identity. Okay, cascading authentication state, identity redirect manager, authentication state provider, then add authentication. After that, we have add identity core with entity framework store. So all these are related to ASP.NET Core Identity. Okay, nothing has to do with Blazor, but we are going to use it inside this. So that's why it added all these things. All right. And at the very end, if we see, it added couple of this line basically app.map additional identity endpoints. So it adds the minimal API endpoints which are going to be used from Blazor authentication related stuff after authentication basically. Here we see we have this data folder migration, the default migration for ASP.NET Core Identity Application User and all. This application user, which is a subclass of identity user, which has all that main user related stuff, which has username, password, email, all that stuff. We are going to extend this. We are going to add our own property as well here for mostly for we need username, right? So we are going to provide username, I mean the display name. So that we are going to add here later. Then in components, we have this app.razor, which is the main entry point here. Okay, which has this some default setup, interactive server render mode. After that, we have this router. Okay, this routes. So in router, now starting from .NET 10, we have this not found page. So this not found page is also defined inside pages. And then we have authorized route view. So basically the proper authentication authorization setup is there. We just need to use this. Now in pages, we just have home page with the default simple hello world, welcome to your new app, nothing else. And if you go to layout, here we have main layout, which also does not have anything. The basic bare bone minimal setup. This account folder, this is related to ASP.NET Core Identity with Blazor. So it is going to have a whole bunch of classes, services, layouts, pages. All these are related to ASP.NET Core Identity inside Blazor. So it has login, logout, email, delete personal data, all these things. So we are not going to use each and everything. For our application, this is quite a lot. This is unnecessary over engineering, overkilling. So we are going to clean things up from this one, but that we'll do later stage. All right. Now at this moment, if I run this application, we should see just this hello world, welcome to new app, and it should have nothing, no styling, nothing. Because if you go to app.css in our www root folder, app is loading, let's first see it, then I'll show you. Okay, it is coming, and here we can see there's nothing, just simple heading and welcome to new app. So here if we go to app.razor, here you can see we have just app.css and these blazing invoices, project name.styles.css, which is basically a dynamic styling file for all the isolated scoped CSS styles, component level styles, and then app.css. Now if you go to www root folder, app.css, it has nothing, just basic thing. Okay, all right. Now the very first thing we are going to do, we are going to include or we are going to integrate Tailwind in our, because we are going to use Tailwind CSS for this application. Okay, so for this I already have a dedicated video how to integrate Tailwind CSS into Blazor projects, and there I showed you how to integrate Tailwind 3 and Tailwind 4. Okay, for Tailwind 3 we have some more things to do. Tailwind 4 is straightforward, but Tailwind 3 is what most widely used right now. Tailwind 4 is not that used, but it is latest, so we are going to use Tailwind 4 in this project. Okay, and for this I am going to use an extension. So this extension I have, Tailwind CSS VS 2022 editor support. I'm going to drop the link of this extension in the description box. You can check it out, or maybe I'll drop that link of that video which I have with Tailwind integration in Blazor that has all the details about this. All right. So here what it does for us is, if we right click on the project, it is going to give us this set up Tailwind CSS, this option. This option is coming from this Visual Studio extension. All right. Now for this to work, we need to have Node.js installed on our machine because Tailwind CSS uses Tailwind CSS CLI, and for that it uses the Node.js to build the final version of the output Tailwind file. All right, so here I'm going to say setup Tailwind CSS, setup and install in project. Well, select this, then we'll wait for it to setting up Tailwind CSS. It is going to take some time, not much time, but it will be very quick. But let's wait for it to complete. And here we can say Tailwind CSS is up to date and we are done. Now here, if you see, it added package.json file. Okay, Tailwind CSS slash CLI version 4 and Tailwind CSS 4. And then it added this tailwind.css file, which has this @import tailwind CSS. And then it added this tailwind.extension.json file, which is going to be used by this extension to check what is the input file, what is the output file, and some basic configuration. Now, the way Tailwind works is there is going to be one input file which is going to set the base for the Tailwind. Then we are going to use Tailwind classes in our components. And then there is going to be one output file which our project is actually going to reference, or our main final output, in our case app.razor, that is going to reference that file, the Tailwind output file, which is going to have the base generated from this Tailwind CSS and all the classes which we use in our component. It is going to have CSS styling for all those things. All right. So input is here, but for output we need to explicitly set. If we check in extension.json, here we can see input file is there, but output is not there. We need to explicitly tell what is going to be the output file. For this, in www root folder, let's create a new CSS file. So I'll say new item and let's call it styles.css only. Now this is just a simple CSS file. We need to change it. So we'll right click on this file and here we should see it says add Tailwind CSS configuration file. No, this is not a Tailwind configuration, but it is going to be a Tailwind CSS output file. We're going to select this set as Tailwind CSS output file, and it shows this option set as output file for this tailwind.css file, which is our input file, this file. Okay, let's right click, set Tailwind CSS output file, set as output file for tailwind.css. Let's select it, wait for it, it did something. Now if you go to tailwind.extension.json file, here if you see, updated it. Now with input, it shows output is www.root/styles.css. This file is going to be our output file. Right now it does not have anything. Now we can close Visual Studio, open it again, or for the first time we can explicitly build the Tailwind styles. So for that, what we can do, we can go to build, and here we have this option build Tailwind CSS. Let's try this, and we'll do this. It did something, right? Input file tailwind.css, this is same, no change at all. But in styles.css, if we see, it says Tailwind CSS version 4.1.18 and then all these base styles, layer, theme, and layer properties, all these are base styling for Tailwind CSS 4. You see, save, and with this our Tailwind setup is done. Now we can use it. Now let's quickly check if this is actually set up correctly. So what we can do, maybe we can go to the pages and home.razor on this h1. Let's add some Tailwind styles class, and here, so all these suggestions are also coming from that extension only. Let's say text 2xl and text red 800 and font bold. Okay, and maybe let's say bg yellow 200, and we can also have, let's say, some padding p3, some margin, so that I'm just having all these things. Right now I didn't save this file yet. Let's check any one or style or all these styles. So text -2xl, let's go to styles.css. Here I'm going to search for this text 2xl. This is not defined on this file, right? Now if you go to home.razor, if we save this file, okay, now if you go back to styles.css and if we try to search it, now we can see this. So not only this, bg yellow 200, did we add 200? bg yellow 200, yes. p3, text 2xl, font bold, all these styles are getting added in styles.css, all these styles. font bold, text red 800, all these are here. Now if we run it, we should see, oh, sorry. Now there is one more missing piece. We have the styles.css. It is generated perfectly, but we are not using this right now, right? Because our main entry point is app.razor. Here we have app.css. Similarly, we are going to have styles.css at the rate assets styles.css, right? The order I'm going to have like this only: styles.css. This is the styling or Tailwind output file. Then app.css is going to be our global styling. If we want, we can override the Tailwind styles in this. Then we are going to have component label. Although I think in this application we are not going to use both of these, but still the order matters for CSS styling. Now if I run this, now I should see that home page, that heading hello world, it should be like this, light yellow background. Yeah, you see, that means Tailwind is set up correctly and we are good to use Tailwind in our application. All right. All right. So now we'll start working on our UI first. I think we'll go with the UI first this time. So auth, the actual auth that I'm going to implement at a later stage. Right now, let's assume we are logged in. Basically, the authentication, authorization, all those things we'll implement later. Database related stuff we'll try to implement at a later stage. Right now, let's set up our UI. Okay. So in layouts, main.layout, here, let's try to set up a layout. First, we'll think what type of layout we want. We'll have a top bar, we'll have a left navigation bar, and then we are going to have a body inside the main body container. Okay, so here, let's say div class. This is going to be overall everything. Then we are going to have div class. Let's say this is going to be our top bar. I'll add the tailwind styling. Let's see right now. Let's use this field. We'll say main container. Then we are going to have this top bar. Then we are going to have our left nav bar. And then we are going to have, let's say, body content. And this body, this at the rate body, this will go inside this body. So this is going to be a general structure of our application. And after that, we are going to maybe have different components, shared reusable components, Blazor components basically, but that we'll do after some time. Right now, let's try to design the main thing. Okay, so here, so this container, we are going to have the entire screen here. Okay, we'll say main page screen. So height, minimum height would be the entire screen. Here we are going to have this as a flex box so that we can have the items here, first top bar, then the main content area. For this, we'll say flex call, which is going to be a flex column direction, right? Inside this, we are going to have our main top bar, this one. Okay, so on this top bar, I'll leave this top bar here. The text will change it later or remove it later. The first thing we want is as sticky so that it sticks there. Where top 0. Then we can have some z index. So we can say, let's say z. We will fix these or we'll play around with these z indexes. We need to come up with a structure that what different elements on our screen are going to have different z indexes. For example, this one loader, maybe sidebars or off canvas, or maybe modal pop-up. So all those things should have different stacking for z indexes, right? Z30, let's have it for now, we'll see. Then let's have a background white here, and we will have some light grayish kind of background on the main body. So for that, let's go to app.razor page, and on body we are going to have some classes. Let's say bg slate 50, save it, and then this is going to have bg white. Okay, and we want this to have the full width, so we'll say w full, and inside this we are going to maybe say our application name, so Blazing Invoices. Save it, just run it. I don't know if hot reload will work, but let's try to work with hot reload so that when I'm doing some changes here, I can see the final output right away. Okay, it is doing something. So now let me try to set up these side by side. So maybe on top half, I'm going to have this thing because right now we are designing the main top bar, and then we'll play around with this. Okay, I hope you can see this. So right now it shows this. Let's remove the homepage content. Save it. Is hot reload working? Yes, it is. Cool. Now we'll come back to main layout.razor. We can see this thing here, the blazing invoice, the main heading. Now let's add more different things here. And we can see this. I don't know if you can see it, but there is this one is white color, this one is some light grayish color. On app.razor, it was bg slate 50. Let's make it bg slate 100. Save it. Come back to main layout. Now in this blazing, instead of this blazing invoices, right now we have this bg white, and let's have a bottom border here, border b. We can have this, we have this, we'll change this, the color of this maybe, and it has some backdrop also. I don't remember what styling was there, but okay, let's see. Inside this we are going to have one more div class, and on this we are going to have a spacing of, let's say, px4. Inside this, for now, let's have, no, 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 h2, the name blazing invoice. Save it. Now we can see this, so px4, and let's add other things as well. Let's have some py also. Let me py3, and here we are going to have a flex box. On left side we are going to have application name, on right side we are going to have logged in users name and a logout button. Okay, so this needs to be flex box with the spacing in between, so the items are on left and right corners. Okay, first thing flex, then items center, so that the items are vertically centered, and then we'll say justify between, so the spacing is in between for the this item and whatever next item I add here. And we can also have some gap. All right, inside this we have this h2, for which we can maybe make it a bit bigger also. We'll see, so we can say font bold and text lg, maybe this. Okay, we'll see if we want to increase it a bit further. Then we are going to have one more div here. Inside this div we are going to have logged in users name. Maybe we'll add icon later. So logged in users name and a logout button. These two things we need. Okay, so this also will make it as a flex. We are going to have a, let's say, gap of 3. We are going to have items center, okay, so that items are vertically centered. Then inside this, first we are going to have the user's name. Okay, for that we can maybe have some p or label. It's up to us what we are having. So let's say, let me add my name here. If I do this, I can see my name here on the right side. And then after this, we are going to have a button. So button type button. This is going to have a logout button. Then we'll add some styling here. So let's say classes, class, let's say px3, and then let's have some py2, maybe rounded, large rounded corners. We are going to have border, and we are going to have border some light red kind of color. So border rows maybe 300, and then bg rows, let's say 50, so very light pinkish color. And we can add hover state as well. So we'll say hover bg rows. For this we can maybe have 100, so that it is a bit more on hover. Okay, then the text color also, we can say text rows maybe 600, 700. And then let's see, save it, how it looks. Okay, we can see this, and we can have cursor pointer as well. Cursor pointer, save it, and now we can see we have this cursor pointer and we have this nice looking logout button. Okay, py is a lot, right? Py, let's have py1. If I save it, yeah, this is fine. Okay, username, and then this font bold. Did I add font bold on this? No, right? Class, let's make this name also as font bold. If I save it, no, not that good. Let's have font medium, save it. Okay, font medium is fine. I guess for now we are good. We'll see if we want to make it more, maybe it looks clean actually right now, but we'll see. We'll see. We might add another other stylings later, but for now I think we are okay with this. The main application name, we have text LG, font bold. This is fine. It is looking fine, right? We don't need to increase this, or if we want to, we can maybe, instead of LG, what if I say XL? Yeah, let's leave it like this. We'll see. We'll add other things later. Now for the left nav bar, and also we have a flex. The main container is flex box with flex column. So let's say first row is this one and second row is going to be entire screen. That means we are going to have a section here, the next div with some classes, and we are going to have both of these things, the left navbar and body, inside this div. Okay, so on this thing we can simply have a flex box, and this is going to be flex 1. That means the entire remaining space, because we have flex column, that means on column side, on vertically, whatever remaining space is there, this div is going to take that. That means this entire space is going to be taken by this div. Save it. Inside this we have this left navbar and we have this body content. So for this left navbar, first thing we are going to set it. We can use semantics here. We can use a site tag if we want to. This is pure HTML, or div is also fine, no problem with that. Now here we are going to have different classes to show it, handle it properly. So let's say first we are going to have some fixed width. Let's say W72, and on this also we can maybe have some BG height. Save it. BG slate is not getting applied, right? Body BG, oh, we set it 1000. It should be 100 because 1000 class is not defined. Save it. Now I can see this, right? You also can see this top and this black border. This is not looking that good, right? So in main layout, we have this border B, we have this BG white. On this BG white, we can apply some opacity. Save it. On this border B, let's have border. We have border utilities here. Let's say border slate 200. If I save it, I can see this. I don't know if you can see this, but I can see this. Border this now, it is not that good. If I say 70, okay. If I say just 50, save it. Or if I just have BG white, then I guess white is fine for now. We'll see. If you want to change it, we'll change it later. So this is BG white. This is fine. Both of these are okay. And now this is going to be our left section. This one, the left nav bar, and this area is going to be our main body content. Okay. So in left nav bar, let's have the menu items which we are going to have. So for now, W72 and BG white. For now, I guess we are okay with these. We'll see if we want to change other things. We'll do later. We can have the same border here. The way we have this border on top, same thing we can have here. So I'll say border R, which is going to be border right. Then border slate. That was 200, right? Border, is it top? Border slate 200, yes. Let's have it. Border slate 200. Now we can see this. All right. Inside this, we are going to have our menu items. Okay. Now these can be anchor tags. These can be buttons. These can be anything. Let's use nav links, Blazor components. We'll say href. So here, first thing we are going to have dashboard. Then we are going to have some classes, and then we'll say this is going to be our dashboard. Inside this, we might add icon as well. Maybe down the line when we get some icons, we'll use Lucid icons. We'll download those and we'll add those into the project, and then we are going to use those. Or maybe we can get those as SVG and we can directly add those. It's totally up to you and up to me when I'm going to do that. But right now I'm just focusing on this UI. After that, I'll add maybe icons at some time later. Okay. All right. So here, let's add this styling for the dashboard, for example. So here, first thing we can maybe have some padding. Oh, before that, inside this side, let's wrap all these items in a nav. Okay, so all these menu items we are going to have inside this nav class, this nav HTML component, semantic component. Here we are going to have some padding. So let's say px3 and py also 3, maybe save it. Py, let's say py. If px and py both are 3, then it makes sense to have just p3. Okay, so p3. Then we have this dashboard. On this dashboard, let's have some things. So we'll say first thing w full, save it. Then we are going to have simple, let's say bg, the background color, some background color here, bg. Or maybe we have, yeah, let's have bg slate. If I say 50, we see something. No, right? If I say, let's say 5, right now I'm just trying to see how it looks. Okay, we can see this w full did not work. We'll see. So bg slate, w fill did not work. We have it as a flex box, then it will work. If we'll add icon, then maybe flex makes sense here. Okay, then we should have some uh, padding as well. So let's say px3 and py maybe 2, and we can have some rounded corners as well of this. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Then we can have some hover style as well. So for hover we are going to have some different background color. Let's say bg, we have this emerald color, so it is light greenish color. So let's say bg emerald 200, which looks bad by the way, right? Like this. bg emerald 50, this is better than that. If I make it 100, how would it look? Okay, for now let's settle with this. We'll see, we'll change it later maybe. Okay, so now we have this dashboard. So if we are going to add icon, maybe let's have this inside span. Later we'll add the icon, but now on this dashboard let's make it, let's say font medium, save it, and let's remove this bg slate 500, save it, and we can see this. Okay, and what if we add maybe border to it? How would it look? Very bad. If I say border slate 200, save it. Okay, okay, we'll see. Right now let's leave it like this. We'll see later if we want to change it, we'll change. Right now let's settle with this. If I say 100, 200 is fine for now. Okay, now let me duplicate this for other, what we call it, the other menu items. So nav link, copy this, paste this, and this is going to be our clients. So here we can say clients, save it. We have these clients. Then we are going to duplicate it again. Then we are going to, let's say third, let's leave client. Second, let's have our service, or maybe services will be one time thing. So let's have this later only. So services or product or services, we can say, let's call it products slash services. Okay, let's say product service, or just call it services. The URL is going to be services. Save it, and then we are going to have invoices. So invoices, we can have it as a second link. So invoices, save it. Right now there is no spacing between these things. So on this nav with class p3, we can simply say space y, say 2. Now with this space y2, we are going to have some spacing. If you want to increase this, let's say space y3, then we are going to have some spacing here, some more spacing basically. These are our left menu items. Now in this main area, we are going to have main body content, which we have the placeholder. We already have this body, just body content. So let's have some, what we call it, some styling here, some margin padding kind of thing. For this one we can have that. Okay, so first thing, we are going to have flex 1 for that. Flex 1, so whatever remaining space we have, that is going to be consumed by this section. Let's check bg red 100. I just want to see what space it has. Okay, it has this space. The body is going to be inside this space. Okay, so we don't need this bg, we can remove this. So flex 1 is fine. Now we know flex 1 is at the right place. Now here we can have some padding. Let's say p3. So now we are going to have some spacing. Now here, if I go back to home page and I add something, say home page content, if I save it, that should come here. You can see this, so it is coming here. Let's maybe have p5. Okay, application name, username, logout button, menu items, and then this is going to be our main content area. Okay, so I guess our structure is ready. Let's here on the top, this left bottom, let's have the business name and a settings link, and maybe let's add the icons as well so that we'll be done with the layout. Okay, let's first get some icons. So as I already mentioned, I'm going to use lucid icons here, lucid.dev icons, and we can get svg or png icons. So let's grab maybe svg icons. First thing, we need something for the main, maybe as a logo we can maybe have some money icon here. This let's maybe use this one, and icons, or maybe circle dollar sign or hand coins. Let's use this one. Here we'll say download svg is fine. Color black, are we okay with this? Yes, let's download it. Size is 24. Okay, the next thing we need a user icon. So we'll use this user icon, and for this we are going to have stroke width as 1, almost for almost all the icons we are going to use this. Get this. After that we are going to have a dashboard, right? So for dashboard, is there any dashboard icon? Yeah, this one. Fine. Dashboard, download svg. Then the next one is our services, right? What should we have for services? Services, what kind of icon? Let me think. Service is not going to be, but we need to think about something. Services of products, right? So maybe products, package. Yeah, maybe let's use package. Now maybe let's have this for now, we'll see later. Then for clients we can have maybe users list. So users, this one, download svg. And what else? Invoices. For invoices we can maybe have some file. This is fine, right? Let's have this. Then we have logout. So for logout, let's have some this logout icon. Then let's have one X icon, so the cancel or close icon. This. And then let's have a plus icon. Oh, not this, plus. And what else? Maybe arrows. I don't know if I'll need those, but let's have those now only. So if I say arrow, we'll see we'll have left arrow and right arrow, and with this I guess we are good, right? That package, do we, yeah, we have other icons, right? Boxes, maybe we can have this for services or for that thing. Download svg. Okay, now next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to grab all these svg files and I'm going to put these in our solution explorer triple w root folder. Here I'm going to create a new folder in icons, and I'm going to add these icons there. Okay, so I copied those and I rename couple of those. Okay, so user right arrow, left arrow plus logout logo.svg, that hand coin, I changed that to logo.svg, boxes.svg. Okay, let's try to use these. I'm not sure because we added these dynamically. I don't know if these be available without restarting the application, but let's see. So here first this h2, we are having this blazing invoice. With this, before this thing, we need to have our icon. Okay, and we need to have some spacing here. So for this, what we'll do, we have two options. Either we can have one span and one img inside this h2, or maybe we can have a simple div here. We'll say div class, we are going to have a flex items center to make these vertically centers. Justify we don't need, so gap, maybe gap 1. Okay, and inside this first item I'm going to have img src, and this will be icons slash logo.svg. We need to make it smaller, we'll see. Then next item will be this h2, this thing. Let's see. Oh, it came. Great. We can see this. Let's increase the gap 3. If I this, we can see this. All right, size is also fine. Okay, cool. Now here with this username, let's have here also, let's have that icon. So I'll say div plus flex and gap 2 and items center, then img src icons slash, and what was that, user, right? User.svg, and we are going to have this label now, and we can see this user icon. Cool. Not gap 2, let's have just gap 1 here. Okay, and then we have this logout button. In logout button we can have that icon directly, so we'll say img src icons slash logout.svg, save it, and we can see this. Now it is here. It should be directly inside this only in single row. So for this, what we can do, on this button we can have this also as flex and a gap of, let's say, 2 and item center, of course, and this logout we can have this inside a span, paste it, save it. Now we can see this logout like this. Okay, the username, logout, and this. Now let's add the icons here as well for this left navigation. If I expand this thing, we have these spans. So similarly, we are going to have img src icons. First one is going to be dashboard.svg, save it, and we can see the dashboard icon. Now on this top one, we are going to have some gap. So let's say gap 3. Okay, the item center, which is kind of looking like this only, but still let's be specific. Item center, we can see this dashboard. Similarly, we are going to add others as well. img this was for invoices. So for invoices we had that file, right? File text. For clients we have users, and for product services we have boxes, right? Boxes. And then on top we are going to have items center and gap 3, right? Flags we already have. So item center gap 3, item center gap 3, save it. We should see icon for all. Yeah, all right. Now with this we are okay, we are good. Let's have that company name and what we call it, that settings button here. So we'll follow this aesthetics, but here we are going to have that thing at the very end. So first we are going to have a line, and then we are going to have company name, and then we are going to have a settings button here. Okay. So in this aside, we have this nav, and on this aside, then we are going to have this as a flex and a flex column. Then on this nav, we are going to have flex 1, so that it takes the entire space and remaining space will be taken care of by that section. So the not entire remaining space, whatever content needs. So after this nav, we are going to have a div class. We can say border t, so basically a border top, and we can have p3 the way we have here. Okay, so if I save it, or maybe let's have some bg. What we used emerald color, right? 100. So if you see here, this section is here. Not 100. Let's use maybe 50 only. Border T is fine. We just need to change the border color. The border, maybe slate 100. If we do this, or if I say, let's say maybe some greenish color only, which we are using here. So let's say if I say green 200. No, it is a lot. Why it is black? Oh, because the color green 200. We can see this. We'll see if you want to change it, we'll change it later, but right now let's have it. Order is fine, but the background color is not good here, so let's not have this here. We'll have this border color inside this. So inside this we are going to have, let's say, one more div class. We'll have it here. We'll have rounded corners on this maybe. Then we are going to have a p3 on this as well. Then first thing, we are going to show our company name, business name. Here let's say label class, we'll say font medium, text LG, or maybe not LG, SM. And here we'll say my business, save it. And after this label, we are going to say button type button class, and here we'll say settings. On this button, let's have rounded tx3 ty2, and border, we have that green, right? So let's say green 300. I don't know, let's see. No, we can't see that border here on the settings button. Why? Border green 300, but we need to add the border class as well. Save it, and we can see this. So this needs to be, this my business needs to be on top and settings on below, and it should take the entire width. So that means on this div, or this div, we'll make it as flex and flex column. Okay, and we'll say justify content or justify center, item center, items center, and we are going to have a gap of 3. Save it. Okay, my business and settings. Now settings should take entire width. So on this button, if I say w full, will that work? Yes, it is here. So on this, we'll say cursor pointer as well. Cursor pointer, save it, and let's have some bg color as well on this. Bg green 300, or maybe bg green 200, and on hover So we can say bg green 300. Save it. Okay, all right. So py we can make it a bit lesser. py2 is there. We'll say py1, and the bg green default we'll have 100, and on hover we'll say 200. And this my business, let's remove text sm. Let's see how it looks with the default. Yeah, my business and then settings. I guess this looks fine, right? We'll see if we want to change it, we'll change it later, but right now we are okay. So for settings also we can have an icon, right? Settings, this gear icon we can have. Download svg. I'm going to put this as well. I added this also in the icons, and here settings. Before that, here also we can say flex items center and a gap of, let's say, 2, and img src icons settings.svg, and then in span we are going to say settings. If we save it, we can see this. Now these things should be in the center of the screen. So inside this button we have this cursor pointer items center. We can say justify center as well. So these are in center. I guess we are good. It looks fine. It looks clean. Then we'll see later if you want to change it. Anything we'll change later. But right now we are okay with the layout, right? Now we can start working on our pages one by one. So the way I am thinking is we'll start from the product and services. Then we'll move to clients. The product and services, these are the first basic thing which we are going to have for our business. Then we are going to have clients, then we'll onboard the clients, and then we'll go to the invoices, because for invoices we need to have clients and we need to have our product or service line basically. And after these we'll move to dashboard, because then we will have something to show on the dashboard. And after that we'll maybe move to the settings, and then we'll move to the actual auth. Okay. All right. So now for the products and services, let's first thing create the page. So inside the in the pages folder, I'm going to create a new razor component. Let's call it product services.razor, product services, and let's put the URL out structure for this. So at the rate page, and what did we call it? If we go to the layout in here, if we check, we have this as services. So slash services. Save it. Okay. Now if I quickly run it, I should be able to see this product services text in uh, that main body content area. Okay, app is here. If we go to product services, we can see product service. This is the default text kind of thing. Now on this page, first thing we need to have some container for this one, and let's have that also as a white background card kind of thing. And then we are going to have heading of that container, that card here. So the page heading basically. So in this case we can say services and products. Okay, then we can have a button, maybe an action button or toolbar button kind of UI. So left section product services, right section add product service button, and then we are going to have a list of existing product services what we have added so far. Okay, so let's do that. Create a div with some classes, and we'll see what we have on main layout. So if we see here, we have this flex one p5 and then direct body. So inside this, we need to provide our body content. So here we can maybe have a flex and we can have w full, that means width full. We can have some padding here, let's say p5. We can have a bg white, and we can also have, let's say, rounded corners, rounded, or maybe rounded lg. I save it, and if I want to see the output, this is how it looks, which is fine. We can see this. Now we need to go further and provide that heading and then button. Let's do that. Inside this, for this also maybe we can have we already have flex, so we'll have flex column, call, and here first thing we are going to have the, let's say, title area for this page or for this component. We'll say div class, and this also going to be a flex with items center, that means vertically center, and justify between, so that we can have the items on left and right, both edges of this. Okay, and then first item here would be, let's say, h1. This is for the page title, so this is going to be our product or services. Product services, let's say class font medium and text xl. Okay, and maybe let's say text slate. I want to have some, let's say, text slate 800, some light color. And then on the right side, we are going to have a button to add new product or service. So here we'll say button, type button. We are going to have some classes, and in here we'll say add product service, something like this. Save it. Let's see how it looks. This is how it looks. Okay, this we need to give it an appearance of a button. This is how it looks. Maybe we can have some more padding from left and right here, or maybe for now let's leave it like this only. I have a big monitor, that's why it looks like this. After that, maybe we can have one horizontal line, and then we'll start the actual page content. And first let's give this button an appearance of a button. Okay, we can maybe follow this button, what we are doing on the settings button. We can follow the same thing. If you go to main layout, we check this button. Let's copy this button, come here, and let's paste here, and we'll just say we'll change the text to add product service, and icon, we have a plus icon, right? So we are going to use that. If we save it, now we should be able to see this button, which looks ugly. We need to move it to the right and not w full. This is not required here, so save it. Let's see it again. Okay, it looks fine, right? Product services, and then add product or service with plus icon. We are good now. Next thing, let's have the simple horizontal line. After these two things, after this div, basically we are going to have an hr. On this we are going to have classes, let's say my2, and what else we should have, let's say w full. Save it. Let's see how it looks. We can see this, we just need to make it lighter. Okay, so maybe we can follow the same thing which we are following on these borders, right border and this top bottom border on the main. So if I go to main layout, if I check, they are using nav menu aside, they are using, we are using border slate 200, right? So slate 200 is the color. On this hr, we can simply say what should we use here? text slate 200, save it. I don't know if it will be the same. Yes. Okay, we are good with this. Yeah. All right. Now after this, we are going to have the all the product and services which are already defined. Okay. So for that, what we can do, first thing, let's create a model, simple model here only. Then we'll move it to some separate um, files and folders. But right now, let's have it here. So I'm simply going to say, let's say private class, and I'll say product, or let's say service model. Service model. First thing, it is going to have an ID. Then second thing, it is going to have a name, not abstract. It should be string. At least these two things we want. Okay. Then after this, maybe we can have some pricing. Okay, so we can say decimal price, or maybe let's call it rate. And then maybe we can have, let's say, unit. What this unit is, let's say the rate is per hour. Let's say I'm charging $40 per hour for my development work. So it would be like this. So this would be per hour. This would be 40. Okay, this would be development work, and this would be an unique ID for this. Okay, we can have some what we call it, some description as well. Okay, let's say string, and this can be maybe nullable, or maybe we can make it mandatory as well. It's totally up to us. Let's say description. Okay, so this is going to be our main thing, and we can add some, let's say, some data annotations as well. So name is going to be required, because I'm going to move this to some other place. But required using Microsoft build framework, using system component. Yes, system component model. And let's have a max length of maybe 100. Then comes rate, which is fine. It can be 0 also, so we are okay with this. Then we have unit, so let's make it as required, and let's say make it a max length of 30. Then we are going to have description, which is again going to be required, with a max length of, let's say, 250, not more than that. Okay, now what I'll do is I'm going to create a helper method here. So I'll say private static, and it will return a collection of the service model. Let's say what I call it, seed data. This is just so that we can see some data. Okay, from here we are going to return something. Okay, disable for now. From here we are going to return some sample dummy data. Okay, then here I'll move it to some other file later. Right now we are focusing mainly on the UI side of things. So in this code block, I'm going to have private enumerable of this service model underscore services with an default value as empty collection. Okay, then let's say in override on initialized method, we are going to say services equals service model dot get seed data. What's that? Get seed data. Yeah, oh, this is private, this needs to be public, or we can mark it as internal for now. We'll get rid of this later. Here we can simply say get seed data, and we are good. Right now it is not returning anything, but we are okay with that. We'll add some sample data after some time, but for now let's go with this. So we have this underscore services with all these proper things. Now let's show this. So we have these 2-3 things, right? Let's maybe have some card kind of UI, not grid. we'll maybe use, so I'm going to show you two different ways of doing things. So maybe on this we are going to have some cards kind of UI, and maybe clients and invoices we are going to have a table. Okay, all right. Here this is the main header part, this is HR, and then after this we are going to have the main content. So here we can say page content is just for random placeholder class, we'll change it. So now here let me think what we can have is maybe some grid kind of structure for 2 or 3 column grid for these services. Okay, but before that let's handle the case where we don't have any service or product added yet. Okay, inside this we'll say if underscore services count, or let's say services any is false. So we'll say not services.any, that means we don't have any item. If that's the case, we are going to have a div. Okay, on this div we can have some bigger margin padding, etc. So let's say P5 M5. Okay, and let's say can we have text center, something like this? Yes. Here I'm going to have a P with classes, let's say font medium, I'll say text TXL, a very big text, and text muted is a bootstrap class, so it will not work here. So let's say text slate 500. Okay, so that way it looks a faded kind of thing. Here we'll say no product services added yet, something like this. If I save it and if I rerun the application, I should see this thing here. Okay, let's run it and let's see how it looks. Okay, app is here. If I go here, we can see no product service edited. Let's make it bit more lighter. Okay, so right now it has text slate 500, right? Before this we have 300, so let's use 300. Save it. 300 is very less. 500 is fine, I guess. We don't have 400. Oh, we have 400. Save it. Yeah, this is fine. So no product service is added yet, so we are okay with this. We have this button. Using this we can add a new product or service here. Okay, all right. So first let's see how the data will look here. For that what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply use AI to generate some sample data for this one. Okay, so I'll be right back. Okay, so I used ChatGPT, it gave me something. I paste it here, it gave me this data, and it is using this list way of doing things. I like collection expression, so I'm going to use collection expression here. Cut it. Okay, and then here if I have a quick look, website development 2500 per project. Okay, mobile app development 1200 per hour. Okay, this is very unreasonable. 800 per hour for UI fix, but let's go with the flow. It is very costly, but still let's see. So now if I run this, or this project is already running state, now we will not see this thing, right? Because now we have some data. It's not, yeah, we can see there is no data now. Now we need to go to the else part where we are going to have all our product and services defined. Okay, so here we'll say for each var service in underscore services Now here we are going to have again a flex box. Let's say div class flex. This is the problem. Okay, save it. So inside this flex, can we somehow have a grid structure? Let's check. So I'll go with Tailwind CSS for grid. Grid column, flexbox, and grid. Okay, we have call span call. We can have it like this. We can have a grid class with grid calls 3, that means column 3, and we can also have call span 2 or 3. So basically if we want to span some columns, we can use this. Okay, good. So grid calls, and we can have a gap, and the internal items, all those are going to be as columns. It would have row etc as well, but we are okay with this current thing. So we are going to have, let's say, 3 or 2 columns. Here let's not have this flex, we'll have grid, then we'll say grid calls 2 and gap of, let's say, only 3. Then we are going to have, so this thing should go outside, for each should come inside this grid, right? Then we'll define our individual service. Okay, for this, first thing we can have rounded, then we can have a border, then we can have a border slate 200, save it. Okay, and then inside this, let's see, so we will have, let's say, the title on the left side, price on the right side, description on the left side, and then edit and delete buttons on the right side. So should I make it as a flex box or a grid? Let me think. Okay, let's see. We'll try something. If that does not look good, maybe we'll try to design it later. But right now, so here I'm going to have, let's say, div class, let's say just flex only, with items. Let's leave these as default, and we will have a gap of, let's say, 3, and we are going to have justify between, so that we are going to have items on left and right. So in left side, or maybe let's do this, we'll have on the top left, we are going to have the service name, right, price, then description in the entire width, and then buttons at the very bottom, edit and delete button. Yeah, okay. So in that case, we need to have this flex, yes, for the first part, for the top section, flex gap 3, justify between. Very good. In this case, in this thing, we are going to have, let's say, label, or we can have, let's say, h2. Classes, we'll say font medium, text lg, or maybe let's say text slate 800, right? We are using this on this heading, right? Maybe let's make this thing as default, text slate 800, right? Copy this, we'll go to our app.razor and we'll apply this directly on the body. So text slate 800, this is going to be the default. Okay, we don't need to put this here. All right, in this we are going to say at the rate service dot, what was that name, right? Service dot name. Okay, Now what's the problem? Restart affected properties. Now it is going to restart the project. Okay, app is here. We can see all these website development, this and that. This text needs to be a bit smaller. We need to have padding, and let's increase the spacing. Okay, so these 3-4 things we are going to do. And from this HR, let's increase the margin bottom, and on these things, these services, let's make these borders a bit more lighter. Okay, let's do these things. So first thing, we will not use text lg, remove this. Second thing, we need to have a padding here, so let's say p3. Next thing, not this one, we will have p3 on this one only. The next thing is border slate 200, let's have it border slate 100. And on the grid calls, let's have gap 4. Okay, all right. Now after this heading, let's save it and let's see how it looks right now. Then we'll add other items. Yeah, much better than before. Okay, cool. Now on the right side, we are going to add our pricing. So we'll say div class, and here I'll say flex call, and here I'll say items and, so that items are and on the main axis. That means on the column side, it is items are going to be the right aligned. Okay, and let's have a gap of maybe 2 here. Then we are going to have a label with class font medium, and here let's show the our pricing. What is our pricing? It was underscore, not underscore, service dot rate, and here we'll say toString, and we'll make it convert currency as per our current culture. Then after this label, I'm going to have a simple span with some classes. I want this thing to be a bit smaller, a bit lighter. Okay, for this, and here we'll say this pricing, and here in this span I'm going to show what is the unit for this pricing. So I'll say service dot unit. Okay, and on this one we'll say text xs, we have, right, text sm. If we do this, and text slate, let's say 500, I save it. How would it look? Let's see. And this is nice, right? Let's uh, reduce this spacing between these two things, and with this it looks nice actually, right? Okay, let's reduce this. Right now we have this gap 2. What if I have gap 1, or maybe if I don't have any gap, then what would happen? Yeah, this is fine. Without gap is fine, right? Website development, 2500 rupees per project. So this is how we are going to have. We can have a very small, let's say, hover effect as well on these cards if we want to. For example, on this one, we can say hover PG. We are using green color as a main primary color, right? So we can say BG green 50. If I do this, would it show anything here? Yeah, it shows, right? Cool. Now next thing is to show the description, and then to show the edit and delete buttons. Okay, right, so here we are. After this thing, this was the main heading. Then we are going to have a p class, let's say my 2, and in this we are going to say service dot description, save it, and from the top HR also I wanted to have bigger margin bottom, right? So we'll say MT2, but MB, let's say 5. Save it. Then let's save this one as well. Now after this P, let's have the buttons, edit and delete buttons. For this one, let's maybe have one HR here. Let's copy this HR, what we have on top. I'm going to have this here, HR, MT 5. We on this description, we already have MY2. So similarly, we don't need to have top here on this HR, but we can have MB. So let's say MB2. Make it full width, text slash 200. Yes, lighter line. And then we are going to have two buttons here. I'm going to say div class. Let's say again flex and a gap of let's say 4. Inside this, we are going to have our buttons. Let's maybe copy this button, paste it here. One button we are going to have edit, and the second button we are going to have delete. Okay, so let's maybe consider first one is edit button. For the edit button, let's use instead of green, we'll use blue. And on hover also we'll say blue. Save everything. And the icon is going to be pencil. We have pencil icon, right? No, I didn't get pencil icon. Oh, strange. Okay, we'll get that, but let's use plus for now. Then I'm going to copy this, and then here let's make it red and red color. And this thing we'll call it delete button. For this we have x.png. If I save it, now I should see the final output which I want to see, right? Edit, delete. Now these are not looking that good, right? So let's do this. Let's make these buttons smaller. Okay, and maybe move these to the right side. Move these to the right side, make these smaller, and maybe this gap in columns, grid call, maybe increase that. And this HR, let's add some more margin and maybe make it a bit more lighter. Okay, let's try these things now. So here what we'll do on this HR, we'll say on this P, we'll say MY2 instead of 2, we'll say MT2 is fine, but MB I want, or maybe let's have both margins on this HR only. We'll say MY5. Okay, then let's say text late 100. Then in this gap 4, for these buttons gap 4 is fine, but we want these buttons to be a bit more smaller. So we'll say PY1 we will not have, and PX3 instead of PX3 let's say use PX1. Okay, edit, delete, gap 2, let's make gap 1. So these buttons would be compact. Save. Okay, and what did I change the color? Oh, I changed the color of that. Okay, now let's see how it looks. Change. Why no change? Save it. Because of the height or size of this thing on this button, if I say text XS, what would happen? Let's try. And we want these buttons to move to the right. So on this flex, we can say not items. Items center is fine. Justify and save it. Now let's see. These are here. Okay, edit is fine, but delete is not fine. And mhm. Okay, why the delete is not fine? Because we added text access on this one as well, right? Text access, then why the delete button is not fine? Not smaller. Flex, cursor pointer, item center, justify, gap one, rounded, border blue, border red, bg blue, bg red, px3. Okay, on this we have px3, on this we have just px1. Let's make px2. Let's make px2. Let's remove py and let's maybe remove rounded as well. Now if we save, now if we check, okay, now we can see these buttons, right? And then let's increase this gap, and then we'll add that pencil icon. For this we are using lucid icons in our application, so we'll use lucid icons. Go to icons, check the pencil icon. Okay, this one here, use this, or this, use this one. We'll make the stroke width, we use 0.5. Okay, download svg. Okay, and now I'm going to add this pencil icon in my application, w root folder icons. Then we'll use that pencil icon, and here on this gap 4, what more gap? Can we have gap 6? Yes. Can we have gap 7? Yes. Let's use gap 7. And this pencil.svg, I just need to put pencil.svg in the icons folder. Let me do that from downloads. So I added the pencil.svg here. Save it. Let's see. We cannot see this. Stop this. Save everything and let's rerun. Now with this, we should be good with this thing. Okay, product services, and we can see the pencil icon and delete it. Okay. But this pencil icon looks very big, right? Okay, spacing is fine. Let's make it a bit smaller. This pencil icon. Why is it so big? Let's check w root icons pencil.svg. It is width and height 24, viewbox 24. Others also are 24. Yeah, but this looks strange. So if I directly change it here, would it change? Let's try. I'll change the view box and width height both. I do this, save. Let's see if it changes. No. Let's try restarting. Maybe this is just a restart issue. I don't know. If that does not work, then we'll try to add the Tailwind classes. It is strange, not that good. Save. Let's try maybe downloading the smaller icon only. Let's run. Services. Now lucid icons, pencil. Do we have some edit related icon? No, that we just have pencil, and we were using this and size. Let's use 20 size. If I download this thing, then I'm going to paste this into the project. Now let's see. I named it pencil -20. let's go to our page. For this one, let's say pencil hyphen 20, save it. Let's maybe restart. Okay, and we can see this. Now this button is smaller, but delete button is bigger. Why so? What is the difference between these two buttons? Only the icon. We are not setting explicit height width, right? So it is on the basis of this icon. Okay, let's do this. For now, let's use pencil. There's no point of investing much time right now on this thing. We'll see if we want to. Maybe at the very end, we'll spend some time on these minor tweaks. Because the main focus of this is not setting icons. But we can see this, okay? All right. Is this the lightest version? Our easy green 50, yeah? Okay. Now next thing is, I guess this page is fine, right? For empty also it works. Let's say if I don't have this thing, that means if there are no items, then it says no product service is added yet. And if we have the items, save it, then it shows all these items, right? Product and services here. Um, how would it look if I make it 3 column grid? Let's quickly check that. If that looks good, we'll use that. So grid calls 3. I do this. No, it looks a bit cluttered, right? Let's use 2 column only. To save it, save everything. And with this, our product and services design is ready. Empty state, and when we have items, that state. So both of these states are there. All right. Now next thing, we have two options. Maybe we can work on these add or edit delete these stuff, or maybe we can work on this clients page. Not found. Yeah, this not found is also working fine, right? Working great. Product services. Yeah. Okay. So maybe we'll work on add product services and add and edit basically first. Okay. All right. All right. So now we are going to work on the form for this product services page. Okay. On this, when we click on this add, where is that button? Add button, then it should open a form. Now we are going to have form at multiple different pages. So for this form, what I am thinking, I'll have a sidebar, a small off canvas kind of thing. Side panel. Okay. So let's first create that side panel here only, then we'll move that to a shared component, because that component is going to be used by multiple different pages, right? Let's do this. I'm going to collapse everything and let's create that side panel here. Give class, let's say side panel for now. Or maybe let's do this. Let's create it as a separate component right away and then we'll use it here. Okay. So for this, in components, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it, where is new folder? Shared. And inside this, I'm going to add a new razor component. I'll call it, let's say, side panel, or let's say right side panel. Right side. Okay. Side panel. All right. So here, let's design this thing. So first thing, it is going to be kind of we are going to have an overlay, and then on that overlay, the way we have Solution Explorer, for example, if you see here, this left section, this is going to be an overlay. The page will not be accessible when this overlay is here, so it is going to have some let's say black background with some opacity so that we can see the content behind it, but that content is not accessible from here. And then we are going to have that side panel on the right side of the screen, and on that we are going to have heading and a close button, and then we are going to have a dynamic form. So that from section, that is going to be a dynamic piece of code, piece of section, which can be provided by the consumer. Okay, let's do this. So first thing, we are going to have this as a full screen thing, fixed thing. So we'll say fixed on this in set 0. Then we need to have some z index on this. So we had z30, right? Or we had z index somewhere, right? On the layout we had main layout, we have z30 on the top bar with sticky, right? Let's not have this z30, we'll say z20, or maybe let's have z10 only, the main top bar. Okay, on that main main top bar, and then this section, this right panel, it will come over this thing. So on the right side panel, we are going to have z20. Then maybe we can maybe have a modal pop-up as well. I don't know right now. So we can have z30 on that, and then we can have maybe a full screen loading indicator, something like that, that we can have z40. So we will have this hierarchy, basically the stacking of these z indexes for these multiple different components. Okay, so we are fine with this thing, fixed. So fixed on the entire screen. And on this, when we say fixed, let's have it as full screen. So we'll say left 0, right 0, top 0, and bottom 0. Basically, use this fixed and touch all the sides. That means take the entire space, whatever space is there on the screen, take everything. Okay. Then we are going to have an overlay. So this is going to be a shell or container for the overlay and the right sidebar. Okay, now inside this first thing, we are going to have our overlay. Okay, so for this thing, we are not going to have any content in this. We are going to have some classes here. First, we can have it as absolute. Okay, inside this fixed, we can have this as absolute, or we can have this also as fixed. It's totally up to us. Both will work fine. So after that, we can simply copy all these sides, left, right, top, bottom. Let's copy all. But on this one, we are going to set a background color. We'll say BG black. Can we provide opacity? Yeah. So these are the transparency, the /0, /5, 10. You see, these are the transparency level. Okay. 0 means this is not visible at all. 5, 10. Yeah. So when the opacity or visibility 100%, that means this is not transparent at all. So we are going to have some lighter version, let's say maybe 20. We'll see, we can change it if we see need for this. We'll change it, we'll tweak this opacity for this one, right? And insert 0, save it. Okay, now after this, we are going to have main content, or let's say here we are going to have actual sidebar content. So div class, this is going to be our actual sidebar. Okay, this thing, it should come from right side. Okay, so first thing, we will have a bg white on. Okay. We can maybe have a shadow as well on this one, large shadow. Okay, then let's have it absolute and right 0. we are going to have right side 0 so that it touches here, and we can have top as 0, top 0, and bottom 0, bottom 0. But we'll set a height, sorry, not height, width to it. Okay, we are going to set a width, fixed width here, like this. We'll say w hyphen. These are the predefined widths, but here we can have this dynamic width. So the square bracket in Tailwind, we can provide any arbitrary value. So here we'll say w, and then we can say something like, let's say 400 px. Take this 400 pixel width. Okay. All right. Then inside this, we are going to have first a top title bar kind of thing. Okay. So for that, we'll say div class. We'll say flex. We'll say justify between. We'll say items center. And inside this first thing, we are going to have title of this sidebar. So let's say h4. Let's say add product service. We are going to make this section as dynamic as well, because let's say for client, it should say add client. And if this is for edit client, it should say edit client. If it is for editing a product service, it should say edit product service. Okay. So we will make it dynamic, but right now we are just designing it. So we'll keep it like this. Then we are going to have a button here, type button to close this thing. We'll have some classes, and for the content of this, we are going to have just an img src icons slash, we have that x icon, right? x.svg. Now we don't need this tail. Remove this. On this button, we can have, let's say p2 or p1 from all sides, adding 1, and we can simply have a border, and we can say border slate 300, and we can have, let's say on hover, we can say pg red 100, and we'll say cursor pointer. Save it. Now we should see this thing. After this, after these two things, we are going to have an hr tag with mt, let's say 3 only, but mp we are going to have a big, let's say mp6. Okay, and we are going to have a very light color here, text slate 100. Save it, and here goes our form. After this, we are going to have our form content. Save it, and after this form content, at the very end, we are going to have action buttons, basically a cancel and what we call it, cancel and save button. Okay, and save button is going to be a what we call it, the submit button. Okay, so here let's have one more hr here after the content. Let's maybe for this content, I'm going to have a div here, div class. Let's say this will be form content. That means, or inside this, we are going to have this form content. So this form content, this is actually going to be p, let's say p3. Yeah, that's all what we need, I guess. Nothing else. Okay, and on this below hr, we'll reverse this. So we'll say mt6 but mb3. Okay, and then we are going to have div class flex. Then we'll say items center and justify between, so that we can have cancel and save buttons on left and right. Okay, and on this, let's have px3 as well, so that we have padding from left and right section. Then we are going to have our buttons, save and cancel buttons. So for this, let's go to product services. Here we had those buttons, right? Let's copy any of those buttons. Let's copy the delete button maybe. Come here, paste it. On the left hand side, we are going to have cancel button. So let's say cancel. And then we'll copy this. We'll add this. We'll say save. And do we have any button for saving? No, right? Let's see, file, text, boxes, logo, pencil. We didn't add any button to save, right? For now, let's use plus.svg. We'll change it later. And let's make it green. Green. Text access. No, we don't need text access here. We don't need text access here. Make it green, not red. Make it green. Save it. For the cancel button, let's not have red. Instead, let's have slate color. Slate, PG red slate. And for this save button, let's make a bit darker. So border green 300. Let's maybe use this as 400. BG instead of 100, we'll maybe use 300. On this hover, we can maybe use 400. Save it. And for now, let's quickly use it directly on product service. We'll make it dynamic, but right now let's try to directly use it. So here we'll say right side panel. Okay. Now this initial thing, this thing component blazing invoices.component.shared, this is going to be as a namespace. So we'll add the namespace here, but as this thing is going to be used across components on multiple components, we'll simply cut. Maybe let's cut both of these and we'll move these to underscore imports.razor so that these usings are applied to all the components, all the Razor Blazor components, and we can use this direct. Save everything. No problem. Nothing. Let's run it and let's see how this thing looks. Okay, so it's here. Let's see how it looks. Product and services, and we can see this. Okay, not bad. Not very good, but still not bad either, right? Cancel and save. Let's add rounded corners here. Let's maybe make these a bit bigger. And let's add some padding on the top heading and this delete. Make these maybe also rounded. And yeah. Okay, so this scroll bar is coming, and with this we have one problem. This left section, the sidebar, this should be fixed, right? The way we have this top section fixed, the same way the left section should be fixed, and we should not have this thing outside of this screen. So we need to fix these things, and I think this is happening because of our absolute and all those classes. Okay, we will see this, but first let's fix this. Make this bold, have padding, add the save the icon here, and make these icons, these buttons a bit bigger, and add the rounded corners. Okay, these things let's do. First thing, let's add one more icon. Let's say check mark icon, something like this. So check. So this I'm going to use for saving this thing. 24 is fine. Download svg. We have check.svg. I'm going to add this into the projects icons folder. I added this check.svg here. Okay, we have this right sidebar here. For save, we'll say check.svg. Let's have px instead of 2, we'll say px3, py2. Same thing on the second one, px3, py2. And on the top section, this thing, let's have some padding. So we'll say p 3. On the top, add and all. Let's say px3, but py2. Save it. On this button, let's have this as rounded LG. Save it. And on these below buttons as well, we'll say rounded LG. Rounded LG. Save it. Okay, let's see how it looks. Okay, all right, save and cancel. These are very big, maybe a bit to height, or maybe let's increase the width, then these will look good, and maybe decrease the height. Top section is fine, we just need to make it bold. And from this HR, now this looks a bit odd because of this spacing, right? Okay, let's do this. So py2, let's make it py1, and px4. py1, px4. On the h4 of add product services, we'll say class, we'll say font semi bold, save everything. And here if you see on this div, we have px3, py2, and then here we have mt3, so margin top 3. So this py, let's have pt3, so from top 3, but from bottom let's say py1 only, and then we have this mt3, so 3 and 1, this becomes 4. Save it. Or maybe let's not have py, no, why py, I mean pb, or maybe let's get rid of this pb altogether. So now what we have, px3, left right 3, top 3, and the bottom one hr is handling using the mt3. So save it. Let's see. All right, so we can see this thing. Okay, and these buttons, what happened for this cancel button? Cancel button, something is not right for cancel button. Okay, py1 is there, but px4, save it, cancel and save. Now these are fine, these are good, right? Maybe let's increase this font of for this add product services. Semi bold is more, right? What if we make this, what is for semi bold is 600, and what is for medium? Medium is 500. Let's use medium, and let's use text LG. Save it, check it. Good. All right, now it's good. Great. Now this section will make it dynamic, but before that, let's handle the visible state of the, oh no, let's try to fix this thing. I'm not going to spend much time on it right now. I'll see if this is a quick fix, then we'll be okay. If not, then we'll maybe see it later. Let's have this as this side so that we can see and try to fix this thing. Okay, now if we see what is happening here, absolute top 0, right 0, bottom 0, is this coming from this thing? If I remove this, scroll bar is still there, that means it is not coming from that thing. Is it coming from this overlay fixed? So if I remove this, then also we have, oh, now we have it because of this page. Oh, we have this thing because of this page only, this main page section, right? I refresh. This is not because of this absolute position or all. This is actual issue. The way we designed are this left section, right section. It should not be like this. The scroll bar is fine. So if you see, scroll bar is handling this section, the main body section. So for right sidebar, we are okay. We don't need to do anything. But for this left section, this what we call this this navigation menu, nav bar, we need to fix this scroll. So for this, we'll maybe touch it later when we'll work on this, maybe settings or all. Then we'll work on this. So for now, we are okay. We just need to fix this, work on this right sidebar only. All right. So now we'll make it dynamic. Or before dynamic, we'll handle the visible state of this right sidebar. Okay. If we click on this, it should get removed. If we click on this cancel, it should get removed. Or if we click anywhere on this section, it should get removed. Okay, we'll see these three things first. For this, let's go to this code, and here we will handle the state for the visibility of this right sidebar. Okay, now we have two ways by which we can handle this. Maybe we can have that state here which will handle the visible state of this component, or we can have that thing on the consumer side, so we'll render this only when it is required. In that case, the closing of this thing, this component, we need to emit an event. Okay, we need to raise an event when user is trying to close it, meaning when user is trying to click on this overlay or this cancel button, or this X button, then we need to convey this message that user has clicked on this thing to the consumer of it. And then from the consumer side, they can remove this component from the page itself, from the document, from the body. Okay, so we have two approaches. First is this. Second, as I already mentioned, we can have that visible state here only. So there we'll simply render that directly like this, and it is going to be handled inside this. Now I'll go to the first approach, not this approach. I'll use the rendering, I'll handle from here only. The reason being, we need to provide the form, the main body content. So this form content, this will come from outside. That means it will be on demand. So there's no point of having this rendered always. Okay, that's why I'm going to use this approach. Now, how am I going to do this? For this, here I'm going to define a property, and that property is going to be an event callback. Event callback, and here I'll say, let's say on close, and this is just a property here. If we want to use this as a parameter on the consumer side, we need to provide the parameter attribute. Now, because this is going to be a sidebar component, it needs to be closed, so we'll make this on close property required property basically. So here we can say editor required. What this is going to do for us is, it will simply show an warning on the consumer side that you must provide this thing. So here if we come, it is not showing right now. If I close it, now we'll see it shows this warning. It says this right sidebar component expects a value for the parameter on close, but we have not provided that value. Okay, so if you have set up your project to treat warnings as errors, which you should do in most of the cases, so it will show that okay, this is required, we need to do that. Okay, here we can access this on. Okay, now let's handle a state here. So we'll say private tool shows sidebar. Right now we'll keep it simple, we'll change it later. So the default value, let's have it as false. Then when this show sidebar is true, then only this right sidebar panel component should get rendered on the screen. Okay, now when on close is getting raised from the consumer side, in that case what we will do, we will simply set this show sidebar to false. When we set this to false, whenever this event is getting raised, it will come here, it will simply execute this thing, show sidebar false. After this component is going to be re-rendered, and when it will come here, it will see okay, show sidebar is false. That means it will simply skip rendering of this thing. It will remove this from the UI. So using this is going to be closed, and this is exactly what we want. Okay. Now, when should this get open? Let's use this add button for now. So on this button, let's say we'll say at the rate on click. We'll provide lambda here. We'll say show sidebar equals true. So when we click on this button, this thing is going to be triggered. It will set show sidebar to true. Then component will re-render. It will come here. It will check show sidebar is true. It will render this right sidebar. Then from right sidebar, we have this on close. So we are going to raise this thing. Where? First thing, when we click on this sidebar, overlay. Let's add that here. So if we say at the rate on click, we'll simply say on close, just call on close directly. Same thing we'll do from all these places. So on this button, do same thing. On this cancel, do same thing. We'll see later if we want to handle some other thing before closing it or raising this event. But right now, we can directly pass event callback to on clicks. So on click, it will simply raise this. And when we click cancel or this close button or the overlay, it will simply call this on close. This on close, it will come here. This on close is going to be called. It will set show sidebar to false. Component re-render. It will come here. This time this says false, so it will simply skip rendering of this. Now we have a full circle. Save it. Let's run it and let's see if this is working the way we are expecting it to work. Okay, product services, that component is not here. Now if I click add product service, we can see this, right? If I click on overlay, that is gone. Click again, it is here. This time let's click on this cancel, it is gone. Again, let's click on it. Let's try to click on this cancel, this top X button. If I click, this is gone. That means our functionality is working, right? So overlay click is working, it is coming, close is working, cancel is working. All right, so using this, we have implemented this thing. Now let's quickly do one more thing. On this, the main heading, let's make this thing as a parameter so that it will be provided from the consumer side, right? For example, here, when we are clicking on this add product services, it should say add. And if we are clicking on edit, it should say edit. Okay, that actual add and edit we'll do later, but right now let's make it compatible to show the actual heading title. Okay, so this thing will make it dynamic. For this, we are going to add one more parameter. We'll make it string. Here we'll say title. This is also going to be a parameter. And editor required we can have, because this will allow us to have a good UI. Title, here we'll say just @title. Save it. Now if you go back to this one, here is again showing us a warning, because now it expects a title as well. Right now let's have hard coded, we'll make it conditional later. Title add service. Now we are here, this should show the title. Now next thing is this form content. This section is going to be dynamic. Now it can be anything, it can be any razor markup. Here we are going to have, let's say, our form or multiple form elements, input text, input select, input date, all two sorts of stuff, right? For passing dynamic content, the dynamic HTML or razor markup, we need to add one more parameter that is going to be of type render fragment. Okay? And for this render fragment, the default value is content. This is predefined property name child content, which exists on all the components. If we use this, I'll show you. For this also, we are going to use parameter and editor required because this is required for us. This child content we are going to render here. Save it, save everything. If we see this time, if I open this, there is some error. Is the error? Let's quickly check. It says there is some error, but it is not showing us the error. It says there was an unhandled exception on the current circuit, so this circuit will be terminated. We need to set details errors to true in app setting development JSON or this and that. To check the actual error, what we can do, because we are using Blazor Interactive Server render mode, which works on SignalR, there was some issue in our this thing, in our markup or in our Blazor code, so it simply raised that exception. Now actual error we can't see. For that, we'll make one setting. We'll go to program.cs. Here we have this add interactive server components. Inside this, if we see, we can have an action delegate which gives us a circuit options parameter. So we can use this to configure the circuit options. Okay. So here we can say, let's say options. We are going to say options dot detailed errors true. Now for this thing, it's always better to have these things enabled in development mode only, because sometimes it can leak some information which we don't want on production. It's always better to have this thing enabled only on development. You have two options: either you cannot have it here, or you should not have it here. Add these in app setting.development only. It will be used for development only. But if you want to have it here, you can just add the conditional compilation here. So we'll say add hash if debug and just end if. Here we are saying if we are in debug mode, then only do this. If we are not in debug mode, don't do this. So what this if debug is, it is actually this debug configuration. When we publish it for the production, it uses release. That means it will skip this thing for that. Okay, let's try. When we have this thing for the release, it will skip this and it might throw error. So let's have this inside these braces, these curly braces. Now we are good. Save it, run it. Let's see if that error was some intermediate error because we were making some changes. I mean, maybe that error was because of this hot reload, it was not able to get it, or maybe it was a genuine error. This is some genuine error, then we'll see it. Now if we click on it, this is fine. That was not a genuine error, that was some mismatch error. Okay, so we can see this functionality is still same. Right now here there is no content. Now we can provide the content. Okay, let's provide that. Now, but we did this for good, or maybe when we'll hit any exception, any error, then we can check in the console. All right, now we are here on the right sidebar panel. We have child content with editor required. If we go to product services page, it shows something. It says it expects a value for the child content. Okay, but we have not provided it. So I mentioned the child content. This is a predefined word. If we add child content, then it will use it as a default template, default slot, default placeholder. Or how can we provide it? We can provide this by creating a full opening and closing tag, and inside this we can provide anything. Here we can say content from the products page. If we save it and wait for this error to gone, warning, sorry, save it. Now that warning is gone. And if I run this, now we should see this content from products page into that right sidebar. Let's see. Okay, it's here, product services, add, and we can see this content, right? Now let me show you for this default content, this child content. Let's say I named it something different. Let's say I named it form content. Save it. I go back. Now it is saying something. It is saying this component expects a value for parameter form content, which we have not provided, but it worked for child content without specifying child content. If I run it now, we have some error. Child content does not exist. Yes, this does not. Let's use this for now just to show you. Okay, pages here, product services, add, and we have some error. I open this. Now we should see the actual error. Here we see error, system invalid operation exception, object of type right sidebar panel does not have a property matching the name child content. Okay, but we have not provided this child content property. So when we provide any default content inside a component, this thing, this is automatically gets added to the child content, right? But for other scenarios, for example, here we are using form content. So if you want to provide it, in that case, we need to explicitly tell it that we are using this as form content. Something like this. Now if we run it, product services, add, now we can see that content, right? So when should we use which one? So child content, that is default. If we have just only one thing, just getting content from there, so child content is always better. This additional render fragment we use if we have different dynamic slots in our app. For example, let's say these button section. If we wanted these button section to be provided from the outside, in that case, we could have done add two render fragments, one child content, the default one, and one form content, or let's say buttons content. Or this name is, this name can be anything. Let's say buttons container or buttons content, or it can be anything. Let's say buttons HTML, can be anything. It just needs to be a parameter with this. Now when we explicitly define one render fragment, in that case, first thing, let's change this child content. In that case, we need to explicitly tell that this is the buttons HTML and this is the child content. In that case only, order does not matter here. Okay, this is the way we can do it. So I'll keep it simple. I'll remove everything. I'll just have this content from products page. I'll go back. I'll remove this buttons HTML because we are not using this. Child content, yes, we are using. So a parameter editor required. We are using child content. From here, we are passing the child content. Okay. Here we'll say add edit form. Add edit form. Save it. Save everything. Let's run it. Now we have it. Product services, add product. We can see add edit form. Canceling will cancel it. Save would not do anything. Close will close it. And clicking on here would not do anything, but clicking on this overlay left section, it will simply close that. Okay, so with this we have implemented this. The next thing would be to actually work on this actual form. For add, it should actually have the default empty form. For edit, it should have form pre-filled with these values: the service name, rate, unit, and the description, all these things. Okay, that is going to be our next thing. With this thing, we have created this reusable component. I like this. Let me know in the comment if you learned something new, or this thing, this componentization of this thing, creating a shared component, passing data from here to there. So if this thing, if you like this, I really like this thing. All right, so now we'll work on the actual add and edit product and service. So we'll use the form basically. Okay, so from here, from page, what we already saw, we just need to provide this thing here, the actual form. So we'll start providing it. So first thing, for this service, if we see, we need ID, which will be in edit mode, auto generated. So we'll not touch this. We need name, rate, unit, description. These four piece of information we need. We'll have name as full width. We'll have rate and unit half, 50%, 50%, and we are going to have description as a what we call it, text area. Okay, so here inside this right side panel, let's use the edit form. Okay, or not inside, right inside this, because if you remember the submit button we have in right side panel, if we go to this component, this button, save button, let's change it to submit. We are going to use this button as a submit button, so that when we'll click on this button, it will submit the form. That means this section should be inside a form. Right now, whatever we are providing from here, this section is going to be rendered here. That means this submit button, this will be outside of this. So it is not going to work. For that, what we'll do is we'll have edit form outside of this right side panel. We are going to do this. Now, whatever we render inside this, that will be inside edit form. That means the submit button will work. It will simply submit this edit form. We will be good, right? Now let's add items here. So first thing, I'm simply going to have a div class. This is going to be kind of a wrapper for our entire all our fields. Here I'll simply say space y maybe 3, so that we can have the spacing between the items vertically. Now inside this, we are going to have a div class just to combine a single, what we call single form element, so label and input. So inside this, we are going to say label class, this will be name, right? The label, name of that label basically. Here we are going to have, let's say first we'll make it a very small text, so we can say text xs, and we can have text slate, let's say maybe 500, lighter text. Yeah, that's all. Then we are going to have input text. Okay, now for this, let's have a form here, well actually a form model. So we know service model is the type. Here we'll say private service model. We are going to use nullable here because the default value we'll have it as null, and when we click on the add button or edit button, then only we are going to populate this. We are going to add value to this. So here we'll say, let's say we can name it model. Okay, the default value is null, so we can leave it like this. Class label variables automatically gets assigned to the default value, whatever default value we have for the particular type. The C# it will automatically assign that default value to all the class label variable. Now this is a class label variable. Whatever we put inside this @code block, it is actually inside a class. The class name is same as the component name, so product services, I mean default value. So from this also we can remove this false if you want, and if you still want to be explicit, you can have this. Okay, now here when we are saying show sidebar, here we can have one more condition, that this model is not null. So these two conditions, when these two conditions satisfy, it will going to render this thing. Now on this edit form, we can have this model underscore model. Okay, cool. Now this input text, we can say bind value underscore model dot name. And then we are going to have a couple of Tailwind CSS classes. Okay, first let's have empty one so that it has some margin from this label. Then we'll make it W full so that it takes full width. Then we are going to have some padding. Let's say px3, py maybe 2. Okay, and here let's have a smaller text, so text sm, and we can have a border here. Okay, and we can maybe have rounded corners, so rounded sm. This is 0.25 and default rounded what it has 0.25. So rounded and rounded sm are same. If we say lg, how much it is? 8 pixel. Let's try lg, save it. I guess we should be good with this, right? We don't have any background color on this, right? Let's maybe have a very light background color, so bg slate 50. Save it, and I guess we are good. Okay, now after this we are going to have a validation message here, not summary, validation message. For we'll provide our lambda here, so underscore model dot name. Here also we can have couple of classes. First we'll say text xs, we need this very small text, and then we can have some color, so we'll say text red maybe 500. So this is just an error text, and with this we are good with our first item. Let's copy this div, paste it. After name, what else we had? We had rate and unit. These we are going to have in the same line. 50% rate, 50% unit, and then description we are going to have full width with text area. So let's first do this as text area, or maybe let's do this on this div class. Let's have it as a grid, and a grid calls to and a gap of 3, and inside this I'm going to wrap these two things in a div first, and then second div. So two divs I'm going to have here. So first one would be for the rate, right? Rate, and it will be input number. Validation message would be for this would be input dot rate underscore model dot rate. Fine. This one is going to be unit model dot unit model dot unit. Now because we are going to have this 50% width, so this validation message, if it comes, it will be very smaller. So let's do this. Both of these validation messages I'm going to keep this out of these divs, or maybe let's have these out of this grid calls to, right? So here, or maybe we can have simply a div class. We had something like call span, right? So call span 2, yeah, let's use this. So now these validation error message, these are going to be full width for these two. Okay, whatever validation message is coming, that will be displayed here. If both of these comes at the same time, both of these are going to be displayed. So we are good with this one. Now let's copy the first one, the name. We are going to paste it, and we'll make it for description. Set model.description, model.description, and here it is not going to be input text, rather it will be input text area. Input text area, and input text area is not a self-closing tag, it is full tag, so we can have like this. No, input text area can be self-closing. the what we call that, the actual HTML text area element, that is not a self-closing. Here we can also have, let's say, rows, which is pure HTML attribute, rows 3, so that it has some, or rows 2, so that it is taking the 2 rows by default. Okay, save all these, and now it is fine. So we should be able to see this thing now. But right now we won't, because this model is null, so we won't see anything. Now we need, when we are setting the show sidebar to true here, at the same time we need to set the underscore model to a new value. Okay, that means now we should not do here, we should introduce a method here. Okay, so let's do that. So we'll say private void add new service, something like this. Inside this, first we'll set underscore model equals new, and then we'll say underscore show sidebar equals true. Save it, and we'll call this add new service from this top button on click. Save it. Now similarly, after this add new service, we'll do for edit, but right now let's try for add if it is getting shown there. Now next thing could be, we can maybe move this entire thing to a separate component, and then we can use that component here. That can also be a case. We'll do that after some time. Right now let's see this. So we'll save it, we'll run it, and we just want to see if when we click on that add new product service button, it should open this with all these form content, all these form elements. Let's see. Okay, we are here. Let's see if I click add, we can see this, which looks ugly, but at least we can see the content. Okay, so when I say ugly, we need to add placeholders here, and we need to remove this or lighten this border. Basically these two things will change next. Okay, all right, cancel. Let's go back. So here input text, we have this border, right? So let's say border slate 100 or maybe 200. Copy, add to all these form elements, save, and then we are going to add placeholders as well. On all these fields we'll say placeholder, enter name, here we can say just enter rate, enter unit, and here we can say enter description. Save it, and let's see if it changed something. Yes, you see, we can type this, we can increase this rate here 15, enter unit, text, whatever we want to have it, and just this thing. For text, if you want to, you can maybe have it as a, what we call it, a select drop down as well. If you want to, maybe per hour, per project, you can set this, but let's leave it free text, but that is also an option if you want to. Okay, now let's maybe have some validation errors. If I did say this, nothing is happening, it is not showing me any error. Okay, that is because although we are using validation messages, but we are not telling it how to validate. Okay, that thing, we have this edit form, we have this model. On this model we have data annotations, so we want these data annotations for validation. So here we'll simply set data annotations validator. Now what this will do is this will actually validate the fields, and then for all the invalid states it is going to add the error message to the model, and then this validation message is going to show those error messages. Let's try if this is showing right away. Yes, we can see it. You see, unit field is required, and this, if I do this, we'll say save. Now it says for both rate field must be a number and unit field is required. Now why rate field must be a number? Because this is right now, if you don't put anything, it is going to consider it as null, which is not the case. If you say 0, then that is gone. But we need this should not be 0, right? It should be bigger than 0. Or no, we allowed 0, right? If there is some service we are providing free, I don't know if that can be the case, but still, if that is free, we can provide pass 0. So we are considering 0 as a valid value for description. So you see all the validations are working. If I provide something, now it is good. So that means this is fine. We just need to work on the actual saving part, that we'll do later. But right now, so this adding is fine. If I do this again, we can see this. Next thing is, when I click on this edit button, it should again open the same box, this right sidebar, with these values pre-filled there. Okay, so let's do that next. Here, how can we do that? We know this underscore model is the one which has all the information. Okay, and here we have this edit button. On this edit button, we can simply provide an on click. Okay, and here we can say just use a lambda. We'll say edit service, and we can provide the current service, which is this service, which we have as a parameter here. Then we'll simply define this method. Let's stop, we'll rerun it. Here we can define this method. We'll say private void edit service. Okay, and here we'll say underscore model equals, but before that we will get that as a parameter here. So service model service, this we are going to get as a parameter. Here we can say underscore model equal this service, and show sidebar equals true. Now it will work, but there is a big major issue here. Can you spot that issue here? This is general C# programming, or basically a programming issue here. So pause the video and drop a comment if you understand what problem we have here. Okay, I'll show you. Now let's run it. Open product services. Let's open this one, website development. When I click on edit, we can see all these information, right? Now you see the problem here. I said website development 1.2. I didn't save it. And here, if you see on this main section here, website development 1.2, right? This per project, let's say per hour, I'm setting this thing. You see per hours, it is getting changed, but it should not be, right? Because it should be changed only when we hit save. Why this is happening? This is happening because we pass this service model, this service, as a parameter here. Now this service, when we set this to this underscore model, now because service model is a class, this is getting passed as a reference. So we are passing as a reference, and here we are simply assigning the same reference to underscore model, and inside this form we actually modify that model. If we modify the model, we are actually modifying the reference, which this service also has the same reference, and this service is basically an item on this grid. That's why it is getting changed. Okay, now how to fix it? We just need to clone it, service model. So there can be multiple ways. One is we can do this right away. Here we'll simply say just new service, do this here, or the approach I mostly follow either. So I follow mostly two approach. I can create a clone method, or I use the copy constructor. So these two things I mostly use. Let's use a clone method here. So we'll say public service model, we'll call it clone, and from here all these are primitive types, right? So we can directly use member wise clone, which is defined there on all the types. Here we can say member wise clone as the service model. Okay. Now because this can be null, this can return null. So if that is null, we can maybe do this. We can mark this as nullable. So we should be good here. All right. Now we can use this clone method. So here we'll say service dot clone. Now we actually have a copy of this model now. This service, we are making a copy and we are assigning to underscore model. Now both of these are totally separate instances, totally separate piece of information in memory, two separate memory addresses. So it will be different. Whatever change we made in underscore model, it will not affect the service. And after this, if we made any change to service, it will not affect this model. Okay. Now one more thing I would say here, when we are canceling it, so here when we close the right sidebar panel, we are just setting the show sidebar to false, but we are not clearing out this underscore model. We should set this also as null when we are closing the right sidebar, right? So for this also, let's create a helper method. We'll say private void, let's say handle sidebar close, something like this. So here we'll say model equals null. So we'll reset the model and show sidebar as false. And then we are going to call this method here on click, sorry, on close. Here we'll simply call this handle sidebar close. We'll save it. Let's rerun and let's see this in action. Okay, product services. Now if we open edit, if we make any change here, if I come here, it is not getting changed, right? I do whatever change I do here, it is not going to affect it. The validation works in edit mode as well, right? And if I say add product service, we can see this without anything, without any issue. All these fields are empty and we can see this. Okay. So that means add and edit, we are able to open this model, which is getting closed also. So we are okay. All right. Now we'll enhance this. So functional device, we are okay. Right now we are not saving. We will save later. Right now we are not working on that part. So here one more thing we'll do. Right now if we see on this page, this Blazor is basically a component based application, web application framework. So we can make multiple components, different components. So for example, this page has the list, grid and this form. We can maybe move this edit form to a separate component, right? Let's do that. For this, what we'll do in maybe shared, I'll create a new razor component and I'm going to call it, let's say, save service or save product service. We can name it whatever we want. Save product service. Okay. And then we are going to move this markup, what we have here, this edit form. I'll cut it. I'll go to this component and I'm going to paste it. Now here, let's see what all information we need. First thing, we need handle sidebar close. Okay, so we need to define this method. Now let's come back here, get this handle sidebar close. Basically we need we need this and we need this model. These two things we need, right? Handle sidebar close. Now if we move this hand, basically our add and edit buttons are on this page only, right? So with add and edit button, we are setting the model. So having this underscore model on this page does not make sense. This underscore model. So this model should be passed from the consumer only, right? So on this page, what we can do is we can simply define a parameter. We'll say service model. Now we are going to have a situation. This service model, this is a private class defined on this component only. But now this is not going to work. We need this outside from here. We need it somewhere else. So let's create a new folder in our project. Now we are gradually increasing the scope, we are moving forward, right? As per the requirements, whatever we are getting. So as per our need, we are moving around here and there, refactoring, moving files, creating new files, all these things. So here, let's create a new class. It will be this folder, right? We first need to create a folder. Let's create a folder models. And let's create a class. This will be this service model, yes. And then we'll come here, we'll cut this thing from here and we'll paste it in here and we'll make this public. Save it and we are good. Now we can use it. Here we are using it, but it is erroring out because we need to use the using statement. Now the models are also something which are going to be used almost across all the components. So let's cut this using from here. Go to underscore imports.razor and we'll add it here so that this is applied to all the Razor Blazor components. Then we'll come back here and now we can see this is fine. Now let's go to our save product service model. Here also it is defined. Now here we can simply say service, save it, and we'll set it as a parameter and editor required because this page is actually a form. Save product service or save product service form. Let's rename it to save product service form. Or let's not use product, let's use just service only everywhere because we are using service model, and services will rename this also services, and in this also we are using service, so let's call it service only. Save service form. So we have this service defined here, but on this page we are using underscore model. So one thing is we can directly use this service. Technically it can work, but I generally avoid this thing. The main reason is when we pass this service from the parent, this is actually a reference type. So this is going to be tied to that. So same thing, passing by reference. If we modify it, we will be modifying the parent's reference as well. And we don't know how the parent is using it. So the rule of thumb I do, I don't modify input parameters. Just as simple as that. If I want to raise something, notify the parent that something has changed or this thing has changed, I'll simply raise an event using our event callbacks. Okay, this is how I work. So here now we need to get this underscore model from this service. Okay, how can we do that? How would we know that when this service is getting passed from the parent? For this, we can actually override a method here that is on parameter set and on parameter set async. If we have some async logic, we can use on parameter set async. If not, we can use on parameter set. Now whenever we are passing any parameter from the parent or whenever that parameter is getting changed, this method is going to be invoked. So this is the right place where we can generate our underscore model from this service. How can we do that? We'll simply say underscore model, and that is not defined here, so that we can define here. So private service model underscore model. Here we know it will never be null because this component is going to be rendered only when we have a value in this service. That's why I didn't make it as nullable. This underscore model, we can set a new value as a default, and then in here we can simply modify it, or if we want to be smart here, we can simply check. So for new case it is fine, but if it is added case, then here we can simply check if service dot id, if this is greater than 0, that means we are in added case. In this case, what we'll do, we'll simply populate this underscore model populate underscore model from service parameter. If the service.id is 0, that means this is an empty service. So we already have underscore model as empty model, so no need to unnecessary assign and new things to it, right? That's why here what we can do, we can simply say underscore model equals service dot clone. Okay, now can it be null? Yes, it can, but in our case it will never be null. We can say just null forgiving operator, because here we know this will never be null. Now we are okay. Now we just has this handle sidebar closed. Now again, if we close this or this right sidebar panel, it will indicate this component. But here do we have logic which is actually rendering this? No, right? We are always rendering this. The actual condition is on parent of this thing. Parent of this thing is product services. So this is the correct place where we are handling this show sidebar thing. So that means this thing, this handle sidebar close, this we need to get from right sidebar panel and we need to pass to the parent. How can we pass to the parent? We can simply define a parameter with type event callback. Okay, so let's do that. Here we'll say prop event callback, and here we can say on sidebar close, and we'll set it as a parameter. We will not set it as editor required. Technically we can, but here I don't see any value because it can or cannot be there. So this component does not directly depend on this, but it depends on service. That's why I marked this as editor required, but not this. But it's totally up to you. Now on sidebar close, here on close we can directly pass this. So this is also an event callback without any parameter. This is also an event callback without any parameter. So we can do this. Right now our component, this component is ready. Now let's go back to the consumer side here, where we have underscore sidebar and underscore model. Here we can directly use that now. What is the name? Save service form, right? Now here it shows that we must pass a service parameter. For that we can simply say service equals underscore model, save it, and we are good. Now it is not complaining about this thing, this on sidebar close, because we didn't set editor required here, but we need to call this here because we need to remove this, right? Here we'll say on sidebar closed, we are going to call our handle. What was that? Handle sidebar close, right? Sidebar close map. Handle sidebar closed. Save it. Now everything is fine. Everything is great. Now we can quickly have a test if things are still working the same way. On click of new, it actually opens the sidebar with empty values. We can close, cancel it, and when we click on edit, it opens the sidebar again with the values pre-filled. So these things, let's have a quick test. We make it better, maintainable, actually components, different responsibilities, all these things, right? Okay, it is here. Product service, add, you can still see validation works. Okay, yes, we can cancel it. Cool. Now let's edit this. We can see UI fix enhancement 800, this one. API development, we can see API development here. If we change something, save it, or do anything, it will not modify this because these are totally different instances. So with this, we are good. Okay, we made this dynamic. Our form is in working state. The only thing is we are not saving the data. Apart from this, everything is fine. We can edit, we can add, and we made it properly component level or component architecture here. So different components for this, right? Great. So with this, our product and services is fine. No, no, we have one more thing there, right? We need delete functionality as well. Okay, that will work next. We'll have this page here. We'll close others. Okay, so now we'll work on this delete product. We will not implement delete functionality, but we'll work on UI right now. So here, the delete, I am envisioning it should show a confirmation dialog. We are directly in the browser. We can use JS runtime to show the JavaScript's browser's native confirm box, or we can implement our own. In this, we are going to implement our own component for this confirmation. Okay. For this, in shared only, we can maybe have a modal component. Okay. So in shared, I'm going to create a new item, a new razor component. Let's call it modal. Okay. So first thing, we are going to have a wrapper which is going to have everything, or maybe we can say this is going to be an overlay. Or no. We need to have some wrapper first, and inside this first thing we are going to have an overlay. Let's say modal overlay. And after this we are going to have one div with the actual modal body. Modal wrapper or container, something like this. This is going to be the overall structure of this model. Now this model, this is going to take the entire screen. So that means on this first thing we can set fixed. Okay, in set 0, and we can have left 0, right 0 to make take the entire screen. Right 0, top 0, bottom 0. With this we are good with the main container. Then comes the next thing, overlay. This is again going to have the same classes with a bg black and with an opacity of, let's say, we used on right sidebar panel, right? Similar thing. So here we had this as bg black 20. Let's use 30 or 20, we'll see, or let's be consistent, let's use 20 here. So this overlay is also done. Now we have our main thing, which is going to be our main modal. Okay, inside this, so first thing, for this one we want this to be actually our modal container, right? Should we make it the generic modal component? Are we going to use modal for any of the thing? I don't think. So let's make it as directly as confirmation model. Confirmation model. Confirmation model. Okay. Now here, let's, for this model body, what we'll have, we will have on this first div, let's maybe have flex. Okay. And or maybe we can have grid, and we can have place item center. Do we have that? Place items center grid, so that whatever we put inside this, that is vertically and horizontally both on both axes, that is in center. Now because this is fixed and it has left, right, top, bottom 0, so this overlay is going to take the entire screen. But for this div we are not setting fixed, so it will be actually in center. Now we just need to provide some height for this. Sorry, not height, we'll provide some width for this. So let's say w, and then we can have these different widths. So let's say, what does 60 means? 240 pixel, 64, 256, 72, 288, 80, 96. Okay, let's use 96. Width 96. P5 rounded LG BG white shadow 2XL. We'll see. Save it. Now inside this we are going to have our actual confirmation model. So first thing we need okay, so for heading we can directly have the just confirm, right? Confirm question mark. Then we are going to have a dynamic message, and then we are going to have yes and no buttons, right? Okay, cancel, or yes, no, whatever we call it. Mostly we'll say yes and no, right? So we'll do that here. First thing, div class, and before that on this div let's have it as a flex and flex column, and we can have a gap if we want. Let's have a gap of 5. Let's not have gap, we'll have gapping on the basis of these contents. First we have a div. Inside this div we'll say mm, flex justify between, we are going to have text and button items center. Inside this we are going to have, let's say, h4, we'll say confirm question mark, and this thing we are going to say plus font medium and text dxl. Okay, save it, and then we are going to have a cancel button. So button type button class border, and a border slate 200, and a p1 and rounded, simple rounded. Inside this we are going to have our close that x image. So we'll say img src icons x dot svg, right? X dot svg. Save it. Okay, after this we are going to have an hr with class text hyphen slate 100 and my, or let's say mt3 and mb5. Margin bottom is more, and we'll copy this one more time, and we are going to have the dynamic message here, and then again one hr mt3 mb5, but this time we'll say mt5 and mb3, margin bottom 3, and then we are going to have our buttons here. So div class and flex and a gap of, let's say, 4, and then we are going to have 2 buttons here. Button, so the right side button we are going to have main no, basically cancel button, and left side we are going to have the actual action button. Okay, so button type button, and we can have classes, let's say text green 400, we'll say okay, or let's say yes, and I'll make a duplicate. Here we'll say no, and here we'll say red, text red 400, and we can maybe say hover text red 600, and on the first one we can say hover text red, sorry, not red, text green 600. Save these, and cursor pointer, of course, cursor pointer, here also cursor pointer, save, and now we are good. Now we just need to show it on demand. Okay, now there can be only single confirmation model at a given point of time, we cannot have multiple. Okay, So we need to handle that case. In that case, we are not going to have it something like we have on the services page, this type of thing. We are not going to use it like this. For confirmation model, we are going to have that confirmation model rendered on the main layout once, and we are going to handle that via some service. Okay, so we are going to handle that thing. Now here this section is dynamic, so we need to have a message here which we will get from the consumer side. Okay, so in this code block here, because we are not using this thing like this way, that means we cannot have these things directly, or we can using a different approach, but technically if we see, we cannot, because this confirmation, let me show you how I'm going to use it. On layout, we have this main layout. On here only, I'm going to render that. Let's say here it was confirmation model, like this we are going to render this, and it will always be there, but it will show its content on demand. Okay, now how would that work is, we are going to have a common service or a global service, we could say. So do we have services? No, right? We don't have any services folder. So let's create a new folder here. I'll call it services, and I'm going to create a class inside this. Let's say what should we call it? Confirmation dialog provider or some global UI service, right? Let's say just UI service. We might have other things also in this service, we'll see later. Let's call it UI service. Okay, inside this we are going to have one method to show the confirmation box, right? And it is going to have the actual what we call, what should happen on yes, what should happen on no, and what is the actual confirmation message. So these three things we are going to have in here for single confirmation box. That means in the models, we can have one more model for that state, that confirm model. So here I'll say class, let's say confirmation model. Confirmation model, yes. Let's have some properties here. So we'll say string message. After that, we are going to have an action delegate here. We will not take any parameter. We'll say on yes. What should happen when we click on yes? And then we are going to have on no. When we click on no, what should happen? This we are going to have nullable, so we don't need this. If we are not providing this, we are okay. Okay, so here with this confirmation model, let's have one factory method also. If we already have everything, we can directly have this. So here let's create a public static confirmation model. I use these kind of factory methods also. Confirmation model, let's say create. So the way we will call it, confirmation model dot create, and then we'll have all these things. We'll say string message, comma, action on yes and on no, and on no is nullable, so we'll make it as default value null. We'll have it, and from this we'll simply create an instance of this confirmation model. We are going to set all these things. Message equals message, on yes equals on yes, on no equals on. Save it, and now we are fine. Now let's use this confirmation model on our use UI service first, and then we'll use this in our confirmation model.razor page. Okay? So here on UI service, what we'll do, we'll have a method public void, let's say on confirm or show confirm, something like that. Should we have public void show confirm. Oh, no, show and hide we are not going to have, right? We will directly have just confirm. We'll say just confirm. We are going to pass our confirmation model to like this. Okay. Now we have this thing. We need to register this UI service. So we'll register this in a program.cs as a singleton before builder.build. After this web application.create builder, after this thing and before builder.build, we can place it anywhere. Builder.services.add singleton. No, not singleton. Now here's the catch. We are using Blazor Interactive Server render mode. Now interactive server add singleton means singleton per application. That means singleton for the entire application. So if you are a user and I am a user, so we both are going to share the same instance if we are using add singleton. Now what would happen? Let's say I am opening the confirmation box. I clicked on some delete button and confirm box is there. Now you will also see the same confirm box because this state is singleton. That means all the users going to share the same instance, but that is not right for this particular, right? So here if I say UI state, UI service, sorry. So this is not correct. Now what should happen? I should have my own UI service. You should have your own UI service. And then the showing and hiding of these confirmation box and all, these can be on different components. So now we have two requirements. One is it should be per user, but not per component. So there should be one instance of this service for a user, but same instance must be shared by all the components, because showing of this we can show from any of the component. For example, we'll trigger this showing of this from product service page from here, because here we have the delete button, but we have this button, this component rendered on the main layout. This main layout here, but actual UI of this resides in this confirmation model. So three different components interact with this functionality. So all these three should have the same instance of the UI service. So for this, in Blazor server, we have add scoped. So scoped means this is scoped to one signal R connection. That means for one user, one session. So in one session, we have one instance of UI service. All the components are going to share the same service. So this is how we do this. I hope it is clear. Now, if you go back to our UI service, here we have this confirmation model. Now, when the request comes to this one, let's go one by one. So we have this UI service. Let's go to our product service method. Here we will simply inject that service. So we'll say inject UI service, and we'll use this namespace as well. So let's cut it from here, go to underscore imports.tracer, paste it, go back, the UI service. Here we can call it UI service only. And then when we click on this delete, this thing should show the confirmation box, right? So here we can say on click, we'll say, we'll pass a lambda and we'll say delete service, and we'll pass this service as a parameter. Then we'll define this method here. We'll say private void delete service model as a parameter, service model service. So now we are here, we'll say UI service dot confirm, and here we need to provide our confirmation model. We can say our model, or let's say confirmation model confirmation model equals new confirmation model, or we can say confirmation model dot create not model create. First we need to provide message. So here we can simply say do you really want to delete, we'll add this name service dot name service question mark. This is the message. Okay, now we want to show what should happen when user pressed yes and what should happen when user pressed no. So on pressing no, we will not do anything, but when we press yes, then something should happen, right? So for on yes, we can simply provide a lambda here like this. We'll say, so here we can say user pressed yes, make API call, not API call, make service call to delete the service from the database. That we are going to do here. On no, we will not do anything because we don't want to. We don't have any action to be performed when user pressed no for this particular confirm box. Now UI service.confirm, we'll simply pass this model here. And just now from here we are okay. We'll click on this button. It will come here, generate this model, pass to this UI service. Now let's go to the UI service. We are here. Now we have this confirmation model. Now we need to somehow pass this confirmation model to the confirmation dialog, confirmation model, and then confirmation model is actually on the main layout. Now here this is already rendered. That means if we go to this one, we need to somehow pass that data from there to here. Now we know the UI service has the same instance for both of these things. From where we are calling, for example, this product service page, this instance and the instance we are going to inject here on this confirmation modal treasure page. This is getting a bit confused, right? The name, let's make it, rename it to confirmation dialog. Okay, on main layout we need to change it to confirmation dialog, or let's say confirm dialog. Confirmation dialog is also fine. Now here we'll simply inject our UI service. We'll name it UI service. Okay, now when we are setting here, we need to do something so that this component knows that okay, I need to render this. So first thing, we'll have a state here, private bool underscore show, default value false, and this entire thing will show only if this underscore show is true. Because if we don't do this, we are rendering it on main layout, it will always be there, but it should not be. So now here show. Now when this show should be true, it should be true whenever someone is calling this confirm method. Okay, so now whenever someone calls this method, we need to raise something, we need to trigger something so that the consumer, this part, can know okay, I need to re-render and change this value. So for this, in C# we have events and delegates. Here we are going to have an event. We'll say public action, public event action. For this action, we can actually pass our confirmation model as a parameter. Okay, so here we'll say confirmation triggered or something like this. Confirmation triggered, something like this. The name is up to you. Whatever name you want, you can have it. Okay, so we'll say question mark to this, because if there is any consumer, it will call it. If not, it will skip. So when we are here in confirmation, then what we'll do, we'll simply say confirmation triggered dot invoke, and we'll pass this value to this one. Now, because this is a single line, we can use expression body. This is what I use. Okay, now we are triggering this. So now we need a consumer on this page. So here what we can do, we can simply override a method. We'll say override on initialized. Inside this we'll say UI service dot confirmation triggered. When this happens, we'll say plus equals. We need to define a method here. We'll say private void handle confirmation triggered, something like this, and it should have a parameter of type this confirmation model. Okay? Because this is what we are passing to this action. Whatever we are passing from here, we need to consume here. So it will have this thing as a parameter. So inside this, now first thing, we need to set this confirmation model. That means whatever we do on yes and no, it should, the action should come from here, and this dynamic message should also come from here. That means the way we are having this private bool show, the same way we need to have one version of this confirmation model. Okay, so we can say model, or the name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. We'll have a default value as null. Okay, so when we are here inside this, first thing we'll say model equals confirmation model, which we are getting from here. Next thing we'll say underscore show equals true. So these two things we'll set. Then from here confirmation triggered, we'll say plus equals this thing. That means you need to call this whenever this event is getting raised. Okay, now again let's go back to the very first place and we'll make the entire flow. Product services, we are saying UI service dot confirm, just call this method. Now it came to UI service. Here we are getting this thing and we are saying confirmation triggered dot invoke. That means we are raising this event. Now in our application, whoever is having this instance, the same instance, if they have subscriber for this, event handler for this, that will simply gets called from here when we say invoke. So it will come here and we have this handler here. It will automatically call this thing. And when it comes here, it will set underscore model to this value, which we passed from the product page. This thing, this message, and on yes, this action, on no, nothing. And it will set underscore show to true. And when this underscore show is true, now this thing is going to be executed outside of this current component's context. So whenever there is anything which is getting triggered, or there is any state, in this case we have these two pieces of state, these are getting modified from a event handler, which is getting raised from outside of this Blazor component. So we have this scenario when state is getting changed from outside of this component or from some timer or background thread. In that case, we should use invoke async state has changed. So what it does is it simply tells, even if you know, then it is fine that you need to re-render, something has changed. If not, we will explicitly tell this component that something has changed, you just need to re-render. Here we are saying, okay, you need to re-render, and when it will re-render, it will check, it will get the new value of underscore show and new value of underscore model. Okay, using show, it will simply show this thing, and using the underscore model, it is going to show this message. So we'll say underscore model dot message, and on this p, let's maybe have a class text lg, some large text, and text slate of, let's say, 700. Save it. model, we know it is not null. And if we want to be double sure, we can here we can say underscore show is true and underscore model is not null. All right, now we are okay. Next thing is when we press yes, it should simply call something, and that something is on yes on this confirmation model. Okay, here let's define two methods. I'll say a private void handle yes, and I'll create one more. I'll say private void handle no. Okay, and on these buttons we are going to use this. So and just at the rate on click on yes, and on the next second one I'll say at the rate on click on click. I'll say handle no. So this is handle yes here. Okay, now when we, what is the problem? This equals, yeah. So now when we are saying handle yes or handle no, we are clicking on any of these buttons, we should hide this confirmation model. Okay, so in any case we need to close this model. For this we can simply have a method here, private void, let's say close, and when we are closing it we'll do two things. First thing, we'll set underscore model to null. Next thing, we'll say underscore show to false. This close we should call it from both of these, so handle yes and handle no. And here we have this button as well on top, so from here also we'll call this close method. At the rate on click, we'll say close, so we are closing it from everywhere. Now if no and yes, any of these was provided from the client, from the consumer, then we need to execute that as well. So maybe before closing or after closing, it's up to us, we'll check. So what we'll do is here on confirmation no sorry underscore model dot on yes, we know this will always be there, so we are going to execute. We'll say this dot invoke, we are calling this thing, and here we can be rest assured that this will never be null when this method is getting called. So this is going to be called from here only, and this is going to be rendered only when model is not. In this method we are sure underscore model is never null. Same thing in this handle no, we'll simply say here we can say underscore model is never going to be null, but the on no can be null. So here we'll say question mark dot invoke. So if it is present, just execute that. If not, just don't do anything. And in both of the cases, we'll simply close them. This is how we have everything wired up. Lots of talking, lots of coding. Let's try to see it in action. It should work ideally. We didn't make any mistake, right? Let's see if it works. All right, let's see. Product services, everything is fine. If I click on delete, we can see this model. Yes, no. Do you really want to delete mobile app development service, which is this one? We can increase the width, we can decrease this thing and the Z index, right? This is not fine. So this Z index, it should be greater than the right sidebar, right? That is the ask here. So on top, if you see, it was Z10, the right sidebar, it had Z20. So this should be Z30. Okay, let's do that and then reduce the font size of this confirm. This thing is fine. And yes, no, these should be on right side and button appearance. These are right now just text, right? Let's do these things. First, this thing, it should be Z30, right? Next thing, the heading where it is text 3XL, let's make it just XL, or let's try 2XL. How would it look? And on these buttons, flex gap 4, we'll say justify and we'll say items center, and instead of gap 5, let's say, do we have gap? We have gap 7 as well. Let's use gap 7. Now on these buttons, let's have border green 600, text green 600, this, and let's have rounded. Same thing we'll do on this one. We'll say border red 600 and rounded, and let's have px3 py1. Same thing on the first one, px3 and py1. Save it. Let's see. Refresh, delete. Still not. It is not coming outside. It should come out. Why it is not? So we have Z30 on this one. We can have Z30 on this one and this one as well if you want. If we'll have save, it should come outside, right? Yes. Okay, so this is much better, but these buttons are still not better. Let's have some lighter background as well, and the border color also some lighter, and let's increase the padding px on both of these buttons, right? So if you do this, yes, it is getting closed. You see on this it is getting closed, and the text also, let's say website maintenance. If you do this, website maintenance, it is asking for website maintenance. Or we can increase the width of this thing, right? Let's increase the width and these things, and on this cancel button, let's have the cursor pointer. But it looks very good, right? What do you say? Drop me a comment. This button, top button, let's say cursor pointer. Then on these buttons, the main text is fine. Border green 600, right? Let's have it as green 200. Border red 200 and BG green 100, and on this we'll say BG red 100. And do we have more than 7 gap 7? Do we have gap 8? Yes. 32 pixel. Do we have gap 9? Yes. Gap 10? Yes. Let's use gap 10. And one more thing was there, right? px. So right now px is 3. Let's have px 6 here. Save it, and I guess we are good. Let's see. Yes, no, not good. Reduce the background color and make it a bit bigger. So background color is 100. Let's have it as 50. Let's have it as 50. And the text color, text green 400, right? Let's maybe has is a text 600, and on hover we might say BG. On hover we'll say BG green. Default is 50, right? So here we'll say 100. Same thing here, we'll say on hover we'll say BG red 100. The default border red 200 here in 600. BG green 50, right? BG red 50. Text red 400. Let's make it text red 600. Save it, and the main width, it was W96. Do we have any other thing after 96? No, right? 96 is the last. Then we have 96 is 384 pixel, 2XL. Oh, 672. This is a lot. 288, 3x, 4XL, 89. No. So we were using 96, which was 384, right? So let's maybe have 420 or 450. So we'll have it custom using square brackets 450px. Save it and let's see how it looks now. We have this, which is much better than before, right? Confirm, pointer, actual data, yes and no. If we say no, it is getting closed. If we say yes, it is getting closed. But on yes, it should come to this method. On here, we can put a breakpoint here. On yes, it will come here. If we do this, no, it will not go there. If we say yes, breakpoint got hit. So we are here. In this case, we'll simply call our service to delete it. Continue. And we are okay. We successfully implemented our confirmation model, which is actually modular, which is actually global, central. We can reuse it across our application. Okay, cool. So with this thing, we are done with the UI part of our services page. Next, we will touch our clients page. Okay. All right, so now we'll work on our clients page. So first, let's create a new page in our pages folder in components pages. Add a new razor component. Let's call it clients. Why is it take? Then let's add the page slash clients. This is going to be URL route for this clients. Let's check in our main layout what we have it for this one. This is clients, right? Let's move this side navigation bar to a separate component. Okay, so this nav, we'll get this nav, or maybe this completely aside thing. We'll move this extract element to new component. Yes, they name it component. We'll change it. Let's say left nav bar, left nav bar dot razor. Okay, we'll come here and here we'll use that left nav bar. Save it. Now we are good. In left nav bar, we can see clients and the same URL we are using here slash clients. So now we can start working on it. Okay. So page level structure, we can simply get from product services. So here, this main thing is going to be similar. So I'll simply copy this. I'll go to clients.razor and I'll paste it here. And then we'll change couple of things. Heading would be just clients, or we can call it client management. Button would be add client. Client. This method will create after some time. Services.any, this and that. We don't need this. This for each, we'll change it. So here we have services, but we are not going to use services. We are going to use our clients. So for this, we'll create a client model. Okay. So for that, let's go to the models folder. The same way we have service model, we are going to create a client model. Let's create here. So public class client model. And here, first thing, we need ID. Yes. Second thing, we need a string name, client name basically. Then we need client's email ID. Then we need client's contact number. And do we need any other information? So if you want, you can have maybe address or business name or something like this. Let's have some remarks here. You can extend it, you can add whatever what we call it, whatever information you want, you can have here. Now let's quickly add a couple of data annotations. So we'll say required, name is required, yes. Max length would be something like 100. Email required, required, and email address, and a max length of, let's say, 150. Contact number required, and for this we can have, for India we have 10-digit phone numbers, so we can have that, but to support wider range, let's have 15. Remarks, we can have this as nullable. Save it, and now let's move this client model to a separate class. Inside models folder we have client model, and here also I can simply create public enumerable of client model, get seed data, and from here for now we can simply return an empty collection. We'll add some sample data after some time. Okay, now let's go to the clients page. Here we are going to have private enumerable of client model, and we'll call it underscore clients with an default value of an empty array, empty collection. And we are going to override our initialize method. Here we'll say clients equals client model dot get seed data. Client model dot get seed data. What is the problem? Get seed data, make it static. Get seed data, and we are good. Our clients are here. Now we can use this here. If clients, we don't have any client, we'll show this. No clients added yet. Else we'll have this thing, and we are going to show all our clients here. Then this add new service, so we'll change it to add new client, and we'll create this method here, private void add new client. Okay. So right now if I run this, I should see this thing. Let's quickly check. Okay, let's see clients. We can see client management, add client, and no clients added yet. Okay, clean. All right, now we'll have the actual list of clients. Now for this, first thing what I'll do is I'll simply generate this seed data. I'm going to use AI here to generate some sample data here. All right. Okay, I added this max length on this remarks, and then I asked ChatGPT to generate me some sample data for this model. It generated this thing. These are 7 records, so I'm going to use this. Now let's go back to the clients page. Now we have data, so we will be having data here. Now for this particular page, we are going to have a tabular structure, a table basically. Okay, so div class grid, no, we are not going to have grid. We are going to have a table here. Okay, so inside this div, let's have a table. We are going to have some classes here. So we'll say min w full, so 100% width minimum, this we are setting, and we can have text sm so that entire table looks compact. Inside this, first we are going to have a t head where we are going to have all our column names basically. So tr and inside this we are going to have all our th class. We'll see if we want to add some class. So let's say first we'll say client, then email, and the next one is client name actually, email, then next one is contact number, and then next one is, we have these four only, right? Name, email, contact number, and remarks. And then we are going to have one more for actions. Save it. After this th and this t head, we are going to have t body, and inside this t body we are going to have all our clients list. So here we are going to apply for each loop. Var c in clients underscore clients, and now here we are going to have our tr, and then th. First thing is client name, so c dot name. Second one is email, so c dot email. Third is contact number, c dot contact. Fourth one is remark, c dot remark. And then last one is going to be action. In this we are going to have edit and delete, those two buttons. So we can maybe get these from the product and services page. We have those two buttons, right? We can simply get these things. I'll copy this div, I'll come back, and I'll put these here. So we have these edit and delete buttons. Gap 4, let's not have this big gap, let's maybe have gap 2 only. And yeah, edit service, delete service, we'll change this, or we can change this right away. Instead of edit service, we'll say edit client, and delete service, we'll say edit delete client, and we'll pass c as a parameter, which is actually client, and then we'll define these two methods here. So private void edit client, client model, client, or c, we can name it whatever we want. Then second one is private void delete client, and here also we can say client model c. All right, now we'll simply run this and we'll see how this is looking. Then we'll work on the UI styling, and then we'll add some basic logic to add, edit, delete. Run it and let's see how it looks first. Okay, clients, very good, without any spacing and all, but at least we can see the data. Right, now let's design it. So we'll maybe make these things, we can make bigger, or maybe we can have a border bottom, and then all these things, these shouldn't be these should be td, not th. These should be td, and we should have some spacing here, or maybe we can have light border only. Okay, we need all these rows. So I am using th here, right? These should be td, not th. td, td, table data, basically th for table header, so that we use in the head of the table. Save everything. Now on this tr, what we have in the t head, okay, here we can say class border b, and we can use border slate 600. Save it. And after that, maybe on these things we can have some padding, name, email, all these. Let's say we'll say, I don't know, maybe py2. Let's see. Save, and on th also class py2. Okay, then we are here on these things. So here also on this tr we can have the same border b class border b border select 600, not 600. Here we can maybe have something like 400 or maybe 300, a lighter one. And on these tds also let's have the same py2 class. py2. All right, save everything. Let's see how it looks. And this is much better now, right? Let's maybe make this border a bit more lighter, the main th border. And then for the text heading, maybe let's move these things, all these four headers on the left side. Okay, apart from this it looks clean. I like it. And we can have some hover indication also. When I'm hovering over a row, it should have some light background color, some different background. Okay, let's do these two things first. Three things: make this border a bit lighter on the th, this sorry table header. Then these things, action is fine, and these things we will have left aligned, and we'll have an over state. So on th name email remarks, for these things I am going to say text. Okay, text left on these ones. Save. Next one, this is border select 600. Let's not make 600, let's maybe have 400 here. And then on these trs we are going to have, let's say, hover pg slate 50. Let's try how it looks. If I save it, these three things we changed, right? Text left, border slate, and this. Let's see how it looks now. Okay, we can see the hover state, and these are now left aligned. I like this. This looks clean, right? Edit, delete. These buttons are not working because we didn't work on it. We'll work on this now. Add client. So from the UI perspective, for this thing, this main screen, we are okay. It looks clean, good, and I like it. All right. Now let's work on edit, delete, and add client. So I'll stop this first, and then I'm going to have a similar kind of thing what we had on product services. So we need to have a state piece of state which will say bool show sidebar, and I'm going to have a state for the client model underscore model, or we can say it underscore client, which we are going to create or edit, and this is going to be nullable. Okay, now here in the markup we can simply say if underscore show sidebar is true and underscore client is not null, then we need to show our right sidebar. But here also we are going to have a form, so it's better to follow the same approach we followed for the product services, to create a separate component which is going to have a form for this client, saving the client, add edit client. Okay, so we'll do that. Typo, this should be show sidebar, not show, show sidebar. Save it. Okay, now in shared I'm going to create a new razor component. I'll say save client form. Again typo, client client, save client form here. And here we are going to have first thing edit form. Before that we are going to have a model here, private client model underscore model with a default value as new. And on this edit form, we'll say model equals this underscore model. Data annotations validator, this we need. And then we need our right sidebar. Here we need to have title, which will be dynamic title. If so, this title we are going to use for both add and edit the client. So it should be dynamic. If client ID is 0, model ID is 0, then it is add client. If it is not 0, it is going to be edit client. Okay, so here we need to make it dynamic. We'll have a condition underscore model dot id if this is equals 0. In this case, we'll say this is add client, client, else it will be edit client. And then we have one more thing here, right? On close. On close, we are going to close this. And then inside this, we are going to have our entire form. Before this, let's see, we need two pieces of information the same way we had on our save service form, right? We had these two pieces of information, so we are going to follow the same thing. Let's copy this entire thing, paste here. We'll change this model to this model, client model, and we are going to have the clone method on client model as well. So public client model clone. Here we'll say member wise clone as client model. Okay, this can be enabled. Now here we can say we will not have this service. Instead, we are going to have client model, and this thing we'll call it just client, which we are adding or editing. Here we can say client.id is greater than 0. Then we'll say model equals client.clone. All right, on sidebar close. So here on close, we'll simply call this on sidebar close. Now inside this right sidebar panel, now we need to add our entire form. We can follow the same approach what we had on save service form. Let's copy this entire thing, come back here, and let's paste it, save it. And now we'll see model.name. Yes, we have name. And after name, what else we have on the client model? Name, email ID, contact number, remarks. All these can be full width. So here what I mean, the second div, we can remove this. Instead of description, we can have model.remark, enter remarks, model.remarks, remarks, save it. Model.name is fine. And for similarly as name, we are going to have email, model.email, enter email ID. And then next thing we are going to have for the contact number, right? So we'll say contact number, contact number, contact number, and contact number, enter contact number. Save everything. And now we should be good. Let's go back to our clients page. Here, when we say add new client, we'll say show sidebar equals true. And before that, we'll say underscore client equals new. For edit client, we'll say underscore client equals c dot clone, show sidebar true. Excuse me. And for delete, we are going to use our confirmation model. So we'll inject our UI service, come back here, and here we'll generate our confirmation model, new confirmation model, or we can use our confirmation model dot create first the message. So we'll say, do you really want to delete client? And then we can provide the client name, c.name. Do you really want to delete this client? And then we'll provide on yes, and on no we don't need to do anything. We'll not use anything here. Delete the client from DB. So this is something here we are going to use. Now here show sidebar and client is not null. Then we are going to use a save client form. And the save client form expects a client which is underscore client, and it expects a on sidebar close. On this we'll say, what is the method name? We don't have close method here, so we can have a close private handle sidebar closed. So inside this we'll set underscore client to null, and we'll say underscore show sidebar equals false. And then here we'll say just handle closed, handle sidebar closed. The problem, handle sidebar close, private void handle sidebar closed. With this we are good. We just need to call these methods. So edit client we are already calling, delete client yes we are calling, add new client yes we are calling. So all methods we are calling fine. Let's just check if these are actually working. There is some error. What is it? Expected semicolon here, member wise clone as client model. Okay, just this, run. Okay, clients list is here, add client, we can see name, email id, contact number, remarks, save it, proper validation, cancels. If I say edit, we can see the values pre-filled, blue sky digital 121. So email id, why email id has this thing? We made some mistake in our form. To save client form, model.name, it should be model.email id, contact number, remarks, yes, save, open again. Now we can see this email id here, right? We can change it, it will not affect here, but we can see everything, right? Now let's try deleting. So delete, nothing is happening. It is not opening the confirmation model. Why is it not opening? Is there any error? In console there is no error, but delete is not working. Let's see why it is not working. If we go to the clients page, here we have delete client C, and here, oh, we have confirmation model, but we didn't open the confirm box. So we'll say UI service dot confirm. Here we need to pass this confirmation model, save it, stop, and restart. Now it should work, right? Because here we are just generating the model, creating the model with all these properties, but we were not showing the confirmation box. Clients, delete. Now we can see, do you really want to delete blue sky digital? No. Yes. So this confirmation we already built in the previously, so it works great here as well. So this is now reusable. Sidebar is now reusable. We can easily use it, right? So this is the beauty of creating reusable shared components. All right, so with this, our client management screen is also done. Now we'll move forward with the uh, before invoices. Let's maybe work on the settings. Here we are going to get some basic information. Let's say business name and some business details basically. So business name, business email, business address. So these sorts of things we are going to have settings. So that thing we are going to work. All right. It was fun. It was quick. No, it was not. It took half an hour to build this client module. All right. So now we'll work on our settings page. Settings is not going to be a page, a dedicated page. We are going to have a simple form, or let's say a modal pop-up for settings. Okay. So if we go to our layout, main layout, not main layout, left nav bar, it has the settings button. So when we click on the settings button, we want to open a modal pop-up which is going to have some business related settings. For example, let's say company profile or business profile. So business name, email, phone, address, the things which are going to be added automatically on the invoice when we'll generate it. Okay. So invoice will have these information pre-filled, automatically pre-populated, and then service selection, client selection, and then line item selection. That would be simply adding multiple services and all. So things like this. Okay. So let's do this. For this, we will need a modal pop-up. So we already have the confirmation dialog, which is actually a modal pop-up only. So we can follow the same structure here. So let's copy the styling from confirmation dialog and come back to the main, not main layout, left nav bar. And let's have a code section here. Okay. And here we can simply say, let's say, private bool show settings modal, something like this, default value false. And here we'll check if show settings modal is true, then we are going to show this modal pop up. Okay. And when we close it here, let's create a simple method here, private void close settings modal. Here we'll say underscore show settings modal equals false. Let's call it from this close button, and from the, now we are not going to have yes and no buttons. Instead we are going to have, let's say, save and cancel button. Okay. So for cancel button, let's change the order now. For confirmation, I had that order so that the very right hand side button, that is main action button, and that should not have destructive action. That's why I keep it like this. Okay. Now here we'll change it. So cancel button we are going to have first. So let's say cancel, and on click we'll call this close settings model on, and then this handle, yes, let's call it save. So here we'll say handle save, and we can define a method here, private void handle save, and here we'll simply save the settings in the db, and then call this close settings model. After saving, we'll simply close the model. Okay. Then this p text, which is going to be our actual form here, we'll say edit form. And now we need our settings data basically. Let's do this. Let's, for this also, let's move this thing to a separate component. Okay. So in shared only, I'm going to create a new razor component. I'll call it settings form model. Okay. And then here I'm going to drop the entire markup and these options here. So show settings model, it will be here only. but these things close and handle save, these I'm going to have here. Now close, because showing of this we are handling from here. Let's do this. Let's remove this and call that here save settings. What was that? Settings form model. Settings form model. So here we are going to have the handling of it is here. So when we close it, we need to move or raise that event to the consumer. That means till here that event should come here. That means here we are going to have a property of type event callback. We'll say on close, and this will be a parameter. So we can skip this thing, and here after saving we can simply say on close dot invoke async. Okay, we can do this, or later when we'll actually work on the async nature, then we'll change it to async task, or maybe we can do it right away also. Then we'll just need to await here, and here we'll say handle save async. To handle save async, it will be here, and on this cancel we can directly call this on close. Same thing on this top cancel button, we'll say on close. With this we are good. Okay, now we need to have a form with a model of settings. So whatever settings we are going to have. So for this what I'll do is I'll go to the models, and here I'm going to create a new class. Let's say settings model, and we are going to have properties here. So first thing we need to have, let's say, business name. Then we can say email. Then we can say uh, contact number if we want to. So this is totally up to you. If you want, you can. If you don't, skip this. So let's say contact number, and then we can also have address. All these are business related. Okay, let's put all the validations. So required max length, this is business name, so let's maybe have 200. Email, required email address, and a max length of 200 only. Let's have this. On contact number, let's maybe have it as nullable. Okay, so it is not required, but we'll set max length as 15. Same goes with address, let's have it as nullable. So here also we'll have simply a max length of, let's say, 250, and I guess that's all we need. Settings model. Now go back, and here we are going to have this as a parameter, not parameter, sorry, a variable. So private settings model underscore models. All right, then we'll use this model on this edit form. Model equals this underscore model, and then we are going to have our data annotations validator, and now we can define our actual UI for the form for all these what we call these form fields. Here it will not be confirm, it will be, let's say, settings is going to be the heading for this one. Now here we can have all those things. So for this we already have the form somewhere, right? So we can have the same markup. For example, let's go to save service form. We have this, right? So let's cut all this div, come back, put it here, and change it accordingly. First thing, we need business name. So it can be business name. Business name. Here we'll say business name. And what else? Yeah, enter business name. This is fine. Next thing is, here we had this rate. So here we are going to have after business name, we have email and contact number, right? So let's change this input number to just input text, and here we'll say email, enter email, and we are going to have this validation message here only, email, then this one, and here also email. Then here we'll say phone or contact number, so we'll say contact number and enter contact number and this validation message for contact number, and then we can get rid of this false div. After this we are going to have address, so address model.address and enter it. And with this we are good, right? Then we have this cancel and save button, so these are also fine. Yeah, I guess we are good. Now we just need to open it and close it, and let's maybe increase the width of this thing. This is going to be a form, right? So right now we have 450 pixel width, right? Let's maybe change it to, I don't know, maybe 600 or 550, let's say. Save it. Now we might show confirmation dialog on top of this dialog. Okay, so that means we need to have, now confirmation dialog should have a z index more than this modal pop. Okay, right now this modal pop, this is z30 which we used, right? So on the confirmation dialog we'll go here and we'll change it to z40, and after this we'll have z50 for the loader. We'll have a global loader later that will have z50. So now we have this entire hierarchy for the z indexes. Okay, so looks like we are good. Oh, here also we have same thing, z30, make it, yeah, z30 is fine, but here z40 and z40. Save everything. Now if you go to our left nav bar, here when should this gets open? That will be when we click on this button, the settings button. So here we can say on click, we'll have one lambda here, we'll say underscore show settings model equals true. Then it is going to be shown, and when this handle save, now we don't need this handle save here, so we can get rid of this. Close, yes we need when we are getting this on close. So when we are getting this on close, here we have just this one thing, so we can get rid of this also. Ideally this is not a good idea, because if this is once in a while opening kind of thing, then we are okay to have these inline delegates. But if we have something which is going to be executed multiple times, which are going to be rendered multiple times, so we should not have these lambda delegates here, because for rendering, for re-rendering, it actually checks it again, it checks the reference and all again and again. So if this is being rendered multiple times or in a loop or multiple places, so it's not a good idea to have inline actions, inline delegates basically. So this is a, what we say, design practice for Blazor best practices. Okay, we should not do this, that's what I'm saying, if someone is interpreting it incorrectly. But because this is once in a while only one time rendered, so we are okay with that. And with this I think we are fine. Let's try to run it and let's see if we are able to show this settings modal pop-up. Okay, so this is settings. If I click on it, we can see the settings model with cancel and save buttons. Outside click is doing nothing, close is doing its thing, cancel is doing its thing, and if I say save, then also closed it. But validation didn't work. Validation should have worked here, right? Contact number, we need to fix this, and we need to fix the validation. Why validation didn't work? let's go to save settings form. Here we have edit form, and it didn't work because the save button is outside of the form. We need to have this inside the form. What we can do, we can simply have the edit form at the very top, outside of everything. Close it, outside of everything here. And now form will be inside this. We had a typo, not typo, the case, wrong case for contact number. Now we can see this. So save and let's run it again. Now we should see the validation message when we click on save button. Okay, so settings, save. Oh, still not working? Why? We have edit form, we have data annotations validator, yes. On model, we have validations, right? Required, max length, everything is fine. We have input text, bind value, validation message, all right, everything looks fine. What is the issue then? So, okay, I found the issue. So now I want you guys to pause this video and comment what the issue is. If you're checking here, if you know what the issue is here. Okay, so let's see how many of you know what the problem here is. All right, now I'll tell you what the issue is. So right now when we click on save, the type of this button is just button. It is not submitting the form. And if it is not submitting the form, that means edit form is not getting triggered. So it is not using annotation validator. Basically validations are not working because we are not submitting the form. Validations will work when we are submitting the form. And the default behavior for submitting is when we say in button type submit, then only it is going to submit. If we save it, let's see if hot reload works without anything. If I do this, if I save, no, let's restart. Now it should work. Okay, settings and save, and still not working. Now there is some, what else we have here? Button type submit, yes. Edit form is outside, yes. Data annotation validator is here. Let's quickly check what it is generating. If I say not inspect source, inspect, button type is submit, yes. Form is here. We have this form method post, yes. And everything else is inside this form only, right? Yeah. Then what is the issue? Save, save. Okay, let's see other things. Yes. Now next thing, again there was again a missing piece. So now if you guys point me out what the issue here is. Now again I found the problem. Let's see how many of you know this second problem, or maybe some of the people from you already figured out in the first time only. And let's see now. So now I'll tell you now what is happening. Although we are inside a form, we are submitting the form, but on this button we are using this on click. That means it is using this on click and it is calling this handle save this method, and it is simply closing this modal pop-up. So for the submit button, we will get rid of this thing. We will not have this on click. Now how would this method is going to be called and when? That would be on form only. So here we have two methods. We have on valid submit and we have on invalid submit. So valid submit is when the validations are valid. So we are going to use this on valid submit. Now this method is going to be called only when there is no validation error on this form. Then it will call this. Save it. Maybe hot reload works. Let's try. If I save it, yes, it is working now. You see, on save, nothing is happening. Cancel, it will happen. Now save, we can see these things. Now if we provide the values here, save, no, email field is not a valid email address. We need to make it as email address abcd@abcd.com. Save, now it is gone. Okay, So that means settings modal pop-up is also working. Now this my business, we are going to populate this thing from this business name only. Okay, down the line when we'll save everything, then we'll have it. So yeah, we are good with settings UI also, right? Cool. Now I guess we worked on product services, edit, delete, add, all these things are fine. Then we move to client. We have this list, we have edit, we have delete, we have add client. Then we worked on settings. Yeah. So now we'll move to invoices. Now this page is going to take a lot of time because we are going to have so many things in here. We need to show the invoices, and we can have, let's say, all invoices, pending invoices, due invoices, all those things we are going to show here. And then we'll work on a page where we will actually create or generate an invoice. That page is going to be huge, that is going to have a lots of data information flowing here and there. Okay, so first let's work on this invoices page where we are going to have a UI to show all the invoices. Now for invoices page, let's first thing we'll create a page. So in components, pages, create a page, razor component, and we'll call it just invoices. And we are going to add page attribute here slash invoices. Let's go back to our layout folder, left navbar. Let's see what is the URL href. This is invoices, and we have put invoices only. With this, that means we are okay. Now we can see this page. Now the main wrapper for this page, it is going to be same as our clients page or product services page. So let's get that thing here. So till HR, we are going to have this. Let's copy, paste it here. Let's have the div, closing div here. Add new client. We'll, for now we'll remove it because we are going to work on this screen for now. This should say add invoice or create invoice. Okay. And this should say invoice management. Save it. And we are okay with the default heading and all. Maybe we can move this piece of section to layout only, because this is the thing which we are duplicating or we are using across all pages, right? This button and this heading, these two things are dynamic, but the structure is same. Okay, we'll see later. So for these things we can use section outlet and section content. These are Blazor's feature. On layout we can mark some slots or some placeholders using section outlet, and then on the pages side we can use section content, which will actually going to be rendered inside the section outlet. So this is also a good feature from Blazor side. Okay, all right, now we are here. Now here we will need to define something. So here, as I already mentioned, we are going to have different tab kind of structure. Did I mention it? I don't remember, but maybe I did. So we are going to have some tab like structure, and there we are going to have some tabs. First one, recent. So recent invoices, then pending invoices, then paid invoices, and then one tab for all invoices. So there we can see all the invoices. So now we need to make the tab like structure here. Okay. For this, we are going to have a div class. We'll say flex. We'll say items center so that the items are vertically centered. Center. Okay. And we don't need any gap here. Inside this, we are going to have our tabs. So for those tabs, we can say these are going to be different buttons. So button type button. We are going to have some classes. So first we'll have recent. Save it. So on these things, after this div, let's have one HR which will touch this thing, so that this will mark as the bottom, and these buttons are going to be different button, which will give a tab like UI kind of thing. Or maybe not HR. Let's do this. On this flex, if we say W full, take the full width, and here if we say border B, it should work, right? Border B 1px, this, save it. Now let's run it, go to invoices page, and then we'll keep on adding the classes, and we'll keep on seeing the UI in real time, how does it look, so that uh, we don't have to go back and forth. Okay, so this recent, this is here. Now let me arrange these things, this browser and Visual Studio in a way so that we can see the thing is real time. Okay, so first we have recent. If I add others, let's say pending and all, we can see, yes, without any spacing. So we need some spacing. Now the spacing we are going to handle using the classes only. Px, we are going to have some x padding on it, let's say px4. We are going to have some py padding as well, let's say py2. Text just small, font let's say medium. Okay, save it. Okay, something has changed. This border B, let's change the color. So border, let's say slate and 200. So this border, this becomes lighter, right? Not this lighter, maybe let's say border slate 300. Okay, now on this recent, the way we have this recent, the same way let's add others as well for now. So let's say this says pending. If I add this, I can see this as well. Let's duplicate it again. Here I'll say paid, save it. I can see the paid as well. Then one more, all, and yeah, save it. Okay, now we just need to have some different styling, or if let's say the some tab is active, so which tab is active, for that active tab we are going to have some different styling. For example, let's consider the first recent tab, that is a active tab. For that, what we can do is we can maybe have some background color. Okay, so for that, maybe let's say some border color, some background color, let's say bg indigo, maybe 300. Let's try 50 first. Save. Very light. Yes, we can see something. Oh, this looks fine, right? The text also for this we can change. Let's say text indigo, let's say 600. Save it. And we can have one border as well for this one when it is active. So we can say border B, and we can say border indigo 600. Same thing. If I save it, we can see this border. You see, if I increase this, how would it look? Border B, where is the border B? Border B2. If I say 2, then this is bigger one, right? Okay, now similarly we are going to have the same cursor pointer also. Let's have cursor pointer, cursor pointer. If I save it, now we can see this cursor pointer. Now we need to have different hover styling on these, all these tabs, and these should behave like tabs only. Right now nothing would happen. So now the colors are going to be different here. I want different colors for these. So for this we need to make some state or manage that state in our code block, which tells which button has which colors for active and inactive state, and which button is right now active. Okay, so these things we need to handle here. So for this, what we can do, maybe we can create a simple type here, private record, let's say tab. Yeah, just right now let's have tab. So here we'll say string tab name. What is the name of the tab? Okay, then we can say, so here if we see the pattern, we have just color is changing, right? For this one, indigo would be the color, and these things will apply only when it is in active state. So we, for these tabs, what we can say, string name, these things, and next thing we'll say string active color, and the last thing we'll use is active. So bool is active. Now, because let's disable it for now, because we are going to change this is active, so it shouldn't be a record, because records are immutable. If we modify it, we can't directly modify it, we need to use the with keyword, and that is going to create a new instance of this tab. So better to have it as a class for this particular use case. Okay, that means we need to have these as separate properties here. So we'll say public string name, public string active color, active color, and public bool is active, like this. And then we are going to have these tabs here, default value. So here we can say private tab array underscore tabs, and here we can provide the value for this one, these things. So here I can create a maybe factory method, or because these are direct tabs, so we can simply have maybe a direct constructor here. I'll say generate a constructor. It is in running state, so let's stop this first, and then we'll say just create a constructor. uh, Generate constructor, not this one. It is not working. It used to work. Generate constructor string name. We had that thing in C# side, so it is not there with this. Okay, if it is not, we need to generate manually. So what I am trying to do is I'll simply create this tab, and we can say string name, string active color, and bool is active. We can maybe has a default value as false. Then here we can simply assign all these three things. Now I'll use value tuple to assign these three values. So name, active color, and is active. These are the three properties. I'm going to assign these a different value tuple, name, active color, and is active, like this. Now what it will do is it will simply check first value is going to be assigned from the first value right side, from the right side. So active color, second active color is active. So with this we'll have all these. Now why I did this, so that I can have these tabs directly here using this shorthand kind of thing, just new, and here we need to provide name, active color, and is active. So name is going to be recent, right, and the color is going to be indigo, and is active false, we can leave that. Second one would be pending. Okay, so for pending we can use amber color. Then we have paid. So for paid we can use green color, or one version of this, let's say emerald. And all we can have some, what we call maybe blue color or some other color, what we, let's use blue color maybe. Save. And for now initially let's have first recent as a active true. Save it. Now what we'll do is we'll simply generate these tabs dynamically using this underscore tabs array. Here we'll say for each var tab in underscore tabs. Then we'll have, let's say the first button, or maybe this button. Here this text would be tab.name. Classes are fine. Now if the tab is active, we are going to add these additional classes also. Okay, so here we can maybe have a variable, let's say active classes, something like this, active classes. Here we'll say tab dot is active, or we can simply say the default value for this we'll have string empty, and then we'll simply have a condition. If tab dot is active is true, then we'll say active classes equals, we'll generate these active classes. What these are going to be: border indigo, border b, so border b2 also going to be here, this bg indigo. Copy these, paste all these here, then text, these are going to be the classes, and then we'll use active classes here at the rate active classes. Now this indigo is hard coded color, we don't need this color, instead we'll use tab dot active color. Same thing here, tab dot active color, same thing here, tab dot active color. What other things we had here? So cursor pointer, it will be on all. Cursor pointer is fine here, we can add here. And what else we had? We had border 2, not order, border b2, px, py, these we already have. Text as sm we already have. Font medium we already have. So that means we are good. Let's comment these initial buttons. Let's see if we can see these buttons, or maybe before that let's have the click functionality as well. When we tap on any of these buttons, it should change the current active state, right? It will remove the previously active button and set this new tab as active. So on this button we'll simply say at the rate on click, we'll say change tab. What happened? What happened here? So everything is fine, right? Yeah. Then inside this, if I say at the rate on click, we'll say change tab, and we'll pass tab as a parameter to this, and then we'll create helper method. Here we'll say private void change tab, and we are going to have tab as a parameter. Okay, then what we can do here is we can maybe loop through these tabs, or we can simply directly get the current active tab. So what we can say was current active tab equals, so here we can say underscore tabs dot first. We know there is going to be always an active tab, so we'll say first t dot is active. Whatever active tab we have, we'll set simply current tab active to is active false, and this new tab which we got, for this we'll say is active equals true. So now we are changing the tab. Let's try to run and let's see if this functionality is working. We can see all these tabs, and on click it is changing the current active tab. This thing should work, right? Let's run. Okay, let's see. If I go to invoices, we can see this click is working, but the background color is not working. On recent we have this color, but for others we don't have it. So this is selected. If we see cursor pointer, border amber 600, and this color was not. Oh, okay, now we have a situation. Now this has nothing to do with Blazor, this has something to do with Tailwind. Now how Tailwind works is, whatever classes it finds in the source code, it simply generates CSS styles for those classes. Now on recent we have this thing. Why? Because we had that somewhere, that border indigo, we had that earlier, right? Now what is happening is, here we are saying border, then this active color 600. Now what is this active color? Tailwind does not know. Blazor knows it. It is setting it, but Tailwind is not generating classes for this. So one workaround, what I do for these types of things, I simply have a div with class hidden. This should not be there. I'm using this just so that I can force Tailwind to generate some classes. These classes are going to be these classes. Copy, paste, and let's have all these colors. So for example, first we'll have indigo, 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 and indigo. Then next we are going to have amber for all these. This is hidden. This is not going to show on the screen, but we are just going to have these for different things. Amber, indigo, indigo, indigo. Then we'll have amber, amber, and amber. And then we are going to have emerald. Save. Emerald. And then we have blue. Blue, blue, and blue. Save. Okay. Now here, let's say on one item we are adding multiple borders or we are adding multiple backgrounds. It is not going to work. It is going to use the latest one, last one. It is going to apply that thing. That's why it is showing these warnings. Okay. Now we are okay with this because we just want to enforce the Tailwind CLI to generate styles for these in our styles.css. Now sometimes what could happen, maybe there can be some optimization. So what Tailwind CLI can do, it can maybe skip some of these classes. It will take only one, maybe the last one, and then it will use them. It can be a case. So to handle that, what we generally do, have div class hidden. Inside this, let's have different span for different classes. Just copy these. We have 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 tabs. That's 4. First, we'll have all indigo ones. Order indigo. Cut from here. Add here. Then border blue. Cut. Paste. Then, no, not blue, sorry. Indigo. We are using indigo, right? Yeah. Indigo text. Border text. And one more was there for indigo, right? Border text. And where is BG? BG indigo. BG indigo 50. Yeah. Cut and paste here. Now what we can do, let's just duplicate this 4 times, and here we'll say indigo, we'll change it to emerald, add here and here, then we'll say amber, and then we'll say blue. Now it will enforce Tailwind CLI to generate CSS styles for these, and then we can get rid of all these, but we'll have hidden because we don't want this thing to be shown on the UI. Save it. Okay. Now we can see this. You see, we can see the colors. Recent, pending, paid, all. So with this hack, we actually made it working. Tab structure is working fine. Now we'll have dynamic content for all these tabs in the below section. Okay. Cool. So let's do that next. Our tab management is somewhat fine. After this, so this thing we'll have it at the very end. Let's cut it from here. Let's move it all the way down. Let's leave it here. Okay, and let's leave these things. Now we are okay. Now tabs are fine. Now we need tab contents. Okay, so after this div, we can maybe have some spacing, or we can directly have tab contents. Maybe a div class. Here we are going to have tab content. Okay, on this we can maybe have MT, let's say 5, and for now we can simply show some text. Here we'll say tabs dot first t dot is active dot name. Here we can just say this is just for testing right now, so that we can see recent content, pending content, paid content, all content. So this is for just for these tabs, so we can have something like this. Now we'll make these things actually dynamic, but before that we need to at least generate UI for one of the tab, then we'll tweak it to handle others. Okay, mostly the actions are going to be different, but other things are going to be same, because all are invoices, so all these are going to have the same properties, same stats and all, right? Let's do that next. So here let's maybe use the tabular structure. So what we have on clients is table like structure. Yeah, so for this action tab is going to be different, right? Because for, let's say, for pending we can mark as done or mark as paid. For paid we can maybe unmark those, mark as unpaid. So things like this, basically we can have maybe a preview button. So these are going to be the actions there, and edit, delete. Maybe on paid ones we can't add it or we shouldn't add it. So things like this we'll do. So for the invoice, first let's see what all tabs or what we say parameters we need for the invoices. Okay, so just stop this, go to the models, and we are going to create a new model here. Add class, we'll say invoice model, and here we are going to, yeah, id will be there for sure. After this we are going to have public string, let's say invoice number. Okay, then we are going to have int client id and string client name. We need to show the client name. Then we are going to say we call it when this invoice was issued. Okay, so we can say date time, let's say issued on. Then we can have a date time, nullable date time, when this invoice is due. Okay, I'm making it nullable because maybe sometimes we don't have any due date. Okay, and then we can maybe have what else we can have, a status here. So we'll have status, so let's say string status. Now these statuses are going to have, let's say, pending and paid, something like this, right? Pending and paid, these two status. If this is the case, we can maybe not have this status, or we can simply say bool is paid, and then we can maybe have a computed property for status. So we'll say status, we'll say if is paid is true, we can say paid. If not, we can say pending. Yeah, this makes sense. Now if this is paid, we can maybe want to show when was it paid. We can have date time, the label again, paid on, when was this paid. We can have this also. Let's move it to with is paid. Then what else we want here? We want the services associated with this invoice, right? That is going to be a list of services, right? Okay, let's create one more time, or we already have that service model, right? But here we can have the quantity also. Let's say single service, multiple quantities, so we need to handle that. Here let's do this. We'll say public class, we'll say invoice service model. So this service is actually product. What product? Or we can say this line item, right? Let's say line item, invoice line item model. Here we are going to have public int service id, and we are going to have string service name, and we are going to have string uh, unit, and we are going to have decimal rate. Basically whatever things we had on our service model, all those things we are going to have here. So this is a service, this is a rate, this is a unit, and we had description also, right? So it's up to us. If we want to show the description, we can. If we don't, we can skip that. So for now, let's skip that. Okay, line item, and here we want to have the quantity as well. So here we'll say public int quantity. Okay, and then we can maybe have some computed property here. So we'll say decimal total. For this we can simply say rate times quantity. Okay, this is going to be total for this one. Now here in this invoice model, we can have a collection of this thing. So we'll say prop I enumerable of this invoice model, invoice line item model. Here we can say line items with an value of an empty collection. And then here we can have a computed property decimal, let's say total amount. Okay, so here we can say total amount. So on this thing, let's maybe say amount just, and here we'll say total amount. This total amount should be sum of these amount, right? Total amount for this invoice. So here we can say line items dot sum L dot amount. This is basically sum of all these. So with this, we are done with our modeling. So models are done here. Now we can use this model to show it on our invoices page. So here, we just need to show that table. Okay? Let's first have a single table, then we'll see if how we can change that or modify that. So for table, we already have this client page where we have this tabular structure. Okay. So invoices here, first thing, let's have collection here of invoices. So private enumerable invoice model underscore invoices equals empty collection. And here we can say if underscore invoices dot any, if we don't have any invoice, we are going to show this text which we had here on clients. Here we'll say no clients added. We can say no invoices created yet, something like this. And then we are going to have, in else case, we are going to have this table. Here, in the else case, we are going to have a wrapper div. Inside this, we are going to have this table. Tbody, we'll say tbody, then we'll say table, table, table. Now here, let's see what all things we need. So we don't need name. We have ID, we have invoice number. So we'll use invoice number first. Invoice number. Then we are going to have client ID and client name. So let's have this as a client, that this is the client. The next thing is when was it is invoice issued. We can say issued on. Next thing is due on. So this we can say due on. After that we have is paid or unpaid. So for this thing is going to be dynamic on the basis of the current tab. Okay, or maybe we can use this status directly on all, right? Yeah, so this is going to be our status. And then line items, we are not going to show line items directly here. For that we will need to see some other thing, maybe from right side panel or maybe in a modal pop-up. Now we have both these things implemented already, so we can reuse them for line items. Status, after status, what else we have here? We have this total amount, so let's use that also. Total amount. Then we have actions. Save it, and with this we are good. Now inside this t body, let's have a for each. Here we'll say I, or let's say inv invoice, or let's say just complete name invoice in underscore invoices. Now we need to have all these things. So let me copy this th. We have the same classes there also, right? Or no, we have different classes. tr td py2 py2, we just have py2. Text left is also fine, but we have this hover state and border slate on this tr. Okay, now these things, let's get the actual values here. So we'll say at the rate invoice dot invoice number. This is the client, so we'll say at the rate invoice dot client name. Now this is issued on, so here we'll say at the rate invoice dot issued on dot to string. Here we can say the format of this date. Okay, for me I'm going to use Indian format, ddmm, or let's say 3-letter M, YYYY. So I'm going to use this one. The next is due. Now due is nullable, so we need to be smart here. We'll say due on and question mark dot to string. And status, we know we already have at the rate invoice dot status. And total amount also we have it at the rate invoice dot total amount. For this we can simply say to string and just use the currency conversion here, and then we have these actions. Save. For now let's quickly see. We should see this no invoice is created yet. Run it and let's see. Okay, so if you go to invoices, we can see no invoice is created yet for all the tabs. Okay, now let me use ChatGPT to generate some data for this, right? This invoice model. So here what I'll do, I'll maybe create a public static some utility class, invoice seeder, something like this, public enumerable of invoice model get seed invoices, and I'm going to return empty collection for now, and I'm going to use this should be static. Now I didn't add this thing inside this because I want to have this clean, but all others were small models, so I was okay with this. Maybe I'll remove all the seeding data later because we don't need the seeding data. That was just so that we can see the UI. Okay, or maybe I'll add the seeding data in the entity framework core only when we'll work on the entity framework core side, so that when let's say you get this source code, you will see some data. All right, that will do. So now let me get help from AI to generate this data. I got this seeding data. Let's use it. So on invoices, here for these invoices, let's do this. We'll override on initialized method. In this we'll say underscore invoices equals invoice seeder dot get seed invoices, and let's see how it looks. Okay, open invoices and we can see this data and why this is bigger. Again, I made the same mistake. I'm using still th. This should be td. So let's replace th in the selection with td. Okay, save, and let's check in the browser. Now we can see these invoices, right? So invoice number, client, issued on, due on, status, this and this, everything is fine. Now let's have some tweaking here and there. So client is fine, invoice number is fine, issued on, status. For paid and pending, let's have some different UI. Let's maybe use some chip kind of UI. So for different for paid and different for pending. And do we need to set or this due on? When there is no due date, it is using this empty. So for this, let's maybe say NA or not set, something like this. And here, let's do one more thing. We can have that this invoice has this number of items, right? And where should we have that? Should we have a separate column, or maybe in actions we can have a button which will show number of line items for this invoice? Okay, so 3 items, 5 items, and on click of it we will maybe show those in modal pop-up or maybe on right sidebar. Okay, let's do that next. So NA or not set, change this thing to a chip like structure and adding the action button for line items, and we'll add other action buttons later. We have the status here. Okay, here we can say if status. Now there is no point of having this status text, so because we are going to have in any case if else condition here, so we'll say invoice dot is paid. If the invoice is paid, we need to have say a label with some classes. So we'll say px maybe 3, py, let's leave it. We'll say border, and border, this is paid, right? Yeah, so here we can say border green 300 or maybe 4, let's have 300. pg green maybe 200. Then we are going to have the text as paid. This also, let's say text green, let's say text green 800. We are going to have this, and rounded, do we have some rounded full or something like that? Rounded full, yes. Save it. And if this is not the case, that means this invoice is pending. We'll use a similar label. We'll set text as pending, and we'll change the color. Let's say border, instead of green we'll say some yellowish color, or let's say amber color, maybe just use amber 300, amber and amber. Save it. Okay, let's see how this looks. Before that, other things, what other things we need? Change this, and for due on, if this is null, do this using this. If this is null, we'll simply say NA, not applicable. The next thing in this actions, we will add a button. Here I'll say div class flex, let's say gap of 1, and items center, center. Okay, and inside this I'm going to have a button. type button classes. So basically classes, we'll see what all classes we want to add here, but here we'll show number of items. So at the rate invoice dot line items dot count. So 5 items, 6 items, 7 items, things like this. On this thing we can give it a appearance of button or maybe an appearance of a link. So we have underline, we have, let's say, text blue 500. Okay, and what we call it, let's say px2 and cursor pointer, and on hover we can maybe have hover, we can say text blue 800, we can have this, or on hover we can have some very light background as well. So bg blue 50, save it. Okay, now let's see how these things look now. Paid pending, paid pending, we can see this. Okay, and a is here, and we have these 2 items, 1 items, and this thing. How should we have this here or maybe somewhere else? With invoice number, 2 items, 3 items, maybe we can have these items with this invoice number. Okay. Maybe for now let's have these here only. We'll see if we want to switch this, we'll switch, and here these are fine, right? Or maybe we can make these a bit more smaller, paid and pending. Yeah, let's do that. So for these chips we will have text xs, same on the second one, text xs, save, and we have these smaller than these things. Now on click of this thing, let's maybe open the right sidebar. But with this we are going to have a situation for that, and the situation is going to be currently our right sidebar, it has this heading is fine, we can make it, but cancel and save. But for this thing we don't need save, right? For these invoices we don't need a save button, we just need a cancel button, right? So maybe we can make that save button dynamic. Okay, property driven. Let's quickly do that. So here what we'll do is, let's stop this first, go to our right sidebar, right side panel. We are going to, this save button is going to be a dynamic thing. So here we are going to get a parameter of type boolean. We'll say show save button, we'll make it a parameter, we will not make it required, and we will have a default value as true, so that this is, so that we don't need to change anything at other places. For this particular one we'll pass show save button as false, and here we'll say this button, if show save button is true, which by default is, will show this button. So for all other cases everything would work same, no need to change anything anywhere. All right, now let's go to our invoices page, and here what we can do is, let's say we can have a private what we call it, let's say showing invoices or something like this, showing invoices, or what should we call it, show invoice line items, but of which of which invoice. So here we can maybe say something like, I'm just thinking, underscore show line items for invoice ID, something like this. We'll say private int this thing. So default value would be 0. We can make it nullable also if we want. So here what we'll do, we'll have this if condition. There we'll simply check if show line items for invoice ID is not null. Okay, or we can directly check is if this is greater than 0, then only we'll do something. And that something is going to be, we'll display our right side panel. We'll display the title as the maybe invoice ID and line item. So here we can make this dynamic. We'll say, what is the invoice ID here? Oh, not invoice ID. We'll first get that invoice. Or maybe let's do this. Show line items for invoice ID, right? Rather, we can say, yeah, let's have this. Let's not overthink it. We'll here simply access that specific invoice. So we'll say var invoice equals invoices dot first. We'll say I dot id equals this id dot value, because this is a label int, so we'll consider this. Now we have this invoice. So here we can generate this title basis of this invoice dot invoice number, and then we'll say invoice number hyphen line items with this, and then we have on close. So with this on close, what we'll do, we'll simply set this show line items or invoice ID as null. Then final thing is going to be, what should we add inside this? So inside this we are going to have a list kind of thing where we are going to show all the line items of this invoice. Basically whatever items we have with proper whatever we have, the count and I mean quantity and all. Here we can simply say div class, or maybe we can have a simple table also, the same way we have table for this top section, right? We can have something similar here. Yeah, let's do this. We'll take this table, paste it here. So t head, then we are going to have table, and inside this we have min w full text sm. This is fine. And here what all we are going to have, let me think. For line items we have service name, rate, unit, quantity and amount, right? So these four things, 1 2 3 4 and 5, these five things we are going to show here. First thing we can say service, then we can say rate, and then we can say quantity, and then we can say total, or let's say amount. Okay, save it. Actions, no, we are not going to have any action here. And after t head we'll have t body. Inside this we are going to have a for each where, let's say li line item in invoice dot line items. Then we are going to have the same tr here. This time I'll change this th first to td. So td, td, td and td, and then we'll display all these things at the rate li dot service name, at the rate li dot rate dot toString c. For currency, then we have quantity, so we'll say li dot quantity, And then we'll say in amount, we'll say li dot amount dot toString and currency conversion, right? Or maybe the second column, we can show both of these things, quantity times rate. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, we'll have only one column for this. So here we'll say first thing, for rate, we should show the, the unit as well. So, okay, let's do this. We'll say quantity, we'll say times, we'll say rate, and then we'll say unit at the rate li dot unit. And then we'll have amount as the last column. And then at the very end, after this for each loop, we are going to have one more tr. Inside this, we are going to have one, two, we have three columns now, right? So service, and what should we call the second column? Let's call it quantity times rate, something like this only, and then amount. So at the very end, I want to have total amount and then that amount value. So total amount, that text should be for first two. So we'll simply use call span for the first TD. So here we'll say call span 2, and here we'll say total amount, and we can have this as text, right? We can make this font medium so that it is a bit bolder, and then we are going to have the last TD as invoice total total amount, right? We have this invoice. On this invoice we can have total amount toString. Okay, so I guess we are good with this thing. Now we just need to set this when we click on any of these line items, this button, then we need to set. So here we'll say at the rate on click equals this lambda, this thing equals the current invoice ID. So invoice dot ID, this thing. Save it. What is the problem? Invalid expression term. What is the invalid expression? Maybe this is from previous one when I added double parenthesis, so it should be fixed. Yeah. Now let's see how it looks. Then we'll see if we need to do something else. One more thing. On right side panel, we need to set that show save button to false. We'll make this explicit false for this particular. Let's run it and let's see how it looks now. Okay, invoices. We can see these two items. We can see these two items. Not very good, but still we can see. Let's try other things. Two items, one items. It should say one item, not items. Okay, here let's check the two items one. Maybe let's increase the width of this right sidebar, right? First thing, we'll increase this thing. Here we can say invoice 001 line items. We can see these line items, and then we can maybe not have these, or maybe we want to make these lighter. Yeah, these are lighters here, right? Oh, because I copied the same t head tr structure, that's why it is showing this. Okay, total amount, we need to have some spacing here. So that means in this t we can have some padding on x-axis. I think we have these on other things, right? So if I check the main table, here we have py2 only, but on clients also we have the same thing. Okay, because that was small thing, but on this invoices, basically on these line items, let's have some spacing on x-axis also for these. line items body, and the border B we will have border select 100, py2 is fine, but px also 2. So if this is 2, we can simply have p2 from all sides, p2 and p2. And on this one, this last one, we don't need border bottom, we need border top. So we can have this and make it, let's say 200, a bit more than the other ones. Save. And here also we'll simply say p2 and p2. Save. And then we'll go to right side panel and we'll increase the width for all. So for this one, where are we set? We are setting it as 400, right? Maybe let's set it to 550. Save it. Stop it for now. Maybe let's run it and let's see. Okay, invoices, 2 items, and yes, now it is much better. We don't have hover state. If we want to, we can have hover state as well. And then we have this cancel button. Let's say 1 item, also fine. Service, quantity times rate, then amount. Okay, let's go to the clients and let's see add client. This is also looks fine, right? Product services, edit, this is fine. So I'm checking because I increased the width of this right side, but that's why I'm checking this. So with this changes, we are okay with our invoices. Now next thing we'll do is to right now all these are always there. We just need to make these dynamic on the basis of these tabs, and we need to add the other action buttons on the basis of these tabs basically. For example, for pending, we'll add mark as paid. For paid, we'll add, let's say, mark as unpaid, and we will have edit and delete options. For paid, we will not have edit and delete. We will not allow addition and deletion. Edit and delete, we will not allow. For pending, edit and delete both will be allowed. So things like this, basically, the dynamic actions that we are going to do next. All right, so now we'll work on our action buttons first. So inside each invoice right now we just have these 5 items or 10 items or whatever items we have for line items, right? First let's have this in this braces. Then we will have two different conditions here. The conditions would be if this is, let's say, unpaid or pending. If it's in pending state, we'll show edit button, delete button, and mark as paid button. If this is paid, the invoice is paid, so we will not allow edit, we will not allow delete, but we can mark that unpaid again. Mark as unpaid, right? And let's have one preview or view kind of thing also. For this one, we will have one view button. Okay, and for this unpaid also, we can have view button. Okay. We can call it view or preview for unpaid. So these are the two options for different action buttons. For unpaid, we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. For paid, we are going to have 1 and 2. Okay. So now we have this button where it shows this many number of items we have. So maybe, as I mentioned earlier, maybe we can move this button with the invoice number only. Let's try how would it look. With this invoice number, let's have the invoice number in a label with class, let's say font medium. Medium has font weight 500, so we'll have it here. And after this, we are going to have this button. Save. Then I mentioned maybe for this mark as unpaid and paid, we can maybe have these buttons with the statuses, right? So if this is paid, we are showing the status as paid, And here we can maybe have this button, we can say mark as unpaid. Mark this, what we call it, this invoice as unpaid. Same with the pending one. If this is pending, we can have a button to mark this as paid. So let's do this. Before that, we had these pills, right? These pills, for these we can maybe have some very light color. Right now it is BG green 200. So maybe let's have it BG green 100. Border maybe 200. Same thing for this one, border amber 200 and BG amber 100. Main color is fine. And after these, let's have a button, type button, and maybe text XS, so very small. And here we can say mark as unpaid. And on this we can have, what is the problem? What did button text? Oh, not type. Type is button only, but class is going to be this text access. And then here we'll say px maybe 2, py we will not have it, and rounded, and let's say border, and we'll say border, we are setting unpaid, right? So maybe we can have border danger, I mean border error, border not error, red maybe 400 or maybe 300, or maybe let's have 100 only, border red 100, and text red, or maybe we can have BG. Right now I'm just trying to play around with this, some of these colors. We'll see what color looks fine, looks great. So here we'll say border red, BG red 50, and text red 300. Let's see how would it look. We'll see. Then we'll copy this thing, we'll paste with the pending one, and we'll change these colors to green, 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 and green. And here we'll say mark as paid. Save it, save everything. For now let's see how these buttons are looking, then we'll maybe if these are fine or we need to modify these, we'll see. After that we'll add these buttons. Okay, we are here, invoices. We can see these two items, but we want this to be in the next line. And then with paid, we have mark as unpaid. These are very light. Move these to the next line, and have these some dark text. Okay. Okay, let's first do this, then we'll see if we need to change something else as well. So we need to have these vertically in a column stack. So on these things, on these TDs, maybe we can have flex, we can have flex call, and then we can have items center and justify center, or just justify center, flex call, justify center, and let's have a gap of maybe 2. Okay, then here we'll say text red 300, right? Let's make it text red 600 or 700. Okay, and cursor pointer, and hover BG. Let's have BG some darker color, so let's say BG red 700, and in this case we'll say hover text white, and this should be 700, not 7000. Okay, so save it. Similarly, on the next button, mark as paid, here we'll say text green 700, and then here also we'll say hover BG green 700 and hover text white. Save. Same thing on the first 3D. We are going to have flex call gap of 1 and gap of 2 and justify between. Save. Let's see how it looks now. So we can at least see something which is not very good, but at least we can see. These buttons are fine. Let's move these two items to the very left. This is on the left, but this is not left, right? We need to have this left side aligned. Then the status, these should be in the center only, not taking the full width. Here I am saying text left. We don't need text left now. Instead, we have flex call, justify between. Oh, not between. Justify center. Save it. Okay. And then these next ones, we want to have py1 as well, or maybe py, we can say 0.5 on these buttons. px2 py 0.5 px 0.5, because these values are arbitrary value, so we are adding these. Now cursor pointer is here. Cursor pointer we need to add on this also. Cursor pointer, save it. Okay, all right, let's see what happened. This thing is taking full width. We have label, we have button. Do we have some full width on this? No, right? Okay, item start, which is not there. So if I say align items start, yeah, we need this align items start. So we need items start also. And then on this last one, we don't need x-axis padding. We need this thing. All right. Items start and no px on the items. First thing is this. Then if we come here on these ones, festival center is fine. Here also we need items start, or not item start, we'll say item center. Yeah, items center. And on these buttons, maybe we can have py, bigger py, maybe py, if I say 2, mark as paid, or maybe py1. This is fine, right? Let's do this. First here, td, we'll say justify center is fine, but we'll say items start, and on this button we will not have px. Save it. And on this last one, py2 is fine, justify center, and items also will have center. And then what was the next thing? We wanted to have py also, so py1 and py1 on these buttons. Cursor pointer rounded, save. Okay, maybe I don't know, I somehow I don't like this, right? What to do here? Maybe let's move these buttons to the action only. Okay, let's move these buttons to the action side only. So that means we will not have these buttons here. So let's cut this from here, or maybe let's copy this thing from here, go to the actions, paste here, and remove the label. If this is paid, we'll show this. If this is unpaid, we'll show this. All right, let's add other buttons as well. So if this is paid, we will just have this button, and one more button we need, that is going to be view button. So for this view, we can maybe have just an icon button. So we can show eye icon here. Okay. So for this, we don't have that icon yet. So we'll go to the Lucid icons. Lucid icons, and we'll get eye. Yeah, this one. Download as SVG. Okay, and I'm going to add this in our www root icons folder. I added this here. Now let's add this view button. For view or preview, we can have the same text as view or maybe preview, but because this is here, so in unpaid, preview text makes sense. For paid, view text makes sense. So let's have this. Maybe we can copy one of these buttons, or maybe let's create new one only. So button, type button, class, and inside this we are going to have img src icons slash I dot svg, and we will not have this tilde and slash. Save it. On this is the first one, which is view. Here we can maybe say title view. This is unpaid, right? So preview. Save it. And then next we are going to have an edit button. So here we'll say pencil.svg. This would be edit invoice, preview invoice. Then we are going to have one more button, that would be trash or delete. Oh, we don't have delete icon. We have, right? We had something related to delete. Oh, we had the X icon, right? X.svg, yes. Delete invoice. Okay, so all these buttons. Now for the paid one, we will have just a view. So after this mark as unpaid, maybe this will be the last one. Here we'll say view. View invoice. Save it, and here also let's say mark as paid would be the last. Save. Right now I'll see this will be like this. View, these three buttons. Okay, now what we would do, the way we have these buttons, similarly we are going to have markup for these buttons, the styling for these buttons, but these are not going to have text. Instead these are just going to have this the icon buttons directly, right? Let's do this, and we need to remove these mark as paid and unpaid from here. So first let's remove these from the status column. Then here at the very end, let's add the similar styling. So I'll copy all these things, copy, and then paste here for the delete invoice, for the pencil, and for the eye view. So for view, edit and delete, right? So for delete, we can have red color, red, 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 red. For edit, we can maybe have the blue color which we are using everywhere, the blue, blue, blue and blue. And for the eye, for the view, for view we can maybe have indigo color, save. And on the top one we have just a view button, preview button, so we'll say this thing, and here we'll just say view invoice, save it, remove this text. Now we don't need this text, save everything. Let's see how it looks now. Okay, these are very big buttons. The icon is the black color, so okay, mark as paid, and paid is fine. We can move these things to the very right. I'm just thinking, so if we maybe make it smaller, can we modify the image height width? For example, let's say this I image, if I say W, right now I'm just checking, let's say W4 and H4. If I do this, would it make any sense? Would it change the size? Yes, it changed. So we can change the size to with this, with all these buttons. Okay, and then we can maybe have no background, and then what we are doing here with this thing, we can maybe have the border for this color when we are hovering over it, right? So let's do this. On imgs we'll have this thing for sure, this image, this image, this image, and the last one. Oh no, not last one. So all these images are fine. Save. The next thing is rounded is fine, border is fine, border indigo 100 is fine. Then text white is not fine because this is not working. Then hover bg, we are not doing this for hover. Instead we are going to have this for border. Instead of bg we'll say border. Text indigo, this is for just image, so this is not working. Text access also is not a proper class for an image. I guess we are good, we are fine with this. So here what we are changing, we are changing the text red, and for hover we are using the actual class which we are using here. Instead of bg we are using actually border red, and text access and text red we are removing. On hover text white also we are removing, this is not in use. Here will come again text access, text color remove, hover text remove, change the hover bg to hover border. Okay, same thing I'm going to repeat with these two buttons as well. And this bg would become border. Save. Now if we see, yeah, better than before, not very good but still better. But bg for these are same, right? So maybe one more thing we can try to do is, let's not have the background at all on these, or maybe these backgrounds we can have these on hover. By default we will not have any. So mark as unpaid, why this, why did we change this one? Mark as unpaid. Oh, for this also I changed it. I shouldn't have done that. It was using, this was mark as unpaid, right? This one. Text access and hover, all these things we need here. Mark as unpaid. Save. And on this one again, because I'm just right now trying different things here. So let's say this BG, I'm going to have this on hover only. BG blue, let's have this on hover. Here also BG red, let's have this on hover. Save. Let's see. Okay. I don't know why, but I am still not convinced with these. Let me think something else. Maybe it's just a thought. Maybe mark as paid, unpaid again. We can have one more column here for status action. And in this action, we can have these options only: view, edit, delete. But for these are not looking good. These icons, maybe because the stroke width is very less. That's why. Size 20 and stroke width, if we maybe use stroke width 2, then maybe it will look good. We can quickly check. Let's try this. So if I download this I with stroke width 2 and size 20, if I do this copy, then paste, I'm going to paste it in the www root folder. I named it I-2. Let's try. So if I say I-2.svg, I-2.svg, and after status, we are going to have one more column. Maybe let's have action, and here we'll have this td, where we are going to have this if else. On this td, we have only single item, right? So no need to have all other things. We'll just have py2 and text left. Basic stuff we are having on all our tds. So class this thing. Then we are going to have our buttons directly. Buttons we'll get from here. So mark as unpaid, it will be here, and mark as paid, it will be here. Save. Let's see how it looks now. Mark as paid, unpaid, and button. Yeah, better than before, much better than before, right? Now for this, maybe we can have a bigger, more this background color, and we can remove this border now, because this border is looking very, very odd actually. Yeah. And now in this case, what if we don't have that thing, that H4 and W4 on this? Save. And on these buttons, in the status button, next status button, these are justify center, items center, flex call. So here we have text left. Here also, if we say this flex call, these things, justify center, save it. Let's see. Oh, why are these in the same TD? But this view now, the bigger view looks much better. We'll go with this approach. But here I just want to see TD started, TD closed. TD started, TD closed. We have single button, and here in this TD, after due on, we have status and we have button. So after due on, we have stated, we have action, we have total amount. Yeah. Okay, now first thing, let's have all these versions. So these I2, Pencil 2, X2. Let's get these icons first. Okay, then we'll see. So I2, I already have 20 and 2 pixel. This 2px stroke width. Then next thing we need for pencil is this. We can get any of these, maybe this one or this one. Maybe try this one, pencil. And what was the next one? X, this one. So I'm going to get all these three. I is already there. This pencil and X2. I'm going to drop in the folder and then I'm going to, then we'll continue basically. Okay, I have all those there. Now let's change this to X2. No need to have these classes. Pencil 2, no need to have these classes. I2 is already there and here we are. Okay. Now on these top ones, the is paid and this, we can have just flex and then just have item center, nothing else. Gap, we don't need. Text left. Uh, we will have justify center. Save. And then these things only we are going to have here. With these, we'll save everything and then we'll see how it looks now. Mark as paid and paid. We can see these buttons. These buttons are fine now. We'll design these further. We need to maybe have some different things also for removing the border and all. But here I am very confused with this. Why this is happening? This TD and this TD, these are basically going. Why these TDs are, and total amount we have this status action. Something is not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It says 8 columns. But if you go to values, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 values. What is the problem? What did I do here? TD. Okay. Invoice number, client, issue, due, status, action, total amount, actions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 columns. Here, first TD, fine. Second, third, fourth, fifth TD, we have this one. It starts from here, ends here. TD start, TD end. Then we have TD start from here, TD end here. So maybe let's stop and rerun. Maybe it is just hallucinating or it is not able to handle these many changes. Okay, let's see invoices. Nah, that is not the issue. Issue is something else. What is the problem? If you guys know what is the issue here, please do let me know in the comment. Pause this video and drop a comment. Then we'll see what is the issue here. Right now, my mind is not working. TD, fine, TD starts, TD ends. TD starts, TD ends. And this TD, I think is fine. I remove these from here. Let's remove all these. Div, div is here. TD, py2, TD this one. This is amount. Amount should be text right, not text left. Then we have is paid and is not paid. We have this flex, item center, justify center, py2, but on this TD. On this TD. On this TD. So let's say if I have a div inside this, right now I'm just trying something. I have no idea if this is the issue, if this will work. So if I have this flex on this div, then what will happen? Now it is working. So if I have that on TD, somehow it was not working. Right now I don't have answer for this. Maybe I'll see later why this is happening, or maybe I'm missing some small detail. If you guys know, then please do let me know in the comments so that I and other people who don't know about it, maybe they can get benefit from this and they can understand what is happening, and I can also understand what is happening and why is it happening. So if I save now it should work. Here status and action and total amount, and then this action. For this action we can maybe move it to just right side, so right aligned on the last actions. Last actions, this one. So here we'll say items not start, we'll say items end, and on this py we'll say just text right. Save it. Nothing happened. If I save it, nothing happened because this is flex. So here if I say w full is not class. W full is a class, right? Width 100%. Okay, and items end. Oh, not items end. My bad. Justify end. It should be justify end. Then in this case, W full, is it required? No. Yeah. So justify end. We'll make it justify end. And for status and action, these headings, we are going to make these center aligned. For all other things, I guess we are good. Total amount also, we can have this right aligned. Okay, so here justify end, and in the second one we will have this I button at the very end, so that I buttons are at the same level for the both paid and unpaid. Then let's go to the top. Here the actions text, we can have text center, but this action we are going to have text center, and status we are going to have text center, and the total amount we are going to say text right. Same thing will follow below. So this one we are going to say text center, this one also we are going to say text center, and amount is text right and action is text right. So save, and action, status, total amount, this and that. Okay, all these are fine, but this is not fine. Last one, text right, justify and end. I justify and end. No, just justify and, single justify and. Save it. Now we can see here. So you see view icon is at the same place. I don't know if, is this fine to have this view icon here, or maybe we can move this view invoice, this icon button, as a first column. Yeah, let's do this. And then edit and delete would be here in the actions button, action section. Yeah, let's try this. View icon, this will be first column here. Okay, let's do this. So here first icon, here we can say view preview. This is going to be the text center, and the first column will have this, so td, and on td we are going to have simple py2 and text center. I mean, these are going to be classes. Class this, and then we are going to have is paid and unpaid. If this is paid, let's get this view button from here. This is paid, and on hover we'll remove this border. Instead we'll set bg. The default is bg indigo 50. On hover we'll maybe say bg indigo 100. border is fine. Then the unpaid one, so here also we'll say preview invoice, right? So button, what did we change? We changed the hover. We are not going to do border. We have our BG Indigo 100. Here we have our BG Indigo 50 and our border. So Indigo 50. Now this would be BG Indigo 100, right? Border Indigo, BG Indigo 50, which is default. Save px2, py1, other things are fine. So save. Then from the very last, we'll simply comment these out for now. And on these ones also, we'll simply remove the border stuff. We'll say just remove border on hover. Instead, we have our BG red 50, so we'll make it 100, and BG blue 50, we'll make it 100. Save. Let's see now. View, which is again looking very bad now. Maybe we can remove this view preview, this header text from here. We'll have these buttons only. Then this thing, and at the very end, no action buttons. But here we are going to this edit and delete. Right? Let's do this. Okay. So let's remove this view preview, this text. Basically, this th, let's not have anything here. And now we are good. I guess this is much better than what we had earlier, but this is what we are going to have. All right. So it took a lots of time, but now at least I am satisfied. So do let me know in the comment if it looks fine or you want to make this. Maybe you can get this and make this much better. Styling is totally up to you, but we are okay with this what we have right now. Edit invoice, delete invoice, view preview invoice. Here we have view invoice. So if this is the paid one, there are no actions. If this is unpaid, we have actions for addition, edit and delete. Okay. All right. So now we have these options. We can work on delete right away. Just UI, because we are going to show the confirmation for this. Before that, maybe let's work on these tabs now. Next, we'll do this. So when we click on any of these tabs, it should get the data for that particular status only. Okay. Let's do that next. Alright, so now we'll work on these tabs. When we click on any tab, it should get the invoices for that particular tab only. So to handle this, we can have many ways to handle this. On what tab we are clicking, we have string names, we can use those. Or on these tabs, basically on this tab, we can have maybe one more property which is going to filter down the invoices. We can have maybe an expression func property, or maybe we can have an iQueryable method which takes iQueryable, returns iQueryable. So when we'll work on the database side, then what it will do, it will simply get the collection, apply the filtering or ordering as per the current tab, and then returns the same iQueryable collection so that the consumer can use it. Because we are using Blazor server, interactive server render mode, so we will be good. It will live in the server only, execute on the server only. So there can be multiple ways. Right now I'm not sure what I'm going to use, but let's use one of these. So here what we can do, maybe for the recent, pending, paid, all, for these things we can have an enum. Okay, so let's say I'll have a private enum. We can say tab type or invoice tab type, we can say this. And here we can have recent, we can have pending, we can have paid, then we can have all. Okay, And on the basis of these things, we are going to have our different UIs. Here, when we are saying change tab, we have this tab.isActive true. After this, what we'll do is, okay, so here, or maybe let's have these as constants. So for the recent, pending, paid, all, let's have these as constants. That is also an option. What we can do is, let's say private class invoice tab types. And here for all these, we'll say public const string is text equals the values. Now these values, these are going to be the same values which we are using here. Recent, pending, paid, and all. Now here also, instead of doing these like this hard coded, we can use these things. Here we'll say instead of recent, we'll say invoice tab types dot recent. So we have all these things not hard coded but driven from these constants, so that we can apply our if else or switch case directly on these things. Okay, for these three also we are going to do the same thing. So we'll say invoice tab types dot, and we'll remove these double quotes, and now we are good. Okay, now when we are changing the tab, so here what we can do is we can simply say these are invoices. So for these, for now, what we can do is we can have collection as all invoices. So this will be all invoices. And on initialization, because we know the recent is the true one, right? Or we can create a method here. We'll say private void filter invoices, something like this. Okay, and here we can pass the newly selected tab. Okay, so we'll say tab selected tab, we can say this. And here what we'll do is on this all invoices we are going to add this condition. So here we'll say invoices equals, now we'll apply switch case here. So we'll say selected tab dot name switch, we are applying switch on this one. Then we'll say first one, if this is invoice tab type dot recent. If this is recent, then in invoices what we'll do is we'll say this all invoices dot, for recent one what we are doing, we are, let's say, ordering these by order by descending. We'll say I dot, we are using integer id, right? So we can do this id order by descending, so that last one would be the first here, and from here we can maybe just take last 5 or 10 later, that we'll do later, but right now we can have this thing. The next thing here, what is the next one? Next one is pending. So for pending, we'll say we'll not have this order by descending, rather we'll say where I dot is paid is false, so not is paid, these are pending ones. Then paid, these are where I dot is paid is true. Then last one is going to be all means just all. So from here we can maybe take 10, and then we'll simply do this. Okay, or here we can maybe say var filtered invoices, something like this, and here we'll say invoices equals collection expression filtered invoice, something like this. Now here it is saying what about the default case. So for default case we can say just throw an exception, because this, if this came, that means we did something wrong. Throw new invalid operation exception, something like this. Now here on initialized we can say, what is the name, filter invoices, and here what is the selected tab. In this case selected tab is going to be like this, so we can say the current tab would be like this. Or rather than this, we can simply say selected tab name. Just pass a string selected tab name and directly use the selected tab name here. So from here we can directly pass the invoices tab types dot recent, because by default we are setting this recent as a default tab. And then here when we are changing the tab, at that time again we are going to call the filter invoices, and here we'll pass tab dot name. So now this tab is the selected one. Let's see if this is actually working. Okay, we are here, invoices 1 2 3 4 5. If I say pending, we can see all these are pending ones, mark as paid. Paid, all these are paid ones. All these are all with all the options. Recent, just top 5, both paid and unpaid. So you see, that means this filter is working fine now. With this we are good with this approach, this output what we are getting. Okay, so next thing we will work on the actual creation of invoice. Create, edit and view, all these are kind of similar or related to each other, right? Because all these are going to be a separate page with all the details and all. But before that, let's quickly work on this delete UI, just UI, the way we have on other pages. So here also we will work on this delete one. So here for deletion, what we can do, we can simply define method private void delete invoice, and we'll pass invoice model as a parameter. Invoice model, let's call it invoice, and here we'll simply say, are we injecting our UI service? No, right? Let's inject it. Inject UI service, UI service. Then here we need to organize this in multiple components. That also we'll do. So we delete invoice. What we'll do first, we'll generate our confirmation model. Here we'll say new confirmation model, or confirmation model dot create message. Here we'll say, are you sure you want to delete this invoice? Okay, question mark. And we can maybe have the invoice name as well, invoice number, basically invoice number. Then on OK we'll do something, delete this invoice from the DB, and for no we will not do anything. Then we'll say UI service dot confirm, and here we are going to pass this confirmation model. Save it. Let's see without restarting it works. No, stop and rerun. Okay, invoices, delete, and still we can't see. Yeah, we will not, because we are not calling this delete invoice method. So let's call this method from delete button. Here we have delete button. We'll say on click @on click. We'll say delete invoice and we'll pass this invoice as a parameter. Save. And let's check now. We can see this. Are you sure you want to delete this invoice INV007? No. Okay, so we can see this now. All right, so this confirmation model also we shown. After this, let's not refactor, what we call this, format this and restructure, reorganize this. So here we have this line item, showing of these line items. So let's move this thing into a separate component. Okay, let's copy this thing, or let's say cut this thing. Go to shared, create a new razor component. Here we'll say view line items, and we'll paste this markup here. Now here we have show save button is fine. We need invoice, and on close we will tell the consumer of this. So here we need invoice and we need on close handler parameter. So we need these two parameters here. Okay, so let's quickly define. First parameter of type invoice model, we'll say invoice. This will be parameter and editor required. And next one we are going to have event callback. We'll say on close parameter editor required. Now we can use this invoice here directly. So we'll say invoice, we'll say invoice, we'll say invoice. And then for this one on close, we'll simply call the on close what we have here. Our component is ready. Now let's use this here. So here we'll say, what was that, line items, right? View line item. Yeah. So here we need to pass the invoice. So we'll pass this invoice as this invoice, what we have from here. And on close we'll set this thing to 0 or null. Save it. Now it should have the same behavior. Next thing, with this grid, I think we are good. Tabs and this grid data, we are okay. And even if we want to move this grid to a separate component, that is also fine. If we really want to, we can simply move this also. Shared, we can create a new razor component. Here we'll say invoices grid. From here we can simply cut this table and paste here. Now here if we see, we need delete invoice method, we need show line items for invoice ID, we need list of invoices. So these three things we need. List of invoices, this we can have as a parameter. First thing, so I enumerable of invoice model, we'll say invoices. This will be a parameter and editor required, because without this component does not make sense. We'll have a default value as empty array, empty collection. Then we need this delete invoice. So let's have that delete invoice method on that page. In this case, we want to inject UI state here. Inject UI state. And this invoices, this is going to be uppercase invoices now. And what else we need? We need show line items for invoice ID. Now this thing we can have here, or yeah, we can handle this method on there only. So that means from invoices we can get this thing, simply cut it from here, come back, have this thing here, and then this, if this also we can cut from here and we can add here only on this page only. Okay, invoices dot first, it will have uppercase invoices. So this is what we have. Oh, where did I do this? View line item. No, not view line item. What am I doing? Invoices grid. This one. Invoices. And with this, we should be good, right? So this thing, we don't need this here. We need this on this page. Save. Okay. And then from our invoices page here, we are going to call invoices grid. And for this, we need to provide invoices collection, which will be a filtered invoice. That means this underscore invoice, this collection. Save. And yeah, now this is clean. Let's quickly run it and see if with all this refactoring, if this is still working and behaving same. Okay, we are here. Let's go to invoices page. First thing we can see recent is fine. Pending, all pending, paid, all paid, all, delete, yes. One item, yes. If you go to all two items, yes. So that means all the functionality is still same. We just created multiple reusable components. All right. Now next one is going to be creating new invoice. All right. So now to create an invoice, we need to create a new page. In our components, pages, let's create a new page, add Blazor component. Here we'll say create invoice. And here we'll add at the rate page slash and let's say invoices slash create. First thing, we are going to have the same thing which we are having on all our pages, that initial top section like this. I mentioned, right, we should have this on the main layout. Maybe we'll do this refactoring later. Let's do this. After that, we'll simply have this closing div. On click, we can remove this for now. And here, the heading would be create invoice. Add. No, so here, the button, we can have it as save invoice. And image, we can. Do we have any save image? No, right? Do we have check? Yeah, let's use this check image to save. All right. Now after this, we are going to have, so to create an invoice, we need our business detail, which we have from settings. Then we need client information, that also we have. Then we need the line item, service, product, service details, that also we have. Then some basic details related to invoice. So the way I want to, let's say, plan it in the, I'm going to break the page into a grid, 70% or maybe let's say 66% left section and 33% right section. In right section, we will have the our business details, client details, and our total summary and save button. And on left side, we can have invoice details. For example, if this is status, what is the status, client selection, issued on, due date. We can have some notes information also, note section. And then list of line items. So this is how I just want to plan it. All right, so here I am simply going to have a div class grid, and let me have grid calls 3. Although we are going to have only 2 columns, but I want to break it down into the left section should be double of the right section. I don't know what, there's something wrong with my throat. Yeah, sorry for that. So now left double section, that means here we can say div class grid call span, right? Or we can directly have just call span 2. Inside this we are going to have our invoice details and our line item. Then this right section where we are going to have just single column, here we are going to have let's say our business info, and then we are going to have selected client info, so that we can see all the information of the selected client. And then we are going to have a summary, or let's say total and save button, something like this. So this is how I want to do it. Okay, now what I'll do first is uh, I need to come to this page from invoices page. Let's go to the invoices page. Here we have this button, create invoice, right? So let's change this button to anchor tag. So we can say a, or we can use navlink. Now we don't need type here, we need href, and this href should go to invoices slash create, right? This is what we have, this URL, invoices slash create. So if I save it now and if I run it, it should go to the create invoice page. Okay, go to invoices page, and here if I say create invoice, we are on save invoices page, right? Create invoices page. So we can see save invoice and invoice detail line items is in the left side, and our business selected info, all this is on the right side. Now let's start working on this, adding items to these things, right? Let me arrange this this Visual Studio and browser on half of the screen so that we can design it and we can see something in real time. All right, so now here let's add in this call span 2. What I'll do, uh let's have some gap also on this grid. We'll say gap of 3, and then for this invoice details we are going to have a div with a class, let's say rounded, and a border, and a p of 3, so padding 3. And then let's have this h4 invoice details. So if I do this, I should see this thing here. Okay, similarly, and border, it should be some lighter border, so border slate 100. If I do this, I can see this, but let's increase this, maybe 200. Okay, now using the same way, let's have one more section for these line items. Line items, save it, and we can see this. Now here we have this gap, so this gap is for this gap, the column gap, but here we want some spacing between these two also. So we have two options, either we can have margin bottom on the first one and or margin top on the second one, or maybe if we want to add some other items at the bottom, it's better to wrap these things in a div, or on this thing where we have this call span 2, we can have space y, let's say 4. Now using this we are going to have this spacing. The space y4 simply adds spacing for the children on y-axis. Okay, save it, we are okay. Now same thing we'll do for this right section. Let me copy one of this div, paste it here 3 times, 1, 2 and 3. And here first our business info, second selected client info, and then third total and save button. And here also on this div we'll say space y4. If I save it, I should see these sections here, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now let's add the actual details to this. So this is going to be a form, invoice details, and everything, all these things are going to be wrapped inside a form. Everything means everything, this save invoice button as well. So let's have a form at the very top of this page. Everything will fall under this edit form. Okay. And for this edit form, in this, it needs model. Yes, we know. So here we can say private invoice model underscore model equals new. This underscore model, we can add this on this edit form. We'll say model equals underscore model, and inside this we can add data annotations validator as well. Now we can again see this page. Okay. Now let's add these things. First let's make this invoice maybe we can have these as headings or we can skip this. It's totally up to us. If we want, we can. Let's have these headings. So here, invoice details, we can say class font medium, save it, invoice details. All right, now inside this, let's have all our main invoice details basically. So for this, we can get our any of the form element from any of those components which we have. For example, let's say save service form. From here we can get this, for example, rate, or let's say this text, this name. So we'll copy this thing, come to our main page. Here we are going to have div class space y3. Now this is for our form elements. So I'll add the first form element. Here model.name, not model.name, we'll have invoice number. We will have it auto generated for us. For now, let's have it here so that we can see our design. Okay, we can see this invoice number. After let's have some spacing here. After invoice details, here we should have some spacing. So that means on this div only we can have MT5, so margin top 5. So this is space. Okay. Now this thing, this invoice, not, it should be invoice number. Save it. So invoice number should be, let's say, 1/3, and then we can have client selection as the 2/3 right side. Means we should have a div here. Div class, we'll have it as grid with the grid calls 3. Okay, first one would be this single column. Here if you see single column, now the remaining space we are going to have paste it, and here we'll say call span 2, so that the remaining space it takes the second section, and then we should have some spacing here. So for this, on this grid only, we can say gap 3. So just that spacing here. Okay, so gap 3 is fine. Now this second one, this would be for client. So we'll select a client here. This validation message would be for client ID. Okay. And then this bind value would be for client ID. But here, happened int to string. It should be, yeah. So now here we will show a list of clients which we already have in the seeding data for that client, right? Right now we'll use that only, but down the line we'll actually get these from the database. Okay, the hot reload will not work for some time, so let's get all the clients here. So we'll say enumerable private enumerable of client model underscore clients empty collection. Same thing let's do for services also for now only. this model underscore services. Okay, and similarly let's have the settings model also. Settings model, so underscore settings or business info we can call it. We should change it, right? Because these are actually our business information, not settings. Let's call this for settings for now. Okay, then in on initialized, what we can do is we can fill out values for these three. Okay, first underscore clients equals client model dot get seed data underscore services equal service model dot get seed data. And yes, we need list of line items as oh, these are services only. Services are actually line items. Okay, then we have underscore settings dot, here if we see we have email, contact number, business name. Okay, so let's say business name, it could be anything like this. What else? We have email, so my business at the rate gmail.com. And next one is contact number. This, let's have some random contact number. And then the last one was address, say some random address for my business, something like this. Save it. So we have populated all this data. Now we can use this. So let's scroll up, and here we'll just stop it for now because that is still not in use. The hot reload is not working. The next thing we can quickly do is for this thing client ID, we are going to have it as input select. Okay, this input select is not self-closing. We'll do this. Inside this first thing, we are going to have an option as select client. And after this, we are going to loop through our clients var cin underscore clients. Then we'll set option value. Value would be c.id. And the text would be c.name, client name basically. Save it. With this, our client selection should be ready. Let's run it so that we can see this, and then we'll add other items. Okay, invoices, create invoice. This we can see the select client. So default, if I refresh it, we are not seeing anything here, but we should see the select client here, right? That is not happening because client ID is integer, which has a default value as 0. And here if we see for this option, default option, we are not having any value. So here if we say value equals 0, then it will use that. It should use that select client or the 0. If I refresh, we can see select client, you see. And then we can select other clients also, right? Now, what I want to do here is when we select any client, at the same time, we should have the selected client info populated here on the basis of this client. Okay, let's do this. So how would we know when this client selection is happening? So for that, we have this input select. Here we have this bind value. So whenever we are binding a client ID value, at that time we should have this info. How can we do that? For this, we have Blazor gives us for all the bind parameters. Blazor gives us an special property or special event, we could call it. It is bind value. So whatever bind parameter we have, after that we can say colon after this colon after. Now what would happen here is bind value. Whenever this value is getting set, right after setting it, it will simply call this thing. So we have put some logic here. It will execute right after setting the client ID. So here we can say on, or let's say handle client selection, something like this. Then we can create this method here. We'll say private void handle client selection. Now inside this, when we'll come, this model.client ID would have the actual value. Okay. Here, what we need to do for the selected client, we need to have some state for the selected client. So here we can say client model, nullable client model underscore selected client will have this client client. Now inside this handle client selection, we will first check if underscore model dot client ID, if this is 0, then what we'll do is we'll say selected client equals null. If that's not the case, then we'll simply have the selected client from our clients list into the selected client variable. Okay, so underscore selected client equals, now we'll say underscore clients dot first or default. Here c goes to c dot id equals underscore model dot client id. We are setting it here. Now we don't need to, what happened? We don't need to explicitly set this thing also. This condition alone will handle that also, because in this case what would happen if client id is 0, if this is 0, first or default will return null and it will set null, which we are doing here already. But I'm just keeping it explicit, but I'm explaining that this is also the case. So if we remove it, then it will be the same behavior. So this thing is not adding anything. This is just adding a explicit readability. That's all. Okay. All right. After this, let's try it out, right? Wants us to restart. Before that, let's stop this. We need to have the selected client we have. We need to fill the values in this selected client section, right? So this selected clients in here we can say just selected client. On this h4, let's have class font medium and let's say mb3. And after this, we are going to have a simple client info, that what is the name of the client and all. The first thing we can simply check here, if selected client is null, that means we have not selected the client here. So here we can say p no client selected. On this p, we can say class text excel text center and py, let's say 5, and text slate maybe 400. Save it. If we have selected some client, in that case we'll say, let's say we'll have a div class flex and flex call, and we can have a, let's say, gap of 1, and then we'll simply say first we'll have a label with class font medium text, let's say LG, so large text, and here we'll say underscore selected client dot name of the client. After that we can have one more label. Here we can say underscore selected client dot email ID, then selected client dot contact number, Then selected client. Do we have address for selected client also? No, right? We have ID, name, remarks, and contact number, right? Okay, contact number, these things. With this, we have our selected client section ready. And this our business info. Here also, let's do this. Class font medium, FONT font medium, and MB3 margin bottom 3. Here we'll have similar structure what we have here. Here we know our business name, that means underscore settings dot business name, underscore settings not selected client, settings dot email ID. What happened? Email. Oh, we need to be consistent here. Either we'll have email at both the places or email ID. Let's go to this one. We'll rename this everywhere. Say email ID. Email ID, and then here underscore settings dot contact number, last one settings dot address. These are our information. Okay. Then contact number, this is actually what we call it optional, right? This was not mandatory for our business setting. So here we can simply check if string dot is null or empty. If not, string dot is null or white space, let's say underscore settings dot contact number, then only will display contact number, else will not display. Save it. Okay, let's quickly try how it looks. Okay, if you go to invoices, create invoice, here we can see our business. This is our business info. The selected client, we can see no client selected. If I select some client, we can see the client info. See? If I change it, Bright Minds Academy, freelance client, we can see that info, right? We can maybe have this, let's make it also a bit lighter. And then for the selected client, our business info, maybe we can have some spacing here, or maybe we should have the same what we call it, same font size for both of these. And maybe we can have simple order on the selected client, our business info, basically on the headings. Okay, and here also we can maybe have that, or here we can skip this, but here it would make sense because this is also in bold, that's why. Okay, but we can see this thing is working. If we change the client, we can see these things updated right away. Okay, now we are here, let's do this. On this entire form, what if we say, let's say class text slate. If I do text slate 600, did it change everything or no? Did it change? I think so. Yeah? Yes, it changed. Okay, let's go with this. Then next thing, what was it? Making this a bit smaller and having HR here or border bottom. So on this H for our business info, we are going to have border B and border plate 200. Save it. You can see this. Same thing we'll do with the next one, which is the selected client. Save it. And then next thing we'll do is we'll have the heading and this main name as the same. So here we have font medium MB3. Oh, our business info, we don't have anything that means text LG or anything. So let's remove this text LG from here. Okay. But for the below sections, contact number, address, maybe on these we can have text sm. If I do, sm is default, I guess. No, sm. Okay, so we'll use text sm on all others. Text sm. Here we'll remove text lg. Text sm is save this. Now we can see this. This is not looking that good, right? This line. So maybe let's make these a bit bigger and remove this border bottom. What I mean is, let's remove this border bottom and instead let's say text Excel. Oh, Excel be a lot. But this is fine. Excel is fine, right? On our business info also we can have remove border and just have text Excel. Save it. And our business info selected client. Cool. No client selected. And now selected client. All right. So we are good with this now. Okay. Now next thing is, after this invoice ID and client ID, we are going to have the dates. And for dates, we have issued on and due date. So due on. And then, so issued on, let's have this 3 column again. One column for issued on, one is due. And the last one maybe have the status of this. So if this invoice is unpaid or paid. Okay. We can have a drop down with two options. Or you can have checkbox or radio buttons. It's totally up to you. However you want to do it, you can do it. I'll use drop down list for quick thing. Okay, so here we had this grid for first one, and for the second one also I'm going to have the same thing, div class grid calls 3 gap 3. Inside this, let's have a single div, and we are going to have these things like this, and here we'll say input date, and it would be model dot issued on. Here we'll say placeholder issued on. If we save it, we should see that issued on, right? Issued on default is this. So on this, the issued on date we will have defaulted as today's date. Okay, so in on initialized we can say model dot issued on equals date time dot now dot date. We are going to have this thing here. So if we refresh it, we should see today's date. Okay, and similarly we are going to have due, and then we are going to have the last one for the status. Let's copy. Where is this div, this inner div? Next one, oh, this is not invoice number, this is issued on. Here we are going to have due on, and here also we'll say due on. After this we are going to have third one with, this time we'll have it with select. So here we'll say status, and it will be input select. Okay, now here is the situation. Here we are setting the is paid. If this is paid, value will be true. If it is not, value will be false, right? So for input select, we need to be smart here. So we need to have find value. We will not have directly model.due on, but for validation message, we will have, we can get rid of this validation message for this, because for status, there is no validation message. So for input select here, there is no bind value, model.due on, not like this. Rather, we will have it a different way. So we'll have a simple variable here private, let's say bool is paid, or maybe we can have string underscore invoice status, something like this, invoice status. The default value will have paid. Okay, or we can say underscore invoice is paid. I'm just thinking, for boolean, what is the problem here? Edit, input select string. This is fine. I'm just thinking, maybe let's have it as true and false only. So what we'll do is, let's say invoice is paid, we are saying, right? Yeah, invoice is paid. By default, we'll have it as unpaid. Let's use the bool dot false string. So let's use these predefined strings. Boolean has these two values, bool dot false string and bool dot true string. Okay, so for true and false. Here what we are saying, we are having a string for invoice is paid, and this is bool dot false string, means by default its value is false. That means is paid is false by default. Okay, then we are going to have a method here, private void handle is paid change, something like this, private. Now it will get executed when we are changing the value of this thing. Now when we'll change the value of this thing, for this we'll come to this input select, and here we'll say bind value this underscore invoice is paid. Okay, placeholder, we don't have it for the selects, and here we are going to have two options. Let's say stop. The file has unsaved changes externally. Do you want to reload it? Yes to all. What happened? Why it got reloaded? Save it. Okay. So here we are going to have two options. Option number one, option value, it would be at the rate bool dot false string, which is default. And here text also is going to be the same bool dot false string. And I'll duplicate it for the true string. So bool dot true string, same thing in the value. Now when we are changing this value, after this I'll say at the rate bind value after. Here we'll say handle is paid changed, right? Yeah, or not is. I don't know, for in Visual Studio 2026, IntelliSense is very bad. It it comes always, but it is not that good. The user experience is very bad. For example, it does not show the actual things. And if I start typing and press enter in the previous versions, it would simply pick the selected one. For this one, what it does, it simply goes to the new line. We need to select it by using the actual arrow keys or clicking on that option. Anyway, so handle is paid changed whenever this thing is getting changed. So this will be one of these things. And what we can do is, here we can simply say model dot is paid, model dot is paid equals, here we can say if invoice dot is paid equals bool dot true string. If this is true string, then is paid's value will be true. If this is false string, its value will be false. That's what we want. It's single line, so we'll simply have it like this. With this, we'll have the proper status. Now after this status, next thing we need is, on this we don't have any other thing, right? We have Dion client, we got all the information. We can have some optional notes if we want. and we don't have anything related to notes in our model, right? Invoice model, if we go here, we can see all this information, but we don't have anything for notes, right? So let's have one more thing here. We'll have a label string, we'll say, let's say notes. Here we can have a max length of 250. Save it. Here we can have for this notes also. So after this thing, we'll have one more section. Let me copy one of these div, paste it here. This will be for notes, model.notes. This should be input text. You see input text. Model.notes. Placeholder would be enter notes, something like this, and save everything. If I run it, we should see the first section completed. The UI is completed for this first section. And on right hand side, we are showing the selected values, the selected client and our business details. Okay, it is here. Invoices, create. Here we can see this. Okay, due date. Oh, this is false and true, right? We need to change the text here. Selected client is fine. We just need to change the text here. For this status here, for the false string, we'll say unpaid or we'll say pending. And for the true string, we'll say paid. Save it. Now let's check. We can see unpaid or pending and paid. So we have these two options here. We have issued on, we have due on, we have the selected client, we have invoice number, we have notes detail. If you want to add some notes. Okay. All right. After this, we have these line items. So these line items, we are going to have these. We can have multiple line items in a single invoice. Now these line items are actually these services. So we will select these from there. Invoice, create invoice. So we will have something here. First thing, the selection of that service. The second thing, we'll display the, what we call it, pricing and all. And then we will allow user to choose the quantity, and then we'll show the total amount for that particular line item for that particular row. And then we are going to have a remove or delete button for the single line item. If we want to, we can delete that. Okay, let's do that. So first, make it bold like invoice details. Then let's add other things here. We can have a table, right, for the same tabular structure, the way we have that in the view invoice line item details. Similarly, we can have it. Okay, so let's come here. We'll simply collapse all these things. How we had just class font medium, nothing else, right? So font medium, nothing else. All right. After this, we are going to have a div with a class of, let's say, empty 5, margin top 5. And after that, we are going to have a table here. Okay. Here we'll say div class. And why div? Let's have a table. Inside this table, we are going to have t head. Inside this t head, we are going to have a tr. And inside this, we are going to have th. The first would be product service. And on this th, we'll have class, let's say py2. This is what we were having. And text left. The next one would be the quantity, right? Quantity, or we can, yeah, quantity is fine. For this one, we can maybe have product service, text left, text right. This does not change anything. For this, we can say, let's say text. Yeah, left is fine. After this, next thing we are going to have the rate. And this will be text right. And after this, we are going to have an amount. Okay. And after that, we are going to have one more for the deletion. We'll have delete button here. Okay. So text right is fine, or maybe we can have text center for the last one. So these are going to be the, what we call it, the added rows. Then we are going to have t body. Okay. Now in here, what we will do is we will keep track of the line items that we already have in model.line item, right? So if you go to invoice model, we have this line items, default value is empty collection. So here what we'll do is, if we don't have any line item defined, so here we'll say if underscore model dot line items count, or we can say any, if we don't have any line item, we should add one, right? Or maybe what we can do is, when we are here in on initialized, at the very end, we can say model dot line items dot add. What is the problem? Line items is INumerable. Maybe let's change this INumerable to I collection at least. Here if we say, let's stop this. Line items dot add, we can simply add one line item. So this is going to be by default, we will add one line item. Okay. And here if we see, the line items is actually invoice line item model, which is actually a replica or a duplicate of our service. Okay. Right. Now, if we go here, we don't need to do this thing, what we say, if check, right? We can simply have for each directly here. So we'll say at the rate for each var li, that is line item, in underscore model dot line items. Inside this, we are going to have a tr, then we are going to have td with classes. Now let's see what all classes we are going to. So first thing, we will have py2 for sure. Now here for product services, here in line item we have service ID and service name, right? Here what we'll do is we'll simply show an input select here. So we'll say input select, or we will have input select, which we can maybe copy from the top section. Just simple input select. So we'll have this input select. And here bind value, it will be actually li dot service ID. It will be li dot service ID. And here the options are going to be, first option would be option value. It would be 0. We'll say select service slash product. Select some service of, from where? From this for each var s in underscore services. Okay. Now we are going to add all these options here. Option value, here we'll say at the rate s dot id, and the text would be s dot name, service dot name basically. Save it. Now First tab is fine, first TD is fine, second TD is quantity. Let's have TD class py2. Let's make duplicate first and then we'll add. So for quantity, we are going to have input number. Okay. The classes are going to be the same classes. So here we'll say input number, find value. Here we'll say at the rate, not at the rate, just li dot quantity. Plus we'll have all these classes. Then we can have a placeholder as well. Placeholder. Here we'll say quantity. And on this, we are going to have a min value of 1. So this min is actually a pure HTML attribute. So minimum value. It cannot go less than this min. Save it. So this is fine. Now next one is our rate. So this rate, it should come from this selected service only. Okay, so we need to make some logic here. Right now, we need to make some logic. I'll think about it. The next one is amount. This amount will also come from the same thing. Amount. The last one is going to be a delete button. So here we are going to have a button, type button with classes, and inside this we can have img src icons slash x.png, sorry, x.svg, and here we can simply say class, let's say h4 w4, and let's use x2, that icon. Here we'll say p2 from all sides, and border, then we'll say border red 300 and bg red 200, and we can have a hover state with bg red 400, and on hover we'll say bg red, yeah, let's have the bg is fine. So then we have this button, and on click of this button we'll do something. So we'll say at the rate on click equals, we can say remove line item, and we'll pass the li to this method, remove line item. Let's define this method. We'll say private void remove line item. Here we'll say line item, invoice line item model li. Here what we'll do, we'll simply say underscore model dot line items dot remove this li, just remove it. And we are going to have one more thing. We'll say add line item without any parameter. Inside this we'll say model dot line item dot add an empty line item. Okay, so for this, let's add this also here. So we have this line item text here, right? Here we can say simply create a div. Inside this we'll say flex, and then we'll say justify between, and we can say items center. Inside this, first one would be this h class, this, and then second would be a button, type button, and on click of this button we'll simply add a new line item. So we'll say add line item, and then we'll have some classes here. Here we'll say plus line item, something like this. add line item. And here for the classes, we'll simply say px3, py1, and then bg green maybe 300, and border green 400, and for hover we'll say bg green 400, and cursor pointer. Save it, and on delete button also we'll have cursor pointer. Save it. Now let's run it and let's see if we can at least see these things without rate and amount. Of course, we'll work on this rate and amount. Okay, invoices create. Now we can see this looks ugly, but at least we can see the things. Add line items, we are able to add new line items. Select product services, we can see this. We can see the quantity here. Rate amount is fine. If we clear, we can see this, we are clearing, right? Let's say this one where we have 7, 8, 9 and this thing. If I remove last one, everything is fine. If I remove 7, 8, 9, 5, that got removed. Remove is working, and add line item is right. We just need to design this table in a better way. Okay, let's design it. So now here, if we see for the tables, what approach we are taking, if we go to, let's say for clients, on clients page we have a table, right? Table, we have these classes. Add these table min w full and text sm. On tr, in the head section we are having this thing. Tr, in the head section we are having border b and border select 400. Then inside this below section we are having these. So this tr we are having this. Here we can maybe get rid of this hover, or maybe we can have it. If we do this, if we check if something has changed, yes, we can see a different view. Now we need to have some spacing here between all these things. So on x-axis we can have some spacing, some padding we can have on x. Okay, let's do this. On these tds we will have px2 also, or we can simply say p2 and p2, and on the last one also. Save all. Let's see now. Now we can see this spacing, right? So product, service, quantity, rate, amount, and this action, last one. Okay, all right. Now we need to think about this rate and amount. When we select this service, so with this service selection, these two things should get populated. This rate should get populated. And whenever we are changing the quantity, this amount should get changed on the basis of this quantity and this rate. Okay, let's do this here. So when we will change this, or we'll select this thing, at that time we need to think about something. Let me think, how can we do this? What if we use after with some value? um, we already have this. Why am I having this after handle is get changed? No. So here, what if I do something like this? I do this, I put this lambda here, and here I say line item service changed, something like this. Handle line item service changed, and inside this we'll pass our line item. If I do this, and if I define this method, private void this thing, and this will get invoice line item model as a parameter. Here, if I say something like var selected service equals underscore services dot first or default s dot id equals li dot service id. If I do this, and here if we check if selected service is null, then do something. That something would be li dot rate will set it to 0, and li dot amount would be automatically set because this is just computed get only property, so we'll set li dot rate to 0. Or what we can do is we can directly say li dot rate equals here service dot first dot default this thing question mark dot rate, so we'll get rate from here. If this is null, we'll set it to 0. Here what we are doing is when we are changing the service selected service in that line item section, it will simply call this thing and it will set the rate property. Okay, if we come here now, this rate, we can directly display li dot rate here dot toString with currency, and let's maybe have it inside a span, and after this span we'll have one more span. We'll say class, we'll say text access, very small text, and here we can say text slate, very light text, 300 or let's say 400. We'll say li dot unit. Now unit also we need to set. Yeah, now we need to change our approach here. We should not have this li dot rate directly. Instead we'll have now selected service equals this. Then here we'll say li dot rate equals, or we can just check if selected service is null. We'll simply say li dot rate equals 0, li dot unit equals null or empty string. We'll return from here. If that's not the case, that means selected service, we found some selected service, then we'll say li dot rate equals selected service dot rate, and li dot unit equals selected service dot unit. Now we should be good. Here we have unit and rate both. Now for the amount, we can simply say, let's say a label with the class font medium. Here we'll say at the rate li dot amount dot toString, and we'll use currency converter here, and with this just save. Now we should see this thing is in action and it should work. Ideally it should work. Okay, let's try. Start this. Okay, invoices, create. We are here 000. We select website development. We can see this price per project. Maybe we can have this in 2 line. Per project should be in the next line. Rate is this, and this is right aligned, but this is not right aligned. It should be right aligned. Amount is fine, but if we change the quantity, then amount is getting changed. If you see 25,000 times 2, 25,000 times 3, it is 75,000. If I change it, we can see 1200, it is 3600 now, because 1200 times 3, you see, if I keep on changing it, it is changing right away. And if I change this thing, this is changing. Remove it, we are okay. Okay, so that means functionality is working. We just need to work on this design. Now for this quantity, we don't need this long, what we call this long text. We will have just small thing. We can have it maybe 100 pixel. And for this rate, we are having this at right aligned. This should also be right aligned, and this should also be right aligned, this amount. Okay. Yeah, let's do these things quickly. The first thing, on the quantity, we can have W, let's say 100px. We are hard coding this to 100px quantity column. So here, where is the quantity column? It is here. Here we'll say this W and 100px in square brackets, dynamic value. Okay. Then comes this rate and this. For this, we are going to have this in div class flex, or we can simply have this spans. We can say class block, basically display block. That means it should take the entire width. On this second thing also we can have block, and on this p, this thing will say text to write for the amount. For the amount also, yeah, we'll say text write, text to write. And for this last one, we have text center. For the action button, here we'll say text center. Save it, save everything. Okay, let's see. Okay, much better, right? And it is actually changing with this, right? So let's do this to handle that flicker kind of thing. If you see, I remove this one, it is like this, or maybe let me refresh this. We have this thing. If I change it, the value will come here in this rate, and it will flicker, it will adjust the width. Okay. So for this also, maybe we can have some fixed width. For this one and for this amount also, we can have some fixed width. For quantity also, we can again increase this a bit. Right now this is 100, maybe make it 150. And then maybe this rate also we can have 150, and for amount also we can have maybe 150. So let's make these three 150 fixed width. Here we have this 100, we'll make it 150. Top also we'll make it 150. Let's add the same 150 for the rate and for the amount as well. Here also we'll have, here is the amount, here it is, amount and the rate. I save all, and now if I go there, it is like this. If I remove, if I add, if I keep on adding these, change. So you see width is not flickering now, values are getting changed fine. It is changing, text is, this is not changing because rate is not defined yet. So if we change this, now rate is defined. You see, we can have all these things. Cool. Okay. We can add line item, we can remove line items. So with this, our line items are working fine. Now next thing would be, you see here we will show the total amount. Okay, whatever total of these, we are going to have the total amount here, and then we are going to have a, let's say, save button here. Okay, or maybe we can have a simple, what we call simple taxation also. We are not making very complex text. Maybe we can just have a simple text field, single text field, tax. Okay, so we can handle that also here. So the default value for the text we will have in settings. Let's add one more thing here. So we can say x percentage, something like this, and that will populate here. Yeah, let's quickly do that as well. So what we'll do is, before that, let me save or stop this. Go to the settings. We'll do this quickly. Setting model. We'll have private. We can have it as a double value. X percentage, and here let's have just tax percentage. And in here on create invoice, when we are populating this thing here, we can simply say underscore model dot not model, underscore settings, underscore settings dot text percentage. Let's have it something like, I don't know, 12%. We'll have it as 12. Then in that section in right hand side where we have that total and save button, let's have this as a summary section. Okay, so maybe let's get the first section. We'll copy this, come here, and we'll call this summary section. So summary, something like this. Inside this flex call is fine. Here what we'll do is we will be having, let's say, div class, or we are basically going to have a 2 column layout here. Let's have not flex, instead let's have grid, grid calls to, okay, and gap of, let's say, 5. This is fine. Inside this first row we are going to have columns, right? Or maybe let's have this as flex only. What I am planning to do is, on left hand side we'll say subtotal and the total amount which we get from summing of these things. Then next thing, I'm going to have a tax percentage. It will show, or basic tax, it will calculate the tax basis of this tax percentage. And then I'm going to have at the very end total, which will have the total amount, subtotal plus tax amount. And then we are going to have a save button. So this is what I am planning to do. So here, if I do flex, then we will have to do multiple items, and in grid also we need to have multiple items. Yeah, let's have grid. So here we'll say label class, we'll say subtotal label. I'll duplicate this. Here we are going to have total amount, so that we can say model dot total amount dot toString with currency format. And next one, we will be having the similar kind of thing. This time we'll say tax. And here now we need to calculate the tax. Okay, tax calculation. This, how can we do this? It should be a tax calculation on this total amount, right? Here, just thinking. Maybe we can have a helper method somewhere, maybe on the model, this invoice model, or let's have a method here only. We'll say private decimal get tax value. Um, hmm, hmm. I'm just thinking. Okay, if I do this, maybe we know the total amount and tax value, tax percentage we already know, right? Here we can say var tax value equals, this is going to be model dot total amount times tax percentage, which is settings dot tax percentage divide by 100. But then this thing cannot apply type decimal and double. For this thing we need to make this tax percentage as decimal. Okay, now we have this tax value, or we can simply make it a what we call a property here. So tax value we can get like this. Okay, so this is text value. We can come here on the top where we are showing this. Here it is. It is here on here. This subtotal text. So here we can say text value dot toString C, and here we can maybe say on the text, this text we can say at the rate underscore settings dot text percentage, and paste this percentage. We can show this thing, let's say text 12%, and then this value. Okay, after this we need to have the actual value, the total amount, actual total amount. So that means here we can have an HR with class call spend to, first thing, my3, and here we can say text slate 300, and after this we are again going to, let's check this thing, total. Here we'll say total. Okay, and here we know this would be subtotal plus tax value, right? Here we can simply say, or maybe we can have one more variable here, or a computer property, private decimal final total, something like this. It would be underscore model dot total amount plus tax value. So it would be this final total amount. Come to the top and display this thing here. So final total amount dot toString, and use the currency as toString format here. Get rid of all these things. Now for this total, we'll simply make it font medium, and for the value we'll make it font medium again, and for this font medium, for this value, the total amount, we'll say text to Excel. I want to make it big. Okay. Then on this subtotal, these are by default, all these values are going to be left aligned, but for this total amount values I want these to be right aligned. So I'll say text right, and text right. And after all these things, I am going to have a button, type button plus, and here I'll say, let's say save, or maybe we can have our image, img src icons, and save check.svg, and we can have a span here. There we'll simply say save, and on this button classes, first thing we'll have a flex, and we'll have justify center, and we'll have w full, and we'll have items center, and we'll have gap of 1. Then we'll have text white, then we are going to have border, not border, let's say bg green, maybe 600, and border, and we can have a border of green 600 is there, right? So here we can maybe have 800, and we can have this as rounded. We can have px3 and py2, or px4 and py2, and then we can have some hover state on this. So hover pg green, let's say 800 or 900. If I save it and cursor pointer, save it, let's see how it looks. And everything should be, yeah, everything is ready on this page now, right? What is the problem here? Div has no matching and tag. We are missing something. Did we miss something inside these things? Table tr is fine. Here we have button, this div. No, everything seems fine, right? Let's see. Button is fine. This div is this div. Then we have this div. Then we have this div. Then we have this div. Div. Okay. This div is the main top. This one. Okay, we have one missing div here. Save it. Let's run it and let's see. Now we should see the tax value. We should see the tax amount. We should see the same save button in the right hand side. Let's see how all these things come out now. Okay, let's go to invoices, create invoice. No, the color scheme is not good. This top save button's color scheme is fine. We will reuse this color scheme only. This line item also, let's make it a bit smaller and maybe have the rounded corners, and let's not have this green. Maybe we can try different things. Right now if we see subtotal 0, x 0, yes. If we add some item and if we select something, here we can see 1. Now if we see 25,000 is the subtotal, x value is 3,000, and the total becomes 28,000. 25 plus 3, right? Same thing if I do something here, if I keep on changing this thing, all these amounts should get changed at the same time. You see, all these amounts are getting changed. Let's make it a bit lighter. Let's have some spacing here after this thing, and this button should be same as the top save invoice button. And this add line item, let's make it some other color, maybe blue or indigo, and have the rounded corners on these as well. Let's quickly make these changes, and after making these changes we will be good with this create invoice page, right? The UI design. Okay, so first thing, the spacing at the very end, or the UI, the button design. So we'll simply copy the top save invoice button, come to the very end, we'll remove this button, we'll add this thing. Okay, border green, this and that, px py2 we can do here, and here we can say w full, and here we have rounded, or maybe we can say rounded lg, bigger rounded. So save it. Then comes the this section, no, not selected client, is the total section, this hr, oh, spelling mistake, text slate 300, call spend 2, and this. And after this total, after this div, we are going to have mp5. Save it. Total amount, this and that. Okay, on these also the right values, maybe we can have text or not text, let's say font medium, and here also we'll say text right, font medium. And then where we have that add line item, this one, let's not have this border green. Here we don't have rounded, right? Let's have this as rounded, first thing. And then px3 is fine. Py, if we don't have py1, border green 400, let's change it to indigo, 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 and indigo. Let's have border as 300, BG as 200, and on hover BG as 300. Save it. And now let's say save invoice, this button. This text is much better now. Add line item. Yeah, the default, let's decrease that. Right now the default BG is indigo 200. Let's make it 100. And this we can have 200 border, and on this thing save it. Okay, add line item. Yeah, is, or maybe for this also BG 200 on hover, or maybe let's have it as 50 as default, border as 100, and on hover we'll have 100. Save it. Okay, okay, we can do this. Now we'll do one more thing here. When we remove this thing, let's have rounded corners on this as well. But when we remove this thing, if there are values in that, let's say service is selected, quantity is selected, okay, then before closing we'll ask for confirmation. If it user confirms, then only we'll remove it, because maybe user accidentally clicks on this thing and then this it is getting removed, right? It can be a case. So let's handle this case. So here what we'll do, when we have the remove line item, this thing, we will not remove it right away. Instead we'll have our confirmation logic. So on top we'll inject our @UI service, @inject UI service. We'll say UI service. Then here in this thing we'll say UI service dot confirm. In here we'll say confirmation model dot confirm or dot create. So here we'll say you have, are you sure, something like this, are you sure you want to delete this line item or remove this line item? You want to remove this line item? Okay, we'll have a question mark. Then on create, sorry, on yes, on yes we will do this thing. Okay, save it, stop this, run it, and let's see if we are getting this confirmation. Oh, no, 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 no. Stop. We need to have this condition. This confirmation should be only when the line item actually has some value. So here we'll say if li dot service id is greater than 0. Yeah, and let's select both. Let's check for both. And li dot quantity is greater than 0. Then only we'll ask for confirmation. If that's not the case, in else, we'll do this right away without asking, because user has not selected service and not added any quantity, so there is no point of asking. We can just remove this line item. Right? Okay. Invoices, create, add multiple. If I remove, nothing is happening. I select one, remove. If I select both, if I close, it is asking, are you sure you want to remove this item? If I say no, it will not delete it. If I say yes, it will delete it. Now it deleted, but we can't see this. What happened is, right now this piece of code, this is getting executed outside of this current components, what we call current components execution context, we could say. because this, although we have added it here, but it is getting called from UI service confirm. If we go to UI service confirm, services, UI service confirm, here we are getting this and then we are passing this to confirmation triggered. Then we have a shared component confirmation dialog. Here we see handle yes. From here we are calling it. So now Blazor, the current create invoice component, it does not know if something has happened here. In this case, we need to explicitly tell Blazor that, okay, we have done something, and you might consider re-rendering this component. Okay, so in this on yes, now we'll have it as a full body. We'll have this remove. After that, we'll say invoicing and state has changed. State has changed. Now we are telling that something has changed. You need to re-render this component. Now we can get this thing in a variable also. So we'll say var confirmation model equals this thing. And here we can pass this confirmation model like this. Let's run and let's quickly see if this thing is working now. Okay, is here invoices, create invoice, add line items, remove, getting removed. And if I say this, remove it. If I say no, nothing. If I say yes, that item got removed. You saw? Right, removed. If I select, if I ask, if I say yes, then it will remove that item. Right? Now with this thing, our UI for this create invoice page is also done. Okay. So with this, I guess the dashboard is the only piece remaining. Apart from dashboard, we will work on this at the very end when we have everything is working. So settings model, we can see this thing. Oh, we need to have the tax information here as well on the settings model. Let's quickly maybe have that. Where should we have it? If we go to the settings from model at the very end, we have the address, right? So for this address, after this address, we can have the uh, tax percentage. Here we'll say input number. Rows is not defined. Here we'll say model dot tax percentage, model dot tax percentage, and enter tax percentage. Min value would be 0 and max value would be 100. Here we cannot go past this 100, 0 and 100. Okay, so with this we are good. Tax percentage, although this will take the entire width, which is not a good thing. Okay, let's add some width here also. So instead of w full, we'll have it something like w and then this width of, let's say, 100 px or 150 px. Save it. Let's run it. Okay, so here if we click on settings, now we can see this tax percentage also, right? Tax percentage we have. This should be in the next line only. Okay, so for this, what we can do on this label, we can simply make it block. Save it. So we have this tax percentage now and then this tax value. Okay, so we have this on settings, product services, list, edit, add, delete. These things are working fine. Clients, list of clients, edit client, delete client with confirmation, add client. Then invoices, list of invoices, delete confirmation, pending, paid, all, invoice items, line items, and then create invoice. Here we have client selection, We have date selection, paid, unpaid, notes, we have line items, we can remove and all this. Okay, add some what we call the rounded corner on this cancel button as well. If we go to the create invoice, where is the create invoice? Create invoice.razor. Here, the delete button for the line items. This is the one, right? Yeah. Here we will say not cursor, we will say rounded. And here border red 300, BG red 200, BG red 400. Instead of 400, let's maybe have it as 300. Save it. Now we can see these things. Okay, with selection, if we have some value, it will ask for confirmation. If we say no, nothing will happen. If we say yes, then it will clear out, and subtotal, tax value, and total value, all these are getting populated. So with this, we are done with all our UI design pages except dashboard that will work at the very end. The next thing, next piece of item we need to work on is getting the database ready, having all these entities and then saving all these data into the database and fetching data from there. Right now all these are just sample dummy data. Okay, then we'll next piece is to wire up the database. Okay, all right, so now we'll work on the database side of things. So first thing, in data we have application user, which has, this is basically identity user from ASP.NET Core identity. So it is going to have some username, password hash, and whole lots of different things. But we want to have additional properties to it. Right now, if we keep on going to the base, here we see we have ID, string user ID, then username. This is the login username. Then we have email. Then we have password hash. We have phone number, and all these are, we are not going to use all others. So here we will add a name. Okay? The actual name of the user, first name, last name kind of thing. So we can say just name or full name. The name is up to us. We can have just name. This is going to be required, and a max length of, let's say, 50 only. After this, what else we need? We have users, the settings model, right? Business information. So that also we can have in application user only. So it's up to us if we want to make a separate table. For that we can make that, or we can have that as a part of application user only. So our application allows only single business per user, so we can have that in application user only. Okay, let's go to the models. If we go to the settings model, so these things we need. Okay, business name, email ID, this would be business email ID, contact number, this would be business contact number, address, this would be business address, X percentage, this is fine. So all these things we need additionally, whatever we had the default application user, right? Now after this, let's add other properties also, other entities also. So we will have a client, a product service, and invoice. These three, at least we are going to have these three. Let's create a new class, or we can have here only, then I'll move it to new class. First thing, we'll say public class client. Okay, first thing, ID, we can have it as int, or we can have it as GUID. It's totally up to what we have in the models. We have integer, right? For this, for invoice model int, for settings we don't have any ID, for service int. Yeah, we are having integer everywhere, so let's use int only here also. So int ID, first here client ID, or maybe we can directly go and copy all these, right? Copy all these. So here this id, this is going to be our primary key for this table. Then name, email, all these things are fine. This client, we are associating this with this application use. Okay, so here what we'll do at the very end, we'll say prop string user id. Okay, and this user id, it is going to have a navigation property to this application use. Here we'll say public application user, and we'll make it virtual to allow lazy loading and all. Application user, we are okay with this. Save. The next thing, we'll have public class service, right? Product service. So this service model, let's copy these properties, come here, paste these, add the key on the id, and then user information also. Okay, and for this we can mark this as required. User id is going to be required. Save. And after that we are going to have our invoice, and in invoice we are going to have two different things: invoice line item and invoice. Okay, so now let's copy both of these. Copy, come here, paste. First thing, we'll say just invoice line item, and here we'll say just invoice. This id, this is going to be a key. Invoice number, this is going to be required, and a max length of, let's say, this is up to us what format, what approach we are taking for invoice number. Maybe let's say inv-001, something like this. So the format is totally up to you. Maybe let's have it for 10. We'll see if you want to change it. Then we are going to have client information, so client id, client name, and this client id will belong to this client entity. Okay, for this what we can do is we can have property here. We'll say client, and this will be virtual. So this is going to be required. Client id is also required here. Client name and client id both are required. Okay, issued on, due on, pay, is paid, paid on, status. Now this status, we are not going to have it here because this is a derived status on the basis of this is paid flag. So we can get rid of this. This status is only the UI only thing. We can get rid of this. Okay, total amount, again totally UI related stuff, remove it. Now here in invoice line item, if we see service id and service name, now here this amount, again we don't need this, get rid of this. Service name is required. Service id would be from our service, so we'll say public service, this is going to be the service, and let's mark it as virtual. Save it. And this invoice line item, this is going to have an invoice id as well. So this invoice id, then only we can connect these two. Here we can maybe have a unique id for this table as well. So we'll say public long line item id or just id. This is going to be key for this one. Then next thing, we are going to have int invoice id, and for this we are going to have not string, we'll say invoice. So basically our invoice model, this invoice entity, and here we can say invoice line item, this line items. So now we have connected both of these two things. Now in this invoice, we are going to have a user ID as well. Okay. So here, let's add that user ID. Now, after this, now let's say I raised an invoice. Okay, it was paid or unpaid, doesn't matter. Let's say it was paid. After that, I went back to the application. I changed the client name or contact number, or maybe I changed service name or service price. Now, let's say earlier there was some service which had, let's say, $50 per hour charges. I raised an invoice. It is paid now. Everything is fine. Now, today I went back and I changed the price to $60 per hour. Now, if I'm opening the previous invoice, those are going to have this updated value. But that is not correct, because at the time of raising that invoice and getting the paid, at that time the price was $50 per hour, not $60 per hour. Same goes with the client details, same goes with our business details. So my point is, these things we can connect with these things, but we can maybe not have these required. So let's make these optional, or let's not have these at all. We can simply get rid of this thing if we want to. And yeah, this can also be a case. Let's say we deleted some client down the line, we deleted some client or some service. That can also happen. For this, we will have these nullable. Okay, and these things we will use only for some maybe some audit or some special scenarios if we want to connect somehow. But we will have denormalized values for these things. So for example, client name we will have here. The same way we'll have other information of the client. Whatever we are displaying on the invoice, all that information we will have here only. So what I mean is, whatever information we have from the clients, that means client ID is fine, name, email, contact number, remarks. All these four things we can have. Or remarks, if we are not, I don't think we are displaying remark on the invoice, right? No, we are displaying these three things. So we are going to have these three things on the invoice. So let's first do this. We will have these nullable. After that, we are going to have these things here. This is client information. So client name, then this is client email ID, then this is client contact number. Okay, so this information is from client. So let's say reason client. This is for client. Okay, then other information, same will go with our business details. So let me add reason our business info, something like this. Here we are going to have our business info. That means these things: business name, business email, business contact number, and business address, and tax percentage also. So these things we'll take and we'll add in the invoice. Let's collapse this as well. Now we are good. A similar thing we are going to do with invoice line item. So here we have this service. For this service also we are going to do the similar thing. It is going to be nullable service. And then we are going to have service information here. All these are service information only. Oh, we are already doing this here. Service name, rate, unit, quantity, right? Let's go to the service. We can get name, unit, description. We are not showing, or are we showing? We are not showing, right? Yeah, we are not showing that. Here with the service, we'll have these things: service name, rate, unit, and then quantity. With this, all our entities are done. Let's move these to their separate files. I'll simply do this. Move to invoice line item.cs. So this is going to be moved here, invoice line item.cs entity. Let's move all others as well. Invoice, we'll move it. Same thing with service. All these are entities. And client. Okay. Now our DB context, that is this application DB context. So here we are going to add all our DB set property. Okay. So we can say public DB set. We have application users. Then we have clients. Then we have services. After that we have invoices. Then we have line items, right? Invoice line item, invoice line items, all these things. What is the problem here? It says application DB context dot users hides inherited member identity user context. Oh, we already have this users in the base. If we go into this hierarchy, we should see not here identity DB context. Do we have it here? No. Then we have again one identity DB context. Do we have it here? No. Yeah, we have it here. So user roles, role claims. Oh, not here. Identity user context. In this hierarchy, we have these users here. And we have others also, but we are not going to use others. We are going to just use users, I think, or maybe not. We will use user using the sign-in manager only and user manager. So this is how all our entities are done. Our DB's context is done. Now we will add our migrations for these changes. So initial migration for the initial application user scenario that was handled automatically by migration, the initial template only, but these things which we added and we modified application user, for all these things we need to add migration. So for this I'm going to use package manager console only. We have only one project, so the default project and startup project both are same. If this was not the case, if you had your entities and all in some other project, so startup project should be some executable project, web or console application. Okay, and that project should reference the entity framework core packages. And in default project we are going to have the project where we have our DB context and where we want our migrations. Okay, in this case both of these projects are same. I have only one project, so I can directly come here. Default is same project, startup is same project. Now I'll simply add migration, say let's call initial. So this name is up to you. It does not matter what name you give it, but it's always a good idea to provide a name which is explicit and which tells what we have done for the migrations in this migration set. Okay, so now it has generated something. So if we see, up is the one which is going to run against the database. If we want to revert back, we'll use down. Let's see in up what we have. First thing, if we see on the ASP.NET user table, it is going to add business address column, then business contact number, business email ID, business name, tax percentage, and clients. And why is it not adding name? Yeah, name is here. It is adding. Yeah, so it is adding all these columns. Okay. After that, it is creating clients table with ID, name, email, contact number, remarks, user ID, and in it is adding a primary key PK client, and it is adding a foreign key with the ASP.NET user, because we added that user foreign key here. Then it is adding services table, then it is adding invoices table, and then it is adding invoice line items table, and then it is adding some indexes. And in the down, if you see, it is going to do the opposite of those things. So drop table, invoice line item, invoices, all these things it is dropping, or dropping all tables, then dropping the columns which we added in this migration. So the opposite of that. With this we are good, everything is fine. Okay, now let's run these migrations against our database and all. So for now I can maybe run these migrations manually, or we can make it automatic, which is not a good idea for production use case, but for our use case we can have it. So here what we'll do in the program.cs, when we are starting our application, at that time only, let me create a method here at the very end in program.cs. So we can say static void, say auto migrate db, something like this. And here I'm going to get I service provider as a parameter. Okay, and then inside this we can get our application db context from the service provider. So we can say context equals sp.get required service application db context. Then we can say context.database.migrate. So what it does, if there are pending migrations, it will apply them. If there are no pending migration, it will simply skip it. It will not do any harm. Then we are going to call it right after builder.build. We'll say auto migrate db, and we are going to pass app.services to it. Okay, and it's always a good idea to run this only in debug mode, because these some database changes and all, they can break the production. Okay, so you need to use some other strategy for that. All right. Okay, app.services, we are good. Auto migrate db. Now next thing is to fix the connection string. Right now it is using the default connection string which we got with this default template. So here for me, my configuration, so is this server dot, which is my default SQL Server instance, database, ASP.NET Blazing Invoices. I'll name it Blazing Invoices. Trusted connection true is fine. Multiple active result set is fine. And here I'm going to have integrated security true. Security true. Trusted connection. Trusted connection. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with this default one. And we have app setting development.json. There we have just default login, nothing else. Now, if I run it, it should simply create this database in my database, and it should add all those tables. There is some error, cannot resolve scoped service from root provider. Okay, so here what we are saying, by default application DB context, it is getting registered as a scoped service. And here what we are trying to do is app.services is the root service provider. And here we are trying to get it from this. So now what we can do is, instead of directly getting it from service provider, we can get it from a scoped service provider. What we can do for that, we can say using word scope equals, we can say sp.get required service I service scope, or we can simply say, yeah, this is fine. Then from here we can say you var context. Here also we can apply using, we'll say scope dot service provider dot get required service. Now run it again. and this is throwing error. What did I do? I serve not I service scope. We have two options. One is we can use I service scope factory, or if you don't want to use it, we can say sp dot service provider dot create scope. So we have these two options. Okay, for the service provider, why we are creating a scope, and from that scope we are using the service provider within that scope, and then we are getting the required service. Let's run it. And now we have this problem. Connection was successfully established with the server, but error occurred during this SSL provider. So this is a problem. Starting from .NET 8, the database connection strings, these are by default encrypted. So we have two options. One is actually use the all these things, or second one is to temporarily just set encryption to false. So here we will use server dot database is this integrated security. This I am using because I am using Windows authentication with my SQL Server. So if you have username and password set up with your SQL Server instance, you will not use integrated security. You will use user ID and password. Okay, let's run it again. Okay, now it came and did something happened here. It is doing something. Here we can see entity framework related stuff it has done here. So alter database, this and this, create database Blazing Invoice, it has created the database. Then create table migration history, then create table ASP.NET roles, all these tables. At the very end it will create R tables. So create table client, create table services, create table invoices, all R tables. Okay, and then create index, all creating indexes and all, and now we are good. Our database is up and running. Now if close and run it again, this time it will not create anything because we don't have any pending migration. Here it will just check. It simply runs it. Is if EF migration history is not there, it will create, and after that we can see it is not creating tables this time because it has already created the tables. So with this, our database setup, the creation is fine. All our what we call tables are generated. Now next thing is going to be to use them. We have these services, only UI services there. Now we'll add other services, so client service, product service, invoice service, all those services to get and set data and doing all that stuff here. Okay, but before that, let's create one single user, because we'll work on login at the very end. We are not going to work on it right now, but all our tables, they need user ID. So we need to have some user ID. For that, we need to add one random or one sample user in the app system. We'll go to program.cs, and at the very end, let's create a method here. So we'll say static, static, yes, static void, void, static void create, or let's say seed user, something like this. Okay, we are going to have one random seeding user, and this thing also going to get iService provider, iService provider sp as a parameter. Okay, and these first two lines are going to be same here. Okay, now here first thing we'll check if we have already added some user. So what we can do, we can simply say context dot users dot any. if we have any user defined in our system, so we'll simply return from it. Here we can say we already seeded user, something like this. And if that is not the case, then we are going to create a new user. Now, because we are using ASP.NET Core identity, so we'll use it in a different way. In that way, we can check from components, accounts, pages, and if we go to the register.razor page, here if you see when they are registering the user, so create user, I go to this create user, here they are using creating the instance using activator.create instance application user. After that, they are setting the username using user store, email store. We can skip this for now, or set email async in email store result user manager.create async. Using the user manager, they are creating the user. Okay, so that means this thing we are going to follow to create the initial user in our system. Okay, let's go here, and here we'll follow that thing. Now here we have user store, we have email store, we have user manager, these three things. So we need to get these three things from our scope, because here on the register page, if you see, all these things are here injected services. Okay, so we need no non sign-in manager, we need user store and user manager. Copy these two things. No need to copy. So here we are saying, yeah, just copy. The user manager is actually user manager of application type, and user store is actually user store of application user. Okay, so let's quickly do this. Var user store equals, we'll say scope dot service provider dot get required service user store of application user. Okay, the next thing we'll say var user manager equals scope dot service provider dot get required service. This is going to be user manager of type application user. User manager of type application user. Okay, and this will be user store, this will be user manager, this will be now static async task. Now here it is saying user, we need to get this user. How can we get this user? We can simply say var user equals activator dot create instance of type application user. So we have this user now. Then it is saying input.email. So we need to have an email and password for this initial seed user. Okay, we can get it from config app settings, but because we are just testing, that's why we are having, so we can have here also. Here we'll say var email equals, let's say abcd at abcd.com, and then we can say var password equals, it needs a complex password, so we'll say abcd 123 and this exclamation mark. Okay, here we can provide that email, here again we can provide the email, and here we can provide the password. Now we have this get email store. For this also they must be injecting email store or something. So let's quickly check what they are doing for this get email store. If user manager is supports email, then we are good. If not, we can directly use user store this thing. Are we going to use users this email sending? We are not using, right? Let's try to do this. User store like this. Then we'll see user store, email store, and then we have this result. With this, we will consider that this is created. We don't need to handle this because this is just a temporary kind of thing, so that we can have initial user, because we are not working on login right now. That's why. Okay. Now we need to use call this method. So seed user async. From here only we can call it. So we'll say seed user async and app.services will pass. And we can simply remove this, or we can say get awaiter get result. Let's try this. Save it. And let's try if it is creating the user. So I'll put a breakpoint here and let's run it. Breakpoint came. Okay, we don't have any user store, user manager, user password, set username, email store, and we have an error. What is the error? Cannot insert the value null into column business email ID. Okay, so it is going to fail for all those things, the things which we have added. So right now, the default when we create, it is going to have all the default values, and we are setting username and password. We are not setting any other thing. So the additional properties which we added in our application user, we need to provide value for those. Okay. So here we have this user. Now we'll provide all other values. User dot first we have name, say Abhay Prince, then user dot tax percentage, let's say 5, then user dot business name, let's say my business, and then user dot business, not business name, we have business email ID, mybase at abcd.com. Then we have user dot business contact number, so 789 this. Then we have user dot, what is remaining now, business email, business name, business address. This we can have some random address of my business, something like this. We have provided all these values. Now let's try. If I run it now, breakpoint got hit. Now if we go, it continued. If we check result, it was succeeded. That means it should have added this user. If I continue again, stop, then run again, this time it should directly return from here. If we have it, okay, we are here, and this time it is here returning because we already added this seed data. Okay, continue, and now we are here. All right, so our initial database setup is ready. We have added one sample user, initial user, seeding user. Now we just need to work on our services. To UI is already ready, right? First we'll let's say if, we can work on settings first, right, from this user only, because we have all this information. We can use this information on the settings page or settings model to store, save and update this information, and then we'll move to the client, then services, and then we'll move to invoice. Okay. All right, so now before moving next, I think we should work on our login page only, because the main thing here is we will need user ID and the business information always, right? So we need user ID. So we already have one seeding user, we just added that user. So maybe it's better to work on login also, so that we can get the actual information, right? Okay, so here in components account pages, we have our separate pages for accounts, but we are not going to use these pages. For example, this login register, we are not going to use these pages. Instead, we are going to add our own pages. Okay. Or maybe if you want to, yeah, or maybe those pages only, we can simply design this. Right now, if we see div class row, call lg6, these are bootstrap classes, but we are using Tailwind, we are not using bootstrap, so these things are not there in our application. So maybe let's change these to use Tailwind classes. Okay, let's quickly work on this. Here we have this login for tracer, and on this thing we need a layout. By default it will use the main layout only. So let's run it. Let's see this page, account login, right now we see this page. Now we don't need this breakpoint. Continue. Right now if we see this page slash account slash login, you see we can see this login, use local account, this and that, and then our main layout. But if we are on login page, then main layout should not be here, right? This section should directly be here without the main layout. So for this thing, by default all the pages use main layout, because we set this thing in a routes.razor. We say that default layout is main layout. But for this login page and register page, we need to have a separate layout. Okay, and that layout should not have anything, so in the layouts folder we can create one more file. So we'll say razor component, and here we can say empty layout. We will not have anything on this, we will just have this empty layout, or maybe let's call it auth layout. Okay, now right now this is just a simple Blazor component. If we add at the rate page, then it will be a routable Blazor component. That means it can be accessed using some URL, but this is not a layout. To make it layout, we need to inherit this thing from inherits layout component base. This thing, now it's a layout. Okay, so inside this we are going to have our structure for our auth page. So first thing we'll say is, the way I'm looking at it, we are going to have login register form in the center of the screen. That's all. So here we can say div class, we'll say wfull, or maybe we can simply say fixed insert 0. Okay, and I think, yeah, that's all. This is for the outer side of the things. Inside this we are going to have a div class. Here we can maybe have let me think, or maybe on this fixed insert only we can make it a flex, or maybe we can make it grid, and we can say place items center. Okay, so now whatever we put inside this, it will be sent in the center of the screen. So this container, this is fixed insert 0, this is taking the entire screen, and then we are going to have grid, display grid, and place item center, so that whatever we put inside this, that will be in center of the screen. So let's say div class, here we'll say pg white, p, do we have 7? Yes, and we can have rounded lg, large rounded. We can maybe have a shadow as well. Okay, then inside this we are going to have our login registration thing. So here we'll say h1 login, not login, this is going to be dynamic. So here we can say we can have a section outlet. Okay, we can provide a section name. Here we'll say header. Whatever we add here, Note here, whatever we put inside this header, that means we'll create a section content on the page. There we'll provide section content with the same section name. So that content is going to be rendered here. Let's cut this Microsoft ASP.NET Core component sections. Cut from here and go to underscore imports.razor, and let's add the rate using and add this. And here we'll be good. After this thing, we can have an HR class. We'll say text slate 200 and my, let's say 4 or 5. Save it. After this, now we are going to have our form. First, I'll have a div. Inside this div, I'm going to add a body, at the rate body. Now, whatever we put, that means that page is going to be rendered here. Now, for the login page, we'll define this, that this login page should use this layout, which we just created, right? So for this, on the page level, we can simply set at the rate layout. This would be auth layout. Now this account slash login page, this should use this auth layout. Copy this. If I run this, okay, so if I put slash account slash login, now we can see this thing directly in center of the screen, okay, without anything left, right, nowhere, nothing. And the top section before this HR, this is empty because we have not provided section content, right? So on this page, we can simply say section content, section name. We are going to have same header, and here whatever we put, for example, let's say I put h1 here, and then I say login, and on this h1, let's say I add some classes. So I'll say text center, font medium, text to Excel, save it. Auth layout, I had just section outlet. Now if we check, we should see this login. Okay, now we just need to change this thing to have some different classes, some Tailwind classes. So login.razor, here we have the status message, we have edit form, we have all these things, section. Let's cut the form only. Cut this form, and external login picker we are not using. Return URL we are not using. Passkey submit, no, we are not using it. Forget password, no, we are not using it. Register, yes, we'll use it, but later. So yeah, let's clear all these things. Paste what we just cut and then use this edit form. With this we are good, right? Okay, now h2 use local account to login, no, we don't need this. HR, no, we don't need, you need this. Validation summary, no, we don't need this. Form floating and this and that, no, we are not using this. We have our way of doing these input text on all these classes, right? So we can get those classes from somewhere, maybe from shared, save service form, for example. Here we have this thing, right? This is how we are handling our form. So div class space y and then this div class. So here we'll simply say this thing, and then we are going to have one closing div. Now here, no problem, input.email. This is going to be the first input text, so input.email. Then next one we are going to have for password. So this is going to be input.password. Input.password, password, and on this input text we will explicitly set type equals password to make this input text as a password. Okay? And we can have this autocomplete username, password. These are pure HTML attributes. Current password. Here we'll say enter password. Save. Then we will have our submit button. For this also we can get from here. Where is our submit button? That is in right sidebar panel. So here this is our submit button. Copy. Go back to our login.razor and we are going to have the submit button here. After these two things we can have maybe HR with plus text slate again 200 or let's say 100 here. Then we are going to have our button. Here we'll say in, and this icon, yeah, we can have this icon or maybe we can get some other icon. For now let's have this icon only. Then we'll remove this below form because now we don't need this. We converted this to Tailwind. Other logic, the logic what we have here, we will keep it intact. We'll keep it like this only. We are not changing anything here. The only thing we'll change, we have this status message, right? This status message. So what is this status message? If we go to, this is just a component which is using these JavaScript classes, display message, this and that, and these are what we call, these are bootstrap classes again. Dev class, alert, then this message if this is danger or success. Okay, for this we can maybe change this to make Tailwind specific. So here we can say first thing, let's say p3 rounded lg bg white or not bg white. We can maybe have these colors on the basis of this. So it is saying danger, that means we can say bg red 50, and if this is success we can say bg green 50. So something like this. All right, and here also we can maybe have some shadow, save it, and we are good. Let's quickly see how it looks. So this is how it looks, which is looking ugly. And why those things are not coming here? I open this input.email placeholder. Oh, where are classes? Find value input class. Okay, let's stop and rerun. Maybe it is not getting these classes. Okay, go to the login page. Oh, by the way, we'll fix default, it goes to that thing. We'll fix it later. So here if we see, we have this login name, password. No, it is not name, it is going to be email. If I do this, we can see the validation here. Login, let's make it full width, and normal width we are okay, right? This width is fine. The login, it should be full width button. So on this thing, if we say w full flex w full, if I say this, would it change anything? Yes, it changed. Login. Okay, and let's change this name to this name. It should be email. Save it. Okay, so now let's duplicate this UI for our register as well, so that both of our pages will be ready. So on the registration page, we have email, password, confirm password, but we are going to have other things as well, because for registration we are using other things as well, the business information and users name. Those are the additional fields, right? Here if I remove everything, the only thing is this confirm password. This is an additional field here. and edit form, we have this register. Let's go back. Let's copy the first. We'll copy this header. Here we'll say register. Then we are going to copy the status message. Then we are going to have our edit form, data annotation validator, and our space and this. This is our edit form, and we'll copy this thing here, save it, and we are good now. Here we don't have error message. What was the status for? What was the status for? Was it identity errors? This message. It was for message. Message. All right. So here we have email, we have password. After password, we are going to have a confirm password. Password, confirm password, confirm password, confirm password, and this also be save it. Here we are going to say register. Then these are the predefined fields. Then after this we are going to have name also. So input.name, and we are not going to have name here because this input model, this does not have that name. Let's quickly add our remaining fields on this input model. So we'll go to our data and application user, and we are going to grab all these things. Okay, and we'll add these on this input model only. All right, now let's use all these methods now, all these properties now. Input name, input.name, enter name, yes. Here it should be enter email, and login also we are missing, right? Login, it should be enter email. Save it. Okay, name, email, password, confirm password. Now what we can do here is maybe we can have two column layout, because if we have all these in a single column then it will be a very long form. So on this div class space y3 here only, so what we can do is we can have a width here, so we'll say w, then we can maybe have, let's say, 600 pixel width or maybe 550 px. Then we can have grid, and then we can have grid calls 2, and then we can have gap 3, so that we can have that gap 3. And then I guess we don't need this space y3 now, because this gap 3 would handle that. So now if we don't provide anything, it will be the first row first column, first row second column, then this will be the second row first column. So things like this. Email, not email, this will be name, first name, then email, password, confirm password. After that we'll see what others we need. We need business name, business email id. Here we'll say next one is going to be business name. Copy. It would be business name, business name. Then we'll have business email id. After that we are going to have business contact number. and then we are going to have business address. And before address, we have one more thing, right? Address and tax percentage. So maybe tax percentage we can have first, or maybe we can uh, let's not have business that tax percentage here. We'll get it on the settings page only. Okay. So here after this we are going to have our business address. And for this business address, we'll say this is going to be call span 2 so that it takes both the columns. Okay. Save everything. Now from login page, we need to come to register page, and from register page, we need to go to login page. So let's make the relationship between these two. So on login, right after the login button, we are going to have an HR, and then we are going to have a button or just a nav link with href account slash register, and we are going to have some classes. First thing, we'll make it w full. Next we'll make it text center, and next we'll make it, let's say, underline. Then we'll say text blue 500. Then maybe on hover we'll say text blue 800, and we'll say cursor pointer, and we'll say p3. And then we can have some text here. We'll say don't have an account, register here, something like this. Then I'm going to copy these two things. On this HR, let's have my3 maybe, or my2. Let's copy this, go to the register page. After register, let's add these things, and here we'll say already have an account, login here, and the URL would be href account slash login. Save it. Save it. Now we should be good for both of these things, right? But before that, for login we are right. We are okay. We don't need, I think we need to change some things. We'll change, but first let's go to register, and here on registration page, we have our create user. Here we are just creating the instance of this, but we are not adding other stuff, all these new fields, name, business name, all these things. So we need to add these things here. Here we're saying create user, so we'll say var user equals this thing, then we'll say return user, and before this we are going to add all our information. So user dot name equals input dot name, then we'll have business name with business name, then we are going to have business, let's say address, business contact number, business email ID. Okay, so let's set these. So input dot business email ID, input dot business contact number, business address, and business name, and then we are returning the user. Okay, save everything, and now let's run it and let's see if login and registration are working. Okay, we are here. Let's say account slash login. We can see this don't have an account, register here. If I click on it, it will navigate to register. We can see these buttons and all, but we don't have that layout because we didn't set that layout, right? The way we have on login, we are setting the auth layout. Same way we need to set it on our register page. On the top, we will set it, and let's try to save everything and check this. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Register. We can see name, email, password, confirm password, business name, business email ID, business contact number, business address. Okay. It looks odd. Maybe tax percentage also we can add here now. For register, full width, this section, full width. Okay, let's quickly do that. And on click of it, it is going login registration. This thing is working, so we are okay with this, right? We just need to make this full width and maybe add the tax percentage here, and then fix these spaces and all here. Validation is also working. Okay, so here business address, enter business address, business contact number, business contact number. Then we have business email ID, and business name. Not here. Business name. Confirm password. Those are fine. And yeah, here we can have the tax percentage, or yeah, let's have the tax percent so that we have the good UI. So tax percentage, it is going to be input number. This would be tax percentage, enter tax percentage, and here on this tax percentage I'm going to say the autocomplete password. No, oh, I copied this password, right? No, we don't need this. Oh my god, I added this type password everywhere. We don't need this. We need this only on the password fields, and then we don't need these autocomplete on the complete autocomplete the. Okay, business name also we have this, remove this autocomplete and type password. For password we need this. Yeah, all right. What was the other thing? Yeah, this button and this nav link. So these things should also be the full width. For this, what we can do, maybe just have all these things in a div with call span 2, and let's have this here. Now it will be full width. Okay, so save it and let's see. Register this thing, we can move this to center, or left also it is looking fine, right? Validation is here, login we can go, register we can go. All right, so now let's try to log in using our credentials. What were our credentials? So if we go to the program.cs, cs abcd, this thing, copy, and then copy password as well. Now if I go here, if I do username, password, incorrect password, if I log in, error, invalid login attempt. Okay, if I put the correct password, it remained on this page only. Oh, it says invalid login attempt in this case also. Let's see what is happening here. So if I go to login, and if I go here on initialized login, if I put the correct password, login, it came here. Passkey we are not using. Will looks like we need to clean this page up. Passkey, no, we don't have this. Edit context, validate. Okay, sign in manager, password sign in async. If we do this, result is not allowed. This doesn't count login failure. To enable password failures to trigger. What is not allowed? Not allowed. is not allowed true, requires two-factor, succeed this. Invalid login attempt. Said not allowed. Why not allowed? If we go to register, let's say if I'm missing something here. So from here, if we say it creates the user, after creating the user, it needs to redirect to some other page to set all these things. Because we are using for these pages, we are using static server side rendering. So these pages do not use interactive server render mode because we need to access HTTP context on these. Okay, so here if we say email sender send confirmation email link, we are not using it, right? Sign in requires email confirmation. No, we don't need email confirmation here, right? Then it is saying this is not the case. From login, we can directly sign in. Let's try to create a new user and we'll see if the problem is on the login side only or our ASP.NET Core setup. Okay, so we'll say account login, register, test user, test at the rate abcd.com, password test 123 exclamation, test 123 exclamation, test business, test at the rate abcd.com. We can leave it 10%, not have it. So register, if I do this, it's saved. Register confirmation. This app does not currently have a real email sender, so it is sending it to that email uh, internal email sender page. So for login, we can get rid of this thing. Confirm email account. Thank you for confirming your email, and we are logged in now. Now if I simply stop this, run it again, and if I try to log in with this account, this new account which we created using this thing, would it allow? I just want to see this thing if there is any error with our user setup. If I say test user login, huh? Oh, email test at the rate abcd.com, login. Okay, result succeeded. Hmm, it succeeded, but from there it says not allowed. Oh, because password. Okay. I think when we registered our user, we didn't set the password. Sorry, not password. The email confirmation true we did not set. That's why it is happening. Okay. I got it now. So now what happens is from register, after registering the user, it is simply moving to send email confirmation link. This is not working for us. So here it simply checks this requires confirmed account. Yes, by default it is yes. So here it goes to account/register confirmation page. So if we go to this page, register confirmation, here it says we don't have this setup, but you need to click here to confirm your account, then email confirmation link. So using this email confirmation link, it goes to account confirm link. Or not account, confirm email. Here, confirm email, it comes here, and here it says user manager dot confirm email async, and it is confirming the email, and then it continues from here. With this, it says thank you for confirming your email, and now we have set up that email confirmation is true, that email confirmed is true for this user. Now this user can log in. Okay, but now for our test case, we are not going to use this confirm email. So what we can do is we can go to a program.cs, and here when we are setting our identity, here it says require confirmed account, so we can simply set it to false for now. If we do this, then if we try to log in with our seed user, then it should allow, if this was the issue. And I'm 99% sure that this was the issue only. Count login. Let's log in. Was abcd at abcd.com and abcd123 login result. Now it is succeeded. Yeah, that was the issue only, right? So it is succeeded. We are able to log in. But with this, if we see with login, we don't have much information of that user. When we say sign in password sign in async, it simply sets the default things. It is not going to set the additional information of the users in the claims. Okay, what it is going to do, it is going to simply set the, basically we can say email. It is going to set email only, nothing else. But we need other information also, so we'll use a different approach. But before that, let's clean both of these pages, login and registration page. The things which we are not using, we'll get rid of these. So here in login user input passkey, we are not using passkey at all, so just remove it. Passkey sign in, no, we are not using it. We are just using these things. Remove all these things. This result, sign in result. Then if result succeeded, we are okay. We are returning to return URL. Request two factor, we are not using it. Logged out, we are not using it. If else, then error invalid login attempt. This is fine. So in sign in result, do we have any information of the error? No, right? We have these things. If you want to, you can maybe handle these things. If it is not allowed, if this is logged out, then you can show different error message. Okay. Get rid of this, and with this login page is cleaned up. Save it. Now let's go to the register page. Now let's clean this page up. Okay, so identity errors on initialize register user, we're creating user, this user created with the new account with password, we have user ID, code, all these thing, email confirmation flow, we are not going. So here what we'll do, we'll get rid of this thing. Okay, then we know we are not using required confirm account and all, so we can simply cut this thing and we can have here. So now we cleaned up. After creating the user, we are signing in with that user. Okay. Okay. So now we are good. Save. So now with this, our login and registration is working. Okay. We don't need other pages. So let's quickly clean these things up. From here, manage pages. We are not using any of these pages. So let's delete this. You can work on all these pages. Maybe you can design these using Tailwind if you want to use it. But for my case, for this simple application, we are not going to use other pages. Access denied is fine. Maybe we can use this. But after this, we'll remove all these pages. So here we are going to have login and register only. Nothing else. Then shared, we are going to have only status message and redirect to login, these two things. Okay, then we have these CS files here. Passkey operations, passkey input, we are not using. Identity revalidating authentication state provider, yes, we are using it. Identity redirect manager, yes. Identity no OP email sender, maybe we are using it, not sure. Maybe default email sender, we are getting it and then trying to do something. Identity component endpoints route builder. So here we see slash account perform external login, no, we are not using this. For logout, yes, we can use this thing. Passkey creation, no. Passkey creation, no. Manage, no, not at all. Manage. These are managed groups, so no, we are not using managed groups. We are not using passkey, and we are not using passkey creation. We are using just logouts. We'll have simple single method here. Okay. With this, let's remove these unused namespaces from here. Save. Same for others. Let's quickly check if there is any unused stuff. No. Okay, so in account side also we are cleaned up. Now let's quickly try to rebuild the application to see if there are other issues, because we deleted a lot of pages and code. So yes, there is some error. What is this error? This error is this passkey. So we'll get rid of this. Save. Try again. Let's rebuild. And rebuild succeeded. Let's quickly run and let's see login and register page again if these pages are working fine. Okay, so if we say account login, yes, login is here, register is here. Let's quickly try to login. Remove breakpoint. Email, yeah, this is not an email field, so test@test.com. Login, invalid login attempt. Test@abcd. Yeah, login. So it came back to here. That means login successful. Now let's try register. So test user, this is the password. Let's say new test user. So here we'll say new test@abcd.com. Password is same. Leave other things. We need to provide business name. So business name, email at, let's use the same email, new test@abcd.com. Register, and it also came here. That means registration is also working. Login, registration, both are working. Okay. Now, next thing is, right now we just worked on login registration page. And now we'll work on our actual auth. So what I mean by this is, if we are opening the application, if we are logged in, it will go to the home page. If we are not logged in, it will go to the login page, and it will not allow other pages to be opened. So only login and registration page can be opened without signing in. All other pages, if we want to visit other pages, we need to be signed in. So that basically the auth implementation, that is going to be the next thing will work. All right. So now we will implement our actual authentication authorization. So we worked on login and registration pages. Now it's time to use implement actual auth. Okay. After, so basically post login logic we want to do. Now, first thing, for this to work, we need to have our cascading authentication state added. If we go to, it can be added from two places. First is we can add it in program.cs using this thing, builder.service.add cascading authentication state. Or the second approach could be in this routes.razor, we can wrap this entire thing in a cascading authentication state tag. So any of this can work. So we'll go what we already have. The next thing is, in order to force authorization on pages, we need to have this authorized route view. If you didn't choose the authentication individual account or any authentication when you creating the project, that time if you see, it will use simple route view, not authorized route view. So this is the second thing, we need to have authorized route view. Now in our application we are already using ASP.NET Core Identity. So that whole setup is here, identity core, all these things. So that means the capturing the user session and creating the actual cookies and all, basically the authentication state, that is already there. We just need to use it. Okay. So here after this thing, before maybe map.static asset or maybe after app.map static asset. We can have app.use authentication and use authorization. So this will enforce to use the authentication and authorization for our project. Okay. Then after this, okay. So first thing we set cascading authentication state, then authorized route view, then adding the authentication authorization middlewares. After this, if we see all our pages are right now, we don't have any authorized attribute or anything related to that. So all our pages are always accessible. We can directly go to home page, clients page, create invoice, all these pages without logging in. Okay, so we need to restrict this. So we have error page and not found page. These two pages are not going to be under authentication. Basically, these two pages can be reached without auth also, but the other pages, client, create invoice, home, invoices, and product services, these should be accessible only when user is authenticated. So for this, what we can do, we can add the authorized attribute on the page. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. So one thing is we can add the authorized attribute on these 5 places, or we can make that centralized. How can we make that centralized? So for that we use underscore imports.razor files. We can have many underscore imports.razor file in an application, in a Blazor application. Right now we have only one underscore imports.razor file, which is on the global inside the components folder. So whatever we put inside the underscore imports.razor file, that thing gets applied to each and every component or nested component, basically children of its parent. What I mean is underscore imports.razor, its parent is components. Whatever we put inside this underscore imports.razor, that is going to be applied on each and every page inside this components folder. So here we have routes.razor, app.razor, we have this shared. So for nested folders also, it is going to be applied everywhere. Now here inside the pages, now we have two options. Either we can create a new folder outside and we can move the pages there, or inside the pages folder only, we can create one more folder. Let's say I'll create a folder named app and I'll move all these pages into this app folder. Okay. So now inside pages, we have error not found and we have app folder where we have all our pages. No need to change anything here because we are already using it. But if you want to, you can change. You can maybe add slash app and then this thing. So this is totally up to you, your design choice. Now inside this app folder, I'm going to add one more razor component and I am going to name it underscore imports.razor. Okay, this name is predefined, underscore imports.razor. And on this page, what I'll do is I'll simply add an attribute authorize, which will come from this Microsoft ASP.NET Core authorization. Let's cut this from here and move it to the global, the component level and underscore imports.razor file. So here only, we'll add that. Here now we can access this, right? Authorize attribute we have added. Now this authorize is going to be applied to children of its parent. In this case, underscore imports.razor, its parent is app. So whatever we put inside this, that is going to be applied on each and every component inside app folder. App folder has all these pages. So this attribute authorize is going to be applied to all these pages. Okay. Now let's quickly check this behavior. So I'm going to run this. So here it automatically opened this login page. And if we check the URL, it says login and return URL equals slash. Now if I again try to do this, let's say it is not letting me to go to the home page. Let's try clients page. Nope. So all these pages are now under the auth. Okay, now I can quickly demonstrate this. So if I comment this line, save it, and then if I run it, I should be able to go to the home page and all other pages. So if we wait for it to come, it is here. We can see the home page. We can go to all the pages. You see, that means this authorized attribute is working. What is happening? Save it, run it again. Okay, login. Let's try to log in. We'll log in with test account. We can see this. Now we are inside this. Now we are logged in, but we don't have this name correct and this business name. So we need to get these two values. Okay. Now let's see how can we get these two values. So now we'll go to the layout, main layout, because the top name, it is coming from main layout only, right? So now, if you remember, we have that add cascading authentication state. In program.cs, we had this thing. So what this thing does for us is it passes down the authentication state to each and every component inside our Blazor application. We can access that anywhere in our Blazor component. The way we access it is go to the main layout. Here I'm going to add my code block. So here, in order to access that, we need to define a property. The type is mandatory. The type would be task of authentication state. Now this property name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. I'll name it auth state task. Now the main thing is it is going to be a cascading parameter. So these two things, the type and this attribute, these two things are required. Now using these things, we are going to get our authentication state. Now here, how to get data from this? We are going to override our, let's say, on initializing method. Inside this, we can get the actual auth state by awaiting this auth state task. What is the problem? Auth state task, sorry. Now we have this state. Now here it's always a good idea to check if we are still logged in. So what can happen? Although we have that condition that main layout is added on these pages, or by default it will be there only on these pages which we have in logged in state. So still what we can do here is on this auth state, we have user, which is claims principal. On this we have identity. On this we have a property which says is authenticated. We just need to check this thing. If we are authenticated, then we'll continue. If we are not authenticated, we will redirect user to the login page. Okay. So here, let's check. We can say var is logged in, something like this. We can say now auth state can be null. So let's check this thing. Then user is claims principal, which cannot be null. Identity can be null. So put question mark here as well. Now we'll say if this is false, that means, or sorry, this is true. If this is true, we know we are logged in. If this is not true, then we'll say if not logged in. If we are not logged in and somehow we manage to come on any of this page which requires main layout, so from here what we'll do, we'll redirect user to the login page. User is not logged in. Users somehow managed to come on this page. We will redirect user to the login page. Okay. Now how to redirect? Using our navigation manager. So we can simply inject navigation manager. So navigation manager, we'll name it navigation manager only. And then from here, we'll say navigation manager dot navigate to slash account without slash account slash login. Both will work. What happened? Yeah. And after redirection, we'll simply return from here. We don't want to further execute anything. Now, when we are redirecting from main layout to login page, now if we check our app.razor, here we have HTTP context as a cascading parameter. Then we have this page render mode, right? Which says HTTP context dot accept interactive routing. If yes, then we will use interactive server render mode. If not, we will use null. Okay. Now, if we go to our pages login page, do we have anything here? I'm just trying to see how are we having these pages outside of the interactive routing. Underscore imports dot razor. So you see, in accounts, we have a pages folder. In pages, we have underscore imports dot razor page. And here we have something, this thing, @ attribute. And here we are saying exclude from interactive routing. That means whatever pages we are having inside this pages folder, all those pages are static server side rendered. These are not interactive pages. And we are using interactive server rendering mode. So these pages are getting excluded from the interactive server side rendering. That means these are static server side rendered pages. So these are not interactive pages. Okay. Now here on the app, we are saying if the page has interactive routing, then we'll set interactive server. If page does not accept interactive routing, and in our case, these pages are not accepting interactive routing, we are excluding these. So for these pages, the render mode is null. Okay. So the whole point of this thing is in main layout, when we say navigation manager.navigate to, so it because main layout is a interactive server render mode page, render mode component. When we'll use navigation manager here, it will redirect to this login page using interactive routing only. But login page is not interactive. So we need to somehow explicitly break this thing, this interactive routing here. Interactive navigation we need to break. So for this, what we can do, we will do a full page load for when we are redirecting to login page. So here on navigate to, we have this bool force load. So we can set this force load parameter to true. Here what we are saying, when you are redirecting to account login, do a full page refresh. Don't do interactive navigation or enhanced navigation. Okay, so now we will have the full fresh page, which will have static server side rendering, which will have the actual HTTP context access. Okay. Now, one more thing, whenever I do this type of stuff, so we are saying we are on some auth page, user is not logged in, we are redirecting user to login page. If user press the back button on the browser, we don't want user to come back to this page, because this page needs to be after authentication, after logging in. And if user is pressing back button, that means user is not logged in, because he was not logged in earlier. So in this case, what I do is I simply use one more parameter here, which is replace. So we'll say replace true. Now what replace does is it simply removes this current page from the browser's history. If user pressed back button, user will not come to this page, and that is the behavior what we need. All right, so I hope it is clear. Then if user is logged in, here we know user is logged in. Now we can get the user's information here. Fetch the user information, something like this. How can we fetch it? So if we see, if we go to the login page, here when we are logging in, we are saying sign in manager dot password sign in async. Okay. So using this, can we go to this thing? Let's try if we can. Okay, sign in password sign in async. No, we can't. So I'll tell you the way it works. The default behavior when inside ASP.NET Core identity, whenever we are trying to use sign in manager and doing all these things, it actually uses class, which is basically an implementation of I user claims principal factory. Yeah, this interface, we have an implementation of this interface, user claims principal factory. Here, this is the default implementation. Here we have user manager options, this and that. We have this generate claims async method. If we go to this method, here we see it is getting user ID, it is getting username. This username is, by the way, login username. So in our case, this is email only. So here what it does, it sets these two claims. You see, claims option dot claims identity dot user ID claim type, which is default value is claim types dot name identifier. And for username, if you see, the default value is claim types dot name. So it is actually setting these two things. And if we have supports user email, it is going to set email also, and the security stamp. So all these things. So basically what my point is, we can get user ID from the claims. Okay. So here we are setting it, and when we are setting it, it will have the user ID in the claims, and on our main layout, this auth state dot user, this is claims principal. So from here we can get the user ID. How can we get that? We can say var user ID equals auth state dot user dot here we can say find first, or we can say find first value. And here, what is the problem? Using system security claims, we can say find first value, and we can provide claim type that we saw. It is going to use claim types dot name identifier. This is for user ID. Okay. And here we know auth state is not null because that check is already there. So we can simply use null forgiving operator. Now we have this user ID. And once we have user ID, we can simply get the user information from the database. Okay. So how can we get that? We can create a new service. Let's say in our services folder, we can create a new class. Here we'll say, let's say user service. Inside this first thing, we can have our constructor, and we are going to use IDB context factory because we are using Blazor. In Blazor, there can be multiple requests at the same time. So using direct DB context is not a good approach because EF core DB context supports only one operation at a time. It's better to use IDB context factory so that we can create the context on demand. And the context type is application DB context, right? Application DB context. Here we can say context factory. Let's have create and assign a field underscore context factory. Now here we can have a method public async task. Let's say get user async or get user info async. And we are going to get user ID as a parameter. All right. First thing here, we'll create a DB context. So we'll say using var context equals. We can use create DB context async, but I generally avoid this. I use DB context. The reason is this is not actually async. This simply is wrapping the simply returning task dot from result. If you go to this, so this is just returning. What is this? Task dot from result create DB context. So this is actually create DB context only. So no point of using this async method. So underscore context factory dot create db context. Now we have context, and on this context we can simply say context dot users dot as no tracking. We don't need any tracking here. Dot where, or we can say first dot default async. We'll say u dot id equals user id. And we are going to get this inside a variable. So user equals await this thing. Now let me break it down to multiple lines. Now we have user information. We can return this. We can return this user from application user. Application user. Okay. Now the point is, the main point here is we don't need all the information from user, right? If we go to our main layout, on main layout we are just displaying username, nothing else. And if we go to our left nav bar, there we are displaying business name. That's all, right? We are not displaying any other thing. If we have these two things in place, just these two, username and business name, then we'll be good. So in that case, from user service, we can just get these two things. Now it's up to us if we want to use value tuple, if we want to use some other approach to get this data. It's totally up to us. We can maybe say string name and string business name. Okay. From here we can return this. Or right now we are actually overfetching. We are fetching everything. So instead of this, what we can do is we'll say where this thing dot select. We'll say new, and we just want to access u dot name and u dot business name. Then we'll add first dot default async like this. Okay. And here from here we can quickly check if user is null. That means we somehow in a state which is not correct. User is trying to access this thing, but user is not logged in. Better to throw an exception here. Throw new, or we can simply use argument null exception dot throw if null user. That's not the case, then we can simply return a value tuple which will be user dot name and user dot business name. With this we are good. Now we are using this, so we need to use register this user service in our di. We'll go to program.cs. Here before builder.build we already have add scoped UI service, right? Here we can say dot add scoped user service, and inside user service we are using db context factory. But if we check our program.cs here, where are we setting db context? Yes, so we are setting a db context here. Here we are saying builder.services.add db context. So we will not say add db context, rather we'll say add db context factory. So now we registered it as a db context factory, which we can use and which we are actually using here. Now we can inject this user service. Now if you are writing unit tests, you can create an interface of this and then register in the di using that. But because I'm not writing unit test and all, so I can directly register user service and I can directly use it. Okay, so better production ready applications, unit test cases, writing unit test, integration test is always a good idea. So you can maybe consider those. But for this demo or for this project which we are building, we are not going to use unit test, and that's why I'm not adding the interfaces and all. Okay. So now user service, let's go to the main layout, and here we can inject. I'm injecting here because I'm just writing here only, but it's totally up to you. You can inject anywhere. You can inject here also. or you can inject in the directly in the component code level also. I show you. So there are different ways to inject something. So you can have it here also. You can say prop user service and name it user service, and here you can apply the inject attribute. Now this way of doing injection, dependency injection, is only applicable or only allowed in the Blazor components, nowhere else. So directly in the code block, or if we are using code behind, meaning mainlayout.razor.cs, if we are using that approach, so there also we can do this. So that is also a part of this component only. Now it's totally up to you what approach you are doing. Here I generally use code block and this way of injecting, so I can inject it here, user service. Okay, now here I'll say word simply name and business name. So let's say user display name. I'm not using username word because that in ASP.NET Core identity, that is actually a logged in login username. In our case, in default case, that is same as email. So user display name, let's call it user display name, and business name equals, we'll say await user service dot get user invoicing, and we need to provide a user ID. Now we will have user display name and business name. User ID is not going to be null here. Okay, now we can use these two things. So here we can maybe create two variables. So I'll say private string underscore user display name, and I can use one more underscore business name. Okay, and here when we are using this, we can say underscore user display name and underscore business name, but we will not have var here because we already have these variables defined. Because we are not using nullable string here, so let's have default values as empty string. If, and now we are good. So first thing here, we can use the user display name underscore user display name. Now the business name, we can pass this to the left navbar. Okay, so we'll go to the left navbar. Here we already have code block. Here we'll define a property string, let's say business name, and this we are going to define as a parameter. We can also add editor required because we are displaying that. Business name will display here my business instead of this at the rate business name. Now if we go back on this left navbar, we should have the business name property now. Here we will provide our business name. So here pay attention to this thing. For the string parameters on Blazor components, if you provide it directly, it will consider this as simple string. So for the string parameters, we use at the rate. Okay, for others, we don't need to. For example, if you see in shared, let's say where in confirmation dialog, am I using something? No. Right side panel, this is fine. Save service form, for example. So here title I'm using without at the rate, so this is fixed. On model I'm using without at the rate because model is not string type, this is object. So different things. View line items, am I using something here? On close, show save button, this is boolean, I'm passing false directly without at the rate, right? Here with title we had some dynamic logic, that's why we added at the rate. Title is string. Basically, if we have any string parameter and we want to pass some C# to that, in that case, we need to use the at the rate sign there. This left navbar and main layout. So from here, I'm using this at the rate, that's why. So it will pass business name here, and on left navbar, we will have our business name, which will display here. Save everything And now we should see these two things, right? Correct username and correct business name. Let's see. Okay, it is coming and we can see test business and we can see test user, right? That means our things are working. Cool. Now next thing, we'll work on this logout. Then we'll start working on other pages. UI we already created. For example, settings, we'll work on settings. Then we'll go the same way we worked on UI. So product service, then client, then invoices. Let's quickly work on logout. So here, when we cleaned these things up, so if you remember in components, accounts, this state, we cleaned this up. Not this endpoint route builder. We cleaned everything. We just have one endpoint here, which is map post logout. We just have logout, nothing else, right? So this map post. So this is actually a post call, and the URL is slash account slash logout. So in order to log out, we need to post a form to this URL. This is one approach. And if you don't want to do this, in that case, an alternate approach can be, so this thing, we need to simply use signInManager.signoutAsync, and it can be used from the page which is statically server-side rendered. And because this is an API endpoint, minimal API endpoint, so this is executing on server only. So we are good with this, either this approach or a component which has which does not have any interactive routing. So in pages folder, we can maybe create a logout page, and from that main layout logout button, we can redirect to that logout page using static server side rendering. That means force load true. So these are two options which we can do. Okay, but we already have this account logout, so let's try this. Let's use this basically. So we'll go to our not shared, main layout. Where is our main layout? Main layout. We have this logout button here, right? For this button, what we can do, let's change this button type to submit. And let's wrap this inside a form, simple form. Paste this button in here. Okay. And then here on this form, we can say method post. Okay. And action, which is where we want to go. We want to go to account slash logout. Save it. Okay. Let's try if we are able to log out, and we can maybe put a breakpoint on this thing also. So let's put a breakpoint here. So here if you see, we are injecting claims principal here. That is the actual user. But we are not using this. Okay, so if I press logout, we are having an error, bad HTTP request exception, unexpected request without body, failed to bind parameter string return URL. We must provide return URL. Okay, we'll provide it. It is expecting this return URL from form. That means we need to provide this. We'll go to our main layout. We can have a simple input type hidden, and it should have a name of this return URL. Value could be anything. And after login, we want to go to account logout, right? So let's try account slash logout here. This is simple input type hidden, which does not have any UI, so visible UI, but it is there. Name is required for forms. So this is normal or pure HTML thing. Let's run it and let's see if logout works this time. Okay, we are here. Let's try logout. Again, we have some problem. It says anti-forgery validation exception. The required anti-forgery request token was not provided in either form field, this thing, or a header value request verification token. Now, here is a catch. In Blazor or in ASP.NET Core, we are using anti-forgery token to validate or for the security basically. If we go to our program.cs here, we have use anti-forgery, right? This actually validates all the requests coming to our application whenever we are posting any form. It checks this. But so in edit form, when we use edit form, that component, Blazor component, it has this logic inside that. If I quickly run this, for example, I can show you. Okay, so here let's open any of the form. Let's say I'm opening this form. If I right click, go to inspect. Here if I go to the form method post, here if you see we have this input type hidden name underscore underscore request verification token. And with this value, but we didn't add anything. We just added edit form. So with edit form, this thing it does automatically. But in our case, we don't have edit form. We are using pure JavaScript, pure HTML form. The reason we are doing that is, so, okay, we have two options. If we don't want to do this thing, then we can maybe define, because we have this one return URL parameter, right? So we can do this here. We can create a model here with one property as return URL. Okay. Then we can have that here as input text with type hidden and use edit form with this action. One approach is that. And the second approach could be we can use this form with, we have a anti-forgery token component. This we can add inside this form. Now let's try. If I run it, now I'll first show you how it looks and then we'll click on the logout button. So I'm just showing you all the alternatives, what you can do and how you can think about all these things. So if I check now this login, here if you see we have this return URL, but before this return URL, we have similar input type hidden underscore underscore request verification token and that token. This is anti-forgery token. Now if I press logged out, we are here and it is again saying something which is the provided anti-forgery but meant for a different claim based user than the current user. Then we have some situation. Okay, maybe for now let's not invest much time. Maybe I'll try to see. So this is the first time I'm using this. I just knew about this, but I have never used form anti-forgery token directly. But maybe I need to do some other stuff also, other setting or reading about this in a detail. Or maybe if you guys know, do let me know in the comments so that I can also learn something. Okay. Now this thing is not working. Let's try if edit form works, because the error message what it says, maybe error form is also not going to work. So I'm not sure right now. Let's see. I'll simply define simple model here. I'll say private class, let's say logout model. And if this does not work, then we'll go to our initial approach, but it should work. Here we are going to have prop string to ring return URL. And we can have a default value as account/login. Use this logout model on this form and we'll change it to edit form. Method post action, this is fine. For the model, we can use logout model, not like this. We need to have it as a parameter here. So we'll say as a variable here, private logout model equals new underscore logout model. Let's use it here underscore logout model. Now we don't need this edit anti-forgery token. Now let's define input text here, input text with type hidden, because type hidden is what we need. Type hidden. Here we'll say bind value underscore model dot logout model dot return URL. And then we have button type submit. Let's try now. If it works, we are good. If it does not, then we'll go to the component style thing. And then I need to maybe research about this, how to get it working. Or maybe you guys can also try. Maybe I can, if fixing it, I can maybe try to create a dedicated video on this. Okay, let's try logout now. Nothing is happening. Console, do we have any error? No. If I do log out, nothing is happening. Why? Ah, because, okay, it is not going to work like. Um, let's go to the that approach which I was mentioning. We can create a logout page here and then we'll do sign out there. But this approach, this is interesting. So maybe I'll try to research about it and then I'll create a dedicated video for that to understand how this works and how to get it working. There's no point of in wasting much time here while we have other alternative. We just need to get our work done and get it correct, so that that approach, that is not an incorrect approach, that is also a valid correct approach from Blazor point of view. It is fine. Okay, so let's do that. In pages folder, I'm going to create a new razor component. We'll call it logout, and on this no need to have any UI. We just need to have our override on initializing. And the logic what we have in this thing, these things, we will have these things in our logout.razor page. Okay, so here we need to inject our sign in manager. Let's go to logout page. We'll say at the rate inject sign in manager. Application user. And then we can simply say await sign out async. What is the problem here? Okay, no problem. So here we'll say await sign in manager dot sign out async, override async task, this sign in manager. Okay, and then we can simply use navigation manager to redirect to login page. We'll say inject navigation manager, call it navigation manager only. And then we'll say just navigation manager dot navigate to account slash login, and here we'll say just replace true. We don't want to come back to this logout page. This page should be removed from the browser history. This is kind of an intermediate page. Okay, now from our main layout, from our logout button, what we'll do is, let's not have it like this. Remove this thing, it didn't work, right? So we'll button, let's not have this edit form, we don't need this now. Here we just need it as a button, and on this we can say on click logout async, or just logout, not logout async, just logout. And then we'll come to the very bottom, remove this model, we don't need this now. We will define this method private void logout, and from here we'll simply say navigation manager. Basically what we are doing here, this thing we'll do exactly here. We'll redirect to logout page and we will have force load true and replace true. Force load because we want to go to the non-interactive mode, which logout page is inside this account pages, where we are excluding these pages from the interactive routing. And then replace true because we don't want to come back to this page either. Okay, then because this is single lines, I'm going to use this expression body method, save it, and let's see if this works. Run it. Our application is here. If I click on logout, account slash logout, what is the problem? account slash logout, right? Oh, my bad. Now do let me know the comment if you guys know what the issue here is, why this page was 404. Okay, I'll tell you. On logout, we didn't set the page attribute, right? So page slash account slash logout. We need to set the route here. Let's run it again. The logout was supposed to be very quick, but it took a lot of time, right? But I hope you guys saw different approaches and how I tackle the issues and all. Sometimes from my knowledge, sometimes from my memory, and there are always multiple different approaches or solutions to tackle something. Okay, so log out. If I click on now we are okay. Now we move to account login. But here, if you see, we don't have any back button. Now, if I try to go to the home page, we are going to redirect back to the login page only. Let's try this ABCD user login. Now we are here. We can see Abhay Prince name and my business, the seeding data seed user. Clients, if I refresh on clients page, we are going to be good. And if I log out, then I am on login page. If I go back, you see, it is going back and coming next. So it is not allowing us to go to the main layout or main page or any of the after login pages, right? So with this, our actual auth is ready. Now, wherever we want, one more thing I'll do here. On main layout, wherever we need user ID, which we will need on almost all the pages, right? So for those, um, this is the approach we can get the current user ID, right? Now, if we will need user ID on almost all the pages, right? Because from all the pages, we are going to get some data or post some data to our database. So we need a user ID everywhere, almost all the components. So one thing would be just keep on adding this cascading parameter auth state task and then getting the auth state, then checking the is logged in. If not, then also we are okay, no problem with that. But we need to get this user ID like this. Okay. And this is going to be kind of a repetitive task and we need to do it again and again. So one different approach could be, why not, we already have user ID here, right? Maybe we can use some way by which we can pass down this user ID to all the components. Okay. So in Blazor, we have a concept. We have already used it. So do let me know in the comment if you guys know what that concept is called. Okay. I'll see your knowledge and maybe other people can also guess. Right. So that thing is cascading parameter. Okay. So we can create our own cascading parameter as well. So here, what we'll do is we are going to create a parameter here. We'll say private string underscore user ID. Okay, we can have maybe a initial value as this empty string, and here when we are doing this, we'll get this as underscore user ID, and here we'll use underscore user ID. And what it is saying it can be null, but we already checked user is authenticated. And if user is authenticated, we will have user ID. So this will never be null. So we can simply use null forgiving operator here. Now we have this user ID. We just need to pass this user ID to all the components. Now where are all our components are going to be? Those can be in left nav bar, those can be in body, and those can be in confirmation dialog. So that means all these things, let's wrap everything inside a cascading parameter, or not cascading parameter, cascading value, this tag. So this cascading value is the tag. Whatever we have inside this cascading value, all these things can access this cascading value which we are going to set here. Okay, now how can we set this? So in this cascading value, main thing is value. What is our value? Again, this is a variable, this is a object. So here we can define anything, but let's, because we are passing string, so we'll use @_user ID. With this, our default thing is ready. The way cascading value and cascading parameters work, these works on the basis of type. So here I'm passing this as a string type. If I want to access it anywhere, for example, let's say I want to access it on client's page. Let's go to clients app, client's page. So here if I want to access that thing, what I can do, I can simply define a prop string. This name is up to me. I can name it whatever I want. Let's say I can show you quickly. User identifier. I'm naming it user identifier. Here I'll say cascading parameter. So this is going to be a cascading parameter. Let's have it as required parameter. Now user identifier. Now if I access this somewhere, let's say on the client manager only, if I say this user identifier, if I try to run this, so here I need to log in. Let's log in. If I go to client's page, here you see I can see this value. This is going to be my user ID. Now here on the main layout, we are getting it inside this underscore user ID. We are passing this as underscore user ID. But on the consumer side, we are accessing it using this name. But it still worked. Now, for me, I use one additional thing here. So for all the cascading parameters, I prefer to use names. We can name these cascading parameters as well. I do this because let's say maybe somehow I want to pass multiple values, and sometimes let's say different values have the same data type. If I have one more cascading value somewhere that is of type string only, then it is going to get confused, because by default cascading parameters, cascading value, these works on the type only, not the variable name. For this I do something, and that is on this cascading value we have a name parameter. We can name this. It can be anything. Let's say user ID, or we can say we can mark this underscore user ID as public string. Let's name it user ID. I'm going to create it as a property. I'll say get and private set, so that we can modify it from here only, from nowhere else. We are setting this user ID using this user ID, and now here, so that I can have it strongly typed. So @ name of this main layout dot user ID, so that I can use this thing directly. Save it. Now I'm passing this with a name, and in clients it will be fine. It will again work without any problem. So name is just an additional we could say additional tag which we are adding on this cascading value. From the consumer side it is fine. By default it will work, but again if we have multiple string values it is going to get confused. For this, in this cascading parameter attribute, we have a name field here, name property. Here we can use the same thing what we are using there. So name of main layout dot, what was that, user ID, right? User ID. Now when we do this, now this thing, it will check the type and this name. Now on my main layout we have this cascading value, the type string, and name is this one. So now we will be sure that we can get this direct. Now again this name does not matter, this parameter property name does not matter. Now also if I run it, I should see the same behavior. After that I'm going to change this name, because I use user ID, so I will use that only. Let's see. Okay, if I go to client's page I can still see the same thing, and then I'll say user ID. Now wherever we need this user ID, so we can directly use this thing and we'll be good. Okay, so we are going to use this thing on almost all the pages. So this thing is still better than this, using cascading parameter for auth state task, then getting the actual authentication state by awaiting it, then getting the actual user ID from that authentication state, user find first value, or maybe user.claims dot all that logic. So getting the this name identifier claims value from this. It's still better. We are just passing this thing, and on the consumer side, we can have this just with these two lines, and we'll be having our user ID. So we are going to use this. All right. So with this, we have implemented our auth. We protected our pages using authorize attribute. We are properly redirecting to login logout. We have worked on our logout. We saw how can we get the value from the current logged in state. We are passing the current user ID as a cascading value to each and every component. And then on the main layout only, we are getting the current user's name and the business name from the database, and then we are displaying these in the main header and left navigation bar. All right, so with this our auth is ready, and now okay, we can delete this identity endpoint route builder because we are not using this, right? We are using component based logout, so we can get rid of this. Now this file is useless for us. Is happening. Delete. Okay, and when we delete this, that means we can simply go to the program.cs and we can remove this add additional identity endpoints. Now we don't have it. Save everything. Let's quickly run it one more time so that we can see there is no compile error, build error, or run error. Yes, there is some error. Let's see what that error is. User identifier is not defined. Yes, this is not because we are using user ID property name now. User ID. Save it. Let's rebuild this once and then we'll run it again to see if there is any error or everything is fine. Rebuild and build succeeded. Let's run it. Okay, we can see we can navigate to the pages, logout and login. Yes, everything is working fine, right? All right. So our auth is ready now. All right, guys. So now we'll work on our settings model first. So in the components, in pages, not pages, in layout, on left navbar, we have this settings button, and when we click on it, it opens settings form model. And if we go to the settings form model, these are not actually settings, right? These are business information, right? So maybe let's rename this settings form model. If we come here, we'll call it business info form model. And on the left sidebar, we'll rename this to business info form model. And then in this, we are saying show settings model. Okay, we can leave this like this only. And then the model settings model, let's rename it to business info model. Business info model. Okay. Now, if we go to the save business info form model here, when we are coming to this page, right now we are using this as default value, right? But we know we have this business information. So when we are coming to this model, when we are displaying it for the first time, then we will pre-populate or fetch the business info from the database, right? So for that, let's do this. We will override our on initialized async method. Okay, and in here we are going to get the data from somewhere, and that somewhere can be, we have user service, right? User service. So inside this only we can create a sorry, public async task method. It should return business info model, business info model. Yeah, yep, get business info async, and we'll get user ID as a parameter here. Okay, inside this we'll do this similar thing which we are doing here. Context, then from the users we'll say user this, and then the select. In here we'll do first thing here, it should be business info, and from here with the select we'll say new business info model, business info model. Then we are going to populate all these things. Let's say address equals u dot address, u dot business address, business name u dot business name, then contact number u dot business contact number, then we have email id u dot business email id, and tax percentage, and then we'll simply return this business info from. And this will not be null because this data is coming from user only. All right, so go back, and here we can say underscore model equals await user service. So we can inject user service here, at the rate inject user service, and then we'll say user service dot get business info sync, and now we need user ID. So in previously we saw how to get user ID. So we are already getting user ID as a cascading parameter. So we can access that here directly, or for this specific case, the way we are getting this parameter, the same way we can get user ID here, because the consumer of this component, that is left navbar, and on left navbar we don't have user ID here either, right? Okay. So there can be multiple ways we can maybe get this user ID as a parameter here, because on main layout we have it. Or if we don't want to do this, we are okay, we can follow the same cascading parameter approach. So we can go to a business info form model, right? Here we can use prop string user ID. This will be a cascading parameter with name of main layout dot user ID, right? And here we'll say public required string user ID. Now we have this user ID which we can use here. Okay, all right, so now we are good. Now fetching part is done. Now we need to save it. So we have this handle save async. For this we'll go to the business info model, sorry, not business info model, user service. Here we are going to create one more method to save the business info. So here ask, it would not get anything. Here we'll say save business info async, and here we'll get user ID and business info model. Okay, now here first thing we'll get this user. So we'll say var user equals this user ID, and then on this user we are going to set all our business things. These things we are going to set. Okay, so business name, business address, business contact number, business email ID, and tax percentage. And here we'll say user dot and then this side we'll say business info dot address, then business info dot name, business name, then next would be business info dot contact number, then next would be business info dot email id, and the last one business info dot tax percentage. Okay, and after this we'll simply say here we'll have it as tracking. So as no tracking, no, we will not do this. We will track these changes. Then we'll simply say await context.save changes async, and we are good with this. Okay, save, go back. Here handle save async. We will save this. Await user service dot save business info async. First we need user ID. Second we need underscore model. Okay, let's quickly check this thing. So if I run it, okay, we are here for Abhay Prince settings. If I click on it, we can see my business, this, and let's say I am making this percentage to 10 and some random business updated. I'll save it. And if I open it again, we can see these updated values. Let's verify if these are saved. If I refresh the page and if I open it again, we can see this changed. Okay, now we are good. But there is one thing which I would change. Let's say my business name. If I change this thing and if I save it, this is not getting updated. If I refresh the page, then it is updated, because this thing we are getting only once when we are loading page for the first time, loading main layout for the first time, right? So we need to handle this special case. Now here what we can do is we are updating it on the, so the flow is business info model, we update it here, then it is getting used from left navbar, right? On left navbar we have this business name. So here what we can do when we are saving it, so we have two approaches. Either we can refetch the entire thing, refetch the business, just business name from the database, or on this business info model, we know we are the one who are actually modifying this thing, save business info, right? So we know the new business name here. So if the name is different, then we can, when we are saying on close, at this time, we can maybe use some other event callback and we can pass the business name, the updated business name to the consumer. In this case, consumer is left navbar. Okay. What I mean is here on close is fine. We'll create one more event parameter, event callback. Here we'll say on save, and we can get maybe this entire business info model if we want to, or we can simply say just business, this string, we'll get this string because this is what we are using. Let's say on save business name, something like this. This is going to be parameter, and here what we'll do, on close async is fine, but before that we'll use this await on save business info dot invoke async, and we need to provide the parameter, string parameter here. Okay, that parameter is going to be underscore model dot business name. Okay, now if you go back to left navbar, let me stop this. Here we have on close, that is fine, but we will have on save business info name as well, right? So here we can say handle business name updated, business name change, something like this. We can create this method here, private void this thing, and here we can say string new business name, Now here we are displaying this business name which we are getting from the main layout from the initial one. Now here is the case, we can modify this business name here. It is valid C sharp and Blazor code, but I generally avoid mutating the parameters. Okay, this is the thought process or mental model from JavaScript based frameworks which I've been working with. So we should not mutate the parameters here because we are passing it from the parent, so it's parent's responsibility to modify it. Now if we don't want to modify it from here, then what we can do is we can have a local variable here. So we'll say private string underscore business name, default value as an empty array, empty value, private string. Now we will display this underscore business name here. Now initially it should be from business name, okay, or whenever this business name is getting changed. For this, what we can do, we can simply override a method that is on parameter set and on parameter set async. So here we don't want to use any async method, so we can just say this. Now on parameter set, and what are the parameters on this page? This business name. So whenever this business name is getting changed from the parent, then it will call this method, including the first time when it is coming for the first time, then, and after that whenever business name parameter is getting changed, it will simply call this thing. So whenever business name is changing, what we want, we just want to populate this underscore business name with this business name. Now because this is single line, I can simply say this. Similarly, this is fine, but here handle business name changed. Now the business name is changed, but not from parent, it is changed from here. From here we are getting this. So here also we can modify this underscore business name with this new business name. Now with this we have handled all the cases. Okay, let's quickly check if this is working. Run. Okay, so initially it came my business name, that means from the main layout to left neighbor, this is working. Now let's come here and let's try to change it. My business name, or let's say my new business. Save it, and here now we can see my business name. That means we are good, both the cases are working. If I refresh it, we are good. So with this, our settings model is done. Okay, with proper database and all. Alright guys, now we'll move to the next page, which is going to be our clients page or product services page. Let's work on product services page. For this, if we check, we want to have a list of product services, create a product service and delete. So these three functionality we want, add, edit, so four basically, all CRUD operation. So for this, what we'll do in services, we are going to create a new service class, say product service, and here I'll say CT, or I'm using this product service because service would read a bit different, so better to have it as product service. Here in this constructor we'll use idb context factory, idb context factory of type application db context factory, create a field, and we are good. Now first thing we'll say public async task enumerable of service model, because that is what we are using on the UI. Service model get services async string user id. Okay, From here we can return all the services for this user. Now we are not going to have a lots of services, because for single user can provide like what, 10, 20, 50 services, not more than that. So we are okay without paging basically. So here we'll say await. No, let's have it full because we want to get and dispose the DB context. So we'll say using var context equals underscore context factory dot create DB context, and then we'll say return await context dot services dot as no tracking dot where s dot user id equals user id dot select new service model, and in here we are going to provide all new. So let's have description s dot description id name rate and unit. Okay, then we'll say dot to list async or to array async, which I generally use. Let's break it down to multiple lines. So as no tracking where select and to array async. Okay, and we are returning these services. So return is fine, get list is fine. Now next one would be to add a new service. So we'll say public async task, and here we have two options. Either we can return the newly generated service model, or we can simply skip and we don't return anything. Whenever we are adding a service on the UI side, we will simply refresh the whole list. Okay, so it's totally up to us what we are doing. From here, let's maybe return the service model which we are creating. New service model, we'll say add async or create async. Add async is fine. Here we'll get service model as a parameter and user ID as a parameter. String user ID. Now for the update also we are going to have the same structure. So we will return the updated one, we will get the user ID as a parameter, and we will get the model as a parameter. Okay, so better to use only one method for both of these things. All right, and we'll name it save async. Okay, so here first thing, this line getting the context. Then next thing we'll do is we'll check if we are in add case or edit case. What I mean is if service.id equals 0, that means we are creating a new service. Create new service. And if it goes to the else case, that means we are updating an existing service. Update existing service. Okay, let's first handle the create case. So with create, we'll say var, or we can say service, which is entity. Maybe let's name it model. Here we'll say service, which is actually a service entity, equals new service. Let's name it var. And then we are going to fill our values: ID, model ID, name, description, rate, unit, and what else? User ID. Okay, this is for create case. So here we'll say, and not underscore, context dot services dot add service. Okay, and then um hmm, service, and then we can say await context dot save changes async, and after that here we'll say model dot id equals service dot id. Now what we are doing here is, because this is a new case, so we don't have id in model, but when we create the service and when it is saved into the database, then we will have the database will set the id on this from the newly generated id. That id we are setting back to model. Why? Because we will be passing this model back to the consumer. At the very end we'll say return model. Now for the update case, first we need to get the existing service from the database. For this we'll say var service equals await context dot services dot where s dot id equals service id, sorry, model dot id. It will work, but if you want to be double sure, although this can never happen, you can also use s dot user id equals user id, which is actually not required in this case, because this model id, actually this id is unique key on our service table, so this case is not required in this case. And then we'll say first or default sync, and because we are going to modify it, we'll say as tracking. Let's break it down to multiple lines. Save it. Okay, then here we'll simply do the same thing which we are doing here, but with this service. So we'll say service, we'll paste all these, we'll change the commas to semicolons, and user id we will not change. And here with all these we'll simply say service dot name, description, unit, this and that, so everything. Okay, here we can have one check, although this should never happen, but still, argument null exception dot throw if null service. If somehow service is null, we'll simply throw from here, because this is some you could say some bad actor who's trying to perform this thing, which should never happen, but still with this we are okay. Then what we can do is this save changes async, this line we can move at the very end outside of the method. Now here service is not defined. Now here if we see, service is actually an instance of this service here and here at both the places. What we can do is, here we can say service nullable service, we can get service equals null, this we can get. Then we'll say service without var, and here also. So for this case we are adding it, and we are finally saving it in the database here. For this case we are getting it from the database, we are modifying it, and because we are saying as tracking, that means this is being tracked by entity framework, and when we say save changes async, it will be updated in the database. Now in both the cases, service.id is going to have the actual id which we are getting, and we'll pass add it to the model id and we'll return it. Okay, so our save is also done. Now next thing is delete. We'll say public async task delete async. Here we can say one more thing, I'll do this. Yeah, id case is required here. Why? Because let's say id is this, but what if somehow this request came for some other user? If I am modifying service, I should be able to modify my own service only. Okay, so that means here we can check service dot user id it should be the same user ID which we are getting from it. If not, simply throw. For this, what we can do, we can have that check here. s.user_id equals user ID. So we will get this service instance only when the ID is this ID and the current user is the owner of this service. Then only it will do. Creation, we are okay. Okay, so that means in this case, in the delete case also, we will need the same line. With this, maybe we can get. So here we'll say delete async user ID and model ID, service ID, int service ID. So here, first thing, we'll get our context from our context factory. Next thing, we'll get our service using this. So this is service ID, not model ID. If this is null, we'll throw, because again, it is something which is not correct, and here we can use as no tracking, then here at the very end we can say context dot services dot remove this service. Then we can say await context dot save changes async, and with this we are good. Our service is ready. We are getting all, we are adding, updating, and we are deleting. Okay, let's use this product service in the program.cs to register it. Add scoped product service, and again, if you want to have your unit test and all, or some different implementation for some interface, you can create an interface out of it. But I'm okay with this. Now we can go to a product service page. We can inject our product service and here on initialized we are getting the seed data, right? Now we will not get the seed data, we will get the actual data. So for this, what we can do, instead of on initialize, we are going to use the other version, which is on initialized async. Override async task, this thing. Okay, and here we can say product service dot get services async, and we need our user ID here. We need to add user ID. We can quickly get it from maybe client, from our cascading parameter. So we have this user ID. This will pass to this. So underscore services equals await product service dot get services async. Now we have services. Okay. Now next thing is add new service, edit service, handle sidebar. So for add and edit, we are using the sidebar, right? And here we are passing the model, which is our service. We are passing this model to the save service form. Now we have two options. One is we can have the saving part on that component only, save service form. We can have the saving part here only, here. Because here we have our form, right? Right sidebar panel, edit form. Here we have form. So here we can say on valid submit. We can have the saving part here, or we can simply when we click on this save on valid submit, we can pass this model to its parent. Parent is here. Okay, now you tell me in this case what approach should we take. Should we simply inject our product service on this page? Let's say inject product service, and on valid submit we can say save service async, or we can call it handle save service The name is up to you. And then you can define this method here. Private async task this thing. And here we can say await product service dot product service product service dot save async. We can pass this underscore model and our user id, and user id we can get simply by cascading parameter user id, and we are good. After doing this, we can simply close this. How are we closing? Are we closing this? Yes, on sidebar close, right? So we can call this thing await on sidebar close dot invoke async. So one approach is this. And next approach could be from here when we say handle save service async, we can have one more event callback, and here we can say on save, and we can pass the updated model from here, service model, and we can call this on save directly from here. So we can say await on save dot invoke async, and we can pass underscore model from. So we have these two approaches. All right, now do let me know in the comment which approach which do you choose, right? Now for me, I am going to choose this approach on save one. Now if you ask why, because right now the save async method, it returns the saved service, right? So if we have here saved service, yeah, we can do both actually if you want to. So we can return this newly saved service from here, because on the product services page we have the services collection which we are going to modify, right? Because we are adding new, that should be inside this list, or we are modifying it, that also should be updated inside this only. One approach is we can refetch all the data using this thing, or we can modify in place and add new. These two approach we have. Okay, if we are going to follow this approach, passing the updated model back to this page, here we can simply access that new thing and we can modify this iService directly. Okay, all right, so we'll do this. Now saving is also fine, we can save it here, we can directly pass the saved one. So this combination of these basically. In that case, on sidebar close, we don't need to do this, we can maybe get rid of this thing. On sidebar close, we will close it on save also. Okay, so here we are saving it and we are getting the updated value back here. Now we'll go back. Here we have add new service. So on this save service form, here we can have on save, right? Handle service saved, something like this. Let's define this somewhere. So we'll say private void handle saved service, and we are going to have service model, we'll say saved service. Okay, now we need to know if we went from the new case or from the edit case, add new or edit. How can we know what was the case? Here we can check if underscore model dot id was 0, that means we inserted a new saved service. If that's not the case, that means we updated existing service. Okay, here we know model will not be null because we are going to call it from here, so we know it. Okay, now here at the very end we'll simply say show sidebar equals null, sorry, false, or maybe we can call this method directly from here because we will close the sidebar now after doing this thing. Now if we inserted a new service, so we need to insert this in our services collection. Now instead of enumerable, or we can have it enumerable also. Here what we'll do is we can say underscore services. Now the newly added service, if we want to prepend it, if we want to add it at the very beginning, we can say underscore services equals, we'll say saved service, comma, dot underscore service. So here we are making a clone of services, but first item we are adding this new service. Now if we are updating an existing one, in this case what we'll do is we will get the item which is already there. So we'll say underscore existing item index. Let's say existing item index we are checking. We'll say underscore services dot find index dot find index, which is not there on enumerable, it will be there on iCollection. And in this case we can have this as this thing. We are actually using the collection enumerator here. Find index services dot, it was find index only, right? Or what was that? Oh, services dot to list dot, oh, find index is there on the list only. Now I need check. We can do this if we want to, but I'm just trying to see if we can have it using some other approach. If not, then we'll have to use list. It will not break anything, but I'm just thinking. Yeah, let's use list then. On iList also we should have it, right? If I say find services dot, oh, not find in, no, find index was, why am I getting so confused? Here if it was just list services dot find index, yeah, let's use this. Let's make it list. So find index, here we can have a predicate start index and predicate directly. Okay, so we'll say s dot id equals saved service dot id. So now we have this existing index. Now what we can do is inside that service, on that existing item index, we can directly modify that with this saved service. Okay, now because this thing is getting called from somewhere else, so it might, Blazor might not know about it. So in this specific case we can have a wait, not wait. If we are not having this as a variable, then we are good. We'll simply say invoicing state has changed. We'll explicitly tell Blazor that we have changed something. If you are not sure, just re-render. Cool. Now comes delete. Confirmation this user pressed yes. So when user pressed the yes, then we need to handle the on yes case. So here what we can do is we can simply say product service dot delete async. Here we need to provide user ID and service ID. So user ID and service dot ID. Now this is awaitable. Now there is some problem. What is the problem? They are saying that this needs to be async. Okay, now this is also being used from outside of this current components context. So here also it's good to have invoke async state has changed. So with this, we have implemented all these things, right? Now let's see if it works. Do we register product service in DI? Product service, yes. Now let's check it. Okay, we are here, product services, no product service yet, yes. Let's create a new service. Uh, let's say one-on-one consultation rate, say 40 unit per hour. Description, skip it, save. Oh, description is required. One-to-one consultation for doubt solving or general discussion. Let's say this, save it. If I save, it's saved and we can see this item here. If I refresh, this item should stay there because now we are getting it from the database. Now let's try to edit it. So here I'll say, let's say 45. I'm changing it to 45. If I save it, we can see this as 45. Delete. Nope. Delete. Yes. Deleted, but nothing happened. Why nothing happened? If I refresh, it is gone. Something is not right. And what is not right? Let's see here. So we are saying, okay. Okay. So do let me know in the comment if you figured out what the issue is. Let's see how much do you know. Okay. All right. So here what we are saying, we are deleting it from the database. We are saying state has changed, but we are not removing it from our services list. Right? That is what happening here. We have this service, we can directly remove it from our services. Let's go services. So after deletion, we'll say underscore services dot remove this service which we are getting as a parameter here, and then invoke async state has changed. Let's run and let's add a new one and delete so that we can see it is getting deleted right away. Okay, product services, let's add one, save it. We are here, delete, no, delete, yes, it is removed. You see? So with this, our product and services page is fine. Now what I'll do is, I am going to manually add that seed data which we added from our, if we go to our models, in service model, we had this data, right? This seeding data. So what I'll do, I'll add all these values in this so that we can see this. Okay, that I'll do offline. I'll simply add these using this thing only. Okay. All right. So with this, our product service is ready. Add, edit, delete, and getting the list, everything is working fine. All right. So now for the clients page also, we can follow the same approach we did for product services. So it is going to be same, only the model is changed. So we'll go to services. We have product service, right? Let's quickly duplicate this thing, paste it one more time, change this product service to client service, then get services async. Let's do get clients async, client model, context dot clients. As no tracking, everything is fine. Here we'll say client model, and let's see ID, then we have contact number, then we have email ID, then we have name, then we have remarks. Save everything. Then here we'll say save async is fine. We'll return client model. We'll get client model as a parameter. Then here we'll say client. Before that, let's rename this service to client. Then we'll say this service should be client. This service should be client entity. And yeah, after that, let's add these name, contact number, remarks, could be model.remarks, then email ID, then contact number. What am I doing? So here it should be model.contact number. Okay, user ID, then ID, then user we don't need, ID we will not set. So with this, create new client, update existing client, and here we'll say context.clients.add client. Here we are getting clients, so we'll say clients as tracking where s.id, model ID and user ID, throw null. Okay, now here we'll have name, then we'll have remarks, then we'll have email ID, then we'll have contact number. Save changes async, model.id and return model. Good. After that, here we'll say delete async. We'll rename this service ID to client ID. And here we'll use this clients. And here we'll use clients. And this should be client. We'll rename this client. So with this, our service is ready. Let's move this to a separate file. I'll say move type to client service. And then we need to register it in our program.cs. We will register it using the same add scoped client service. Save it. Okay, now let's go to our components. So first we'll go to our pages, app. We'll open product service also to quickly copy paste. On clients, we'll say @inject client service, and then here instead of this thing seeding data, we'll say underscore clients equals await. If we are using await, we need to use the on initialized async method with async task. We'll say await client service dot get client async client service, right? Did I? Okay, client service typo. Now client service dot get client async, and we need to pass the user ID, which we already have on this page. Okay. Now this client says IEnumerable. It is returning IEnumerable. Now what is the problem here? It is saying IEnumerable to client model. What? Oh, this is clients, not client. Okay. But here also we'll do the same thing. Add, edit, delete. So let's change it to list. And this thing we'll say collection expression. So we can say underscore client. Now here for delete client, let's go back to the product services page. Let's see what we have for deletion. We have this approach. We'll copy, we'll paste here, we'll change it to client service, delete async. This is C, so we'll call it as client only, client dot name, and here we'll say client dot id, client service dot delete async. It needs to be async. So instead of services, we'll say underscore clients dot remove this client. Okay, delete is fine. Now add, edit. For this thing, what we'll do, we'll have the similar method like this handle service saved. We'll have a similar method here. We'll say handle client saved. And this is going to be client model. The saved service would be saved client. Okay, and here not model.id, here we'll use underscore client.id because this is the variable we are using. Okay, now for these things list we are using underscore clients, so we'll say underscore clients underscore clients underscore clients underscore clients, then this saved client here, here, and here we updated existing client, and here we inserted a new client. Save it, and we are good. We just need to get this thing from the save client form. Okay, so the way we are having it in the save service form, similarly we are going to do this for client. So on this we are going to get user id from cascading parameter in save client form. Next thing, we are going to use this on save event callback. Let's add this. But from here, we will return client model, not service model. Then we'll have this method handle save service. We'll call it handle save client async. And here we'll simply inject our client service. Here we can say client service. Let's be consistent, add it to the very top. Here we'll say client service dot save async user id underscore model saved service. We'll rename it to saved client. Okay, and then we'll call this method on this added form on valid submit handle what was that, handle client handle save client async add client added client. We don't have this for service, right? Oh, we are always saying add service. It should also be dynamic like this. Let me copy this thing, come back and add it here. It should be add service, added service. Okay, so client. Okay, from here we are good. Let's go back to the clients.razor page. Here we have the save form. Here we can say on save, we'll call our handle client saved this method. Save it. And I guess with this we should be good. Let's quickly try out. It was very quick because we have exact similar structure for services, product service page. Okay, clients, no clients added it. Just let's remove this user ID. We don't need it now, right? Clients, user ID, we don't need. Run again. Clients, no clients added. Yes, add. Let's add test client, test at test.com, test number, test remark. Save it. We can see this here. We add it. Values are populated. I change it, this number to this, save it. We can see the number changed. I delete, no, nothing would happen. If I say delete, yes, the client is deleted. Same functionality, everything is fine. Now I will add the clients also using this UI and services both. Actually, I'm going to add what we had in seed data that I'm going to add manually here. For clients also we had that seed data, right? Client model, this seed data. So I'm going to add some seed data so that we can see something. All right. So our client is also done now with all functionality, everything.